Hello. I'm gonna do some VOD reviews of the sports washing of human rights abuse tournament. As you can see, we have some lovely shots of the Arabian desert. Wow. Any desert enthusiasts?
The game is in like 2 days.
Ah, yes, she got the bag from Saudi so she could get more bags. As we know, bags for bags. Hashtag bags for bags.
Honestly, I don't think it's that big of a difference playing best of 1 or best of 3. Especially because we don't know how G2 plays.
How is that going to shape up as BLG tried in game number 1 with Jun, who is a stud in the LPL at the jungle? He went 1-6, 1-7 on Zyra.
Is this June 3?
Fnatic in the first series, moving into this series, well, they've had a lot of Fnatic, especially with that Ziggs game. Maybe they're strong in this man on your screen right here.
True Azir meta.
Are gonna try their very best to win.
No T1 BLG review. No, I already watched those games though.
It was very sad. I thought we were friends.
How big is the prize pool for League? $1 million.
The stage as we are just making sure.
How much do we take this tournament seriously? Not at all.
Critical. Yeah, I've heard that that's good. Jan is going to have his headset back on again, and that's when we'll know that he can actually hear stuff. Really fantastic.
Quick thoughts on the quarterfinals. I mean, pretty good comeback from T1. Good performance from TL. A little bit rocky there from G2. Surprisingly good performance from FlyQuest. Shit performance from Gen G. But as I said coming into this tournament, guys, I thought Top and Gen G were the two best teams coming in. So I said, like, it's unfortunate the quarterfinals have to be this way with no double elim.
But otherwise, just want to try and stay in the air conditioning if you possibly.
At what point would you give Saudi Arabia a chance with a formal and earnest apology? The Khashoggi family be a good start? Yeah, that'd be a great start. Also, like, I don't know, changing all your human rights laws.
Heads. Yeah, I see that. I see a mouse. Yeah, some wiggling. Okay, we might be getting ready to dive into the draft here, and here we go. Draft begins. Game 1. T1 versus TL. Their names are pretty similar. They're two very different teams. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top here. As TL with the blue side, they have a little bit more flexibility in what they're going to be taking away here.
Indeed. I will tell you guys that the draft priority has been all over the place this tournament. Everyone's reads on the meta are extremely different. It seems the LPLs have been the most robust and the most surprising, but we'll see. T1 will not make the same mistake that Fnatic did. We'll take that Rumble away from Impact instantly. The Tristana also removed. Those
all right, let's talk about the first round of bans here. A little bit interesting, like, Owner has been winning on Zyra at this event, but I would say he has not been as threatening on Zyra, and T1 doesn't play around Zyra very well compared to Gen G. Senna, I mean, Gumayushi still has like almost 90% win rate on this champion. This is interesting, the LeBlanc, because T1 hasn't been playing LeBlanc domestically, and this is much more of a, so the danger, like when we see LeBlanc bans, it's been in Europe or it's been like Rookie in China, right? Not that Faker is a bad LeBlanc, but that one, maybe they have some scrim info. Not like Faker, I mean, Faker has been a famous LeBlanc historically, but that is not a pick. So T1 actually going to ban the Corki and the Tristana, which is interesting alongside the Rumble because those are all picks that they've been doing well with. So crucially, Ashe is up. This is a very important pick for T1 because it's a very good flex pick for them. Sejuani is up. I do agree with Sejuani first pick here from Team Liquid. That's going to be Owner's priority. You put Owner in an uncomfortable position now.
Going to be that Corki and Sejuani. It feels like it's taken away from Owner, but we know Umpty absolutely loves Bristle and Sejuani.
Now, so you can take Ash away here, or you could go for a Vi rotation. Now, I think given the Sejuani is already locked in, you don't necessarily need to grab Vi here right now, but with the Corki and the Tristana gone, the nerfs to Talia.
So Maokai is going to be the interesting pickup here. So we are going for an AP jungler, but more of a engage control jungler. Azir would make sense just because, like, if you actually think about the available, like, is APA going to play Yone? Is he going to play Yone? Is he going to play Lucian? Is he going to play Varus? Probably not. So basically, this is similar to what happened in the KT series, was basically just opting into mage matchups in mid lane. But the Ziggs is still available. That probably feels pretty good for TL. Yeah. Very playable matchup, I think, for them. I'm going to take the Zeri for Yun. Interesting, like T1 they've been prioritizing the Zeri, but it hasn't like looked good for them. It never has been a champion that's looked good for them. Do you take Leona here? They probably ban Leona in the second rotation if they don't take it here. They're going to take the Ezreal for Guma instead. So we're going to see this. They probably want to ban, so they're going to ban the Bard, which is a carry specialty. They're going to take Leona here, probably. Rakan? All right, so they're going to take Rakan with the Zeri. But they've left Nautilus, so Leona gets taken here for Ezreal Leona. There isn't targeted CC, but at least you have the Maokai, or there is. You have the Maokai W, rather, to deal with the Zeri. You're going to blind pick a Jax, because that prevents Zeus from picking TF. And they banned Cassante and Renekton in here for impact. Oh, dude. I don't know about this, Jace. Like, yes, you have a good front line, and maybe Faker can run Grasp Azir, but it just, like... Ooh, Jax Sejuani is such a powerful 2v2 compared to Jace Maokai. Like, this is really strong. It just feels like Zeus has so many chances to die on the top side right now.
If you're in hammer form, just knock the Jax away. Play defensively up there. Maokai is going to have a lot of power in this top jungle duo. On the bottom side of the map, I am very concerned about how Yun and CoreJJ's laning phase is going to go. If it was a Ziggs in the bottom lane with this Rakan, at least you'd have the wave clear to back it up. Azaria, though, going to feel very vulnerable down here. And if you set up a stun, get that Zenith Blade, the empowered Q coming through from Ezreal, it's the W on you. It's almost guaranteed when you have this much damage early, too. And the Ezreal can poke out the Rakan. Very tough to play.
Also, guys, you'll notice, thank you, Ledurt, for your subscription at Tier 1. You know what's funny is, like, as you look at these crowd shots, there's, like, nobody in the crowd here. Look at this. It's just a sea of empty seats. They're trying really hard not to show the crowd, but it is crazy how empty this is. It is crazy how empty this place is. Like, they occasionally accidentally show a shot of the crowd, like right here. Look at this. It's like less than half full for a fucking T1 game.
He was too big to fail. Just feels and maybe throw around.
By the way, you guys will love this. Fun little nug for you. They hired a bunch of the people that LEC fired to run this event. Basically, they went around and they just, like, the observers as well, just, like, hired a bunch of the LEC people, which is not a bad idea, obviously.
One thing to mention about the Ziggs, we talked about how he can kind of poke and harass the Azir and how it can be a good matchup if played well. Umpty can kind of hover there. The Azir also is really good into fairly immobile champions like the Ziggs. Has his satchel charge defensively, of course, but if he gets Emperors divided, he will find himself in a lot of trouble. That's why it's really tough.
This production has been surprisingly decent for this tourney. Well, I noticed on the first day, one thing that they would do is I don't know if you guys saw this, but they would right before a team fight, they would shrink the screen to like 50%. So it was about this big. So you basically lose 50% of the available screen space during important team fights. And then what they did was they put a 10 box. So they put all the player cams like on the side like this. And like you couldn't see what was going on in the team fight. You literally just couldn't see what was happening because it was tiny. It was fucking terrible. So, you know, they made some really questionable decisions as well. But the production has to be good, guys. You have to understand that the sports washing only works if it's good, right? They have to put forward a very good product. The thing is, they have to put forward very good production. And crucially, the casters and the players have to have a very nice experience because they don't want people on social media being like, my hotel room is garbage. They will spend any amount of money to make this good because the point is to get the good PR.
One-sided conversations with Daniel Ox Harrison is that if you use your satchel...
Can I move my cam slightly lower? Yes, I can. Sorry, sometimes the different overlays have different locations of the minimap. So this one's actually smaller than most other ones. Actually, the minimap is very small. By the way, guys, I just want to point this out. So Riot said a bunch of garbage, such as, we aren't supporting this event. So first off, they're using Tournament Realms. So definitely, by the way, Riot has employees that are on the Tournament Realm, making sure that the network is okay. And secondly, what's this? Oh, they just gave them the LCS tech. They gave them the LCS overlay tech. So they absolutely are providing support for this event. They absolutely are supporting because they are giving them API tech. This is from the LCS. And they are absolutely manning the Tournament Realm servers. So they are lying.
To be completely safe when you do so. And as APA is an absolute master of this champion, I imagine he's not going to be running into too many problems there as high value ward are in the top lane.
Yeah, looking like a lane swap situation here potentially for the side of Team Liquid. Now Zeri can push turrets very quickly.
They also gave them the tri-lane camera. Anybody can do that in production, guys. You just have different observers watching the different lanes. They didn't give them that tech. They did give them this overlay tech, though.
Grab plates is really good for Zeri in a lot of matchups, but Ezreal also has the ability to crush turrets with his W, his little hula hoop. He's gonna...
Why did they say that they wouldn't? Because they don't want to. They want to make it seem as though that they are not in bed with the Saudi Arabian government when they absolutely 1000% are.
One of the most important things is that APA missed experience on a couple of these minions here in mid as well. So Faker with a lot more tempo than you may initially expect after APA is able to just wander his way back to lane.
Yeah.
Good for Zeri.
Yump Life, thank you for becoming a member over on YouTube there. I appreciate it. Oh, you gifted a sub. The Fox CPT gifted a sub, a membership. Thank you very much. Do I know the series results? Yes, I do, but I don't know who wins which game. And I don't know the drafts. So I do know who wins this series, but I don't know what order the games are won in. I do think that Jace is really sus here, though. I mean, the thing is, obviously, Zayas has been playing Jace for many years, and it's always a threat of a pocket pick for him, but it feels really weird in this composition, and playing it into Sejuani Jax feels like really bad, I think. Okay, so lane swaps. Core JJ is going back here with the Zeri staying in lane. This is a second wave crash. This is wave 2 crash on both sides. Impact is in threat of being dove. Zayas is down here for this. Is a very easy dive. They can redive this. Okay, they fuck it up. They still get it, though. Core has to flash, or he has to flash out. Core doesn't have Ignite, though. Nice job by UMT coming in, starting on the strong side jungle, so he's able to get it right off of level 3. That's a pretty whack dive, though.
On to Impact.
Yeah,
So what happened when Ben TP'd bot last time?
Yep, you can see a little bit of spare time for the Zeri, but
So they try and stun lock him, but the stun lock is very not long at this point in time. So the QE, he gets off his Counter-Strike. They probably should just bait out the Counter-Strike and try and get out a little bit faster than that. And they just, it's just such a, it's so close.
You can see a little bit of spare time for the Zeri, but now the engage comes through. Impact does have the Counter-Strike.
His E also hits a minion here, which is unfortunate. So Guma has E, but it hits a minion.
Has of course skilled that one. As Gumayushi able to come on over, does pick
And then Zeus is like switching between stances, so he actually doesn't get autos off here. That was really awkward actually by Zeus, because he goes into hammer stance, and then he's like still in hammer stance, but then he goes into range stance. It's really sloppy, honestly. Core also just doesn't feel like pressing heal, I guess. Super weird.
And they even out the scoreline. And now Carrier, I don't know, guys. I think he might be dead. He's kind of on the wrong side of the map, and he's trying to run his way out.
Zeus has to back, does have teleport here. Carrier definitely going to go down. A huge win here for TL. Ultimately, great flash of the Q by Impact. Buys just enough.
He also still has TP, so Impact actually gets the wave as well.
Carrier definitely going to go down. A huge win here for TL. Ultimately, great flash of the Q by Impact. Buys just enough time. Everybody's so low on the side of Team Liquid. What they did to Bin in that BLG series after the TP, they will not do to Impact. A nice try there, but Impact just simply outplays it. Jack's a lot more difficult to dive.
Impact has always been a good player that's good against dives, though, but that was pretty sloppy by T1.
And the thing that I absolutely love about this is it goes back to what TL know about T1. And in their experience as well, T1 at MSI were not all that comfortable with lane swaps. They didn't quite figure it out. And yes, lane swaps are being nerfed. It's not the right way to play the game, but you can hide your bottom lane in this match.
The thing is that this lane swap was actually highly effective because they didn't actually lose any plates, right? Did they? I don't think they lost any plates bot side because of the TP. I can't see right now. Sorry, guys. Oh, they lost A plates. But, I mean, this has been very successful, actually, for TL because they come out with the gold advantage despite having lost A plate. They get 2 kills for 1. They get 2 kills onto Sejuani. They keep Zeus down on the Jace, right? And he's able to come into topside and actually farm up right now. But regardless, still a slight gold lead here. And, you know, 1 plate is a very good trade to make for this, I think.
It's not the right way to play the game, but you can hide your bottom lane in this matchup and make things really lopsided, just like this as the buffer comes in from the
Guma doesn't have summoners. They know that, so they dive him immediately. What is Under doing, actually? It's a good read by TL. I mean, Guma is alone right here when Carry and Owner are wandering off. And they're hiding in a pink warded brush, so they don't actually know that there's 3 people. Or 2 people, rather. 3 people, actually, because Impact's back on the bot side right now. Because Impact had some time, actually, so he fakes the recall. So they push this out, and then he fakes the recall, because it looks like he is trying to catch the wave in topside, because he has to recall now in order to catch this wave, because he doesn't have TP. So instead, they pink ward this brush here, and then they all gather here to try and keep Gumayushi down. And so T1 doesn't have the read on this because they think Jax is going topside.
What I absolutely love about this is it goes back to what TL know about T1. And in their experience as well, T1 at MSI were not all that comfortable with lane swaps. They didn't quite figure it out. And yes, lane swaps are being nerfed. It's not the right way to play the game, but you can hide your bottom lane in this matchup and make things really lopsided, just like this as the buffer comes in from the arcade.
That's a cheeky little dive, but they are going to lose a bunch of minions in topside as a result of this. But that's a huge wave they're denying Gumayushi. And actually, this is a good rotation. Look at this. Look at this play from TL. They still have a TP up in the mid lane. So he actually just TPs over because this wave is pushing out, looks like. And so this is a real, I mean, TL's macro legitimately very good. Like, this is a super good read on this situation. because they'll be able to get somebody over into the mid wave, and you can have your top laner go there. So Jax can actually probably walk up on this for a minute.
To get his way out as Carrier wants to try and get something started. Look at this. There are so many minions here. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it's just another one.
I think TL is playing the game state really well.
Not going to lose any of that top farm. Is going to be able to just leave Faker solo there in the mid lane, but killing Guma, denying his farm.
The Ziggs is just so annoying in the current meta. It's not just obviously that that APA plays Ziggs. It's just that it's very strong right now in general.
And I mean, the one big cost is the fact that Owner is the one farming, and Umpty has kind of said, well, I don't care about my jungle. I'm going to try and get my lanes into a good spot before I take care of myself. The selflessness of a true bro player, as we know. And he has taken that to North America, and it's working out here so far. But you can see Owner has a whole lot more farm than what Umpty's been able to put together.
He's already got his Faded Ashes. Umpty sitting here at level 3, a level behind. Will be able to clear his top side of his jungle. He's got a lot of farm he can pick up there, so we'll catch up a little bit. Meanwhile, down here,
yeah, it's a fair bit of damage coming through there as the Grand Entrance going to be Arcane shifted. Battle Dance to just make sure that...
Can you explain what makes Ziggs strong? Well, he can be played bot right now. I mean, he's basically just his wave clearer, and that he can provide support into other lanes, and, you know, with the help of his ultimate, but also that he's very good at taking turrets quickly. And so it's just the pressure he provides on the map is crazy. And ABA is obviously a very good Ziggs player. And not only that, but it's just super meta right now. Not in the mid lane, more in the bot lane because of AD mid laners. But it's still good. I mean, some people play at mid, and it's still good.
In this matchup,
it certainly allows you to avoid the toughest parts of it for sure. And he has 20 minions down on his call already, Yun, so in a pretty good spot. But Carrier looking for the assist here on Owner.
Yeah, oh, doesn't get the Zenith Blade after he blast cones in. Popcorn Chicken's going to be collected by Umpty. Unable to get the last one is now Gumiishi firing some shots towards Core JJ.
It's an action-packed game.
So the problem with this game state, though, so you've accelerated Yun. Like, let's just take, I'm pausing this to take stock of it. You've accelerated Yun relatively well, but even though you got the initial waves kind of pretty effectively with Jax, because you dove here, then you are, in fact, you know, you got a kill on Zeri, which is good, and Zeri's getting cull, so the Zeri's starting to slingshot ahead, right? But it does come at the price of, you know, you lost all those waves onto Jax. Because Jax had to go mid lane, but there was a huge stack wave. Luckily, like, the Ziggs got it, but, you know, Ziggs is basically even with Faker right now, so you did have to sack some CS as a result of that dive to keep Gumiishi down.
Like you say, the 2v2 for its most dangerous parts, but now it's starting to normalize a little bit more. Now Guma is going to be able to catch up a little bit here in farm. Still down CS. We'll see what they can make of things. Faker, obviously, a small benefactor of the extra time he had in mid lane there. Will be able to TP back to lane. Has a pretty big CS advantage himself. Yeah, once he catches this wave. So it's not all roses here for Team Liquid, but really great for the Zeri. And once that call finishes too, he's gonna have so much goal as Umpty, maybe a bit alone.
Yeah, even the short fuse doing a fair bit of damage here to Owner, who does have mainly damage as the Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. The flash forward from the APA, but it doesn't matter. Faker just sweeps up Umpty, puts him into the death chamber, and now T1, they have full control of these grubs.
Yeah, really tough fight to take there, unfortunately, as Umpty. Yes, you have the Ziggs back up there.
Faker just sweep alone. Yeah.
Once he catches this wave. So
Umpty is getting pretty greedy here. Goes in, he gets knocked back by Q from Maokai, then he gets W'd in. Faker's going in. They do not respect top lane priority at all. And Umpty doesn't have flash, so there's no way he can actually get out of that. This is really weird because the top lane prio is the Jace putting in. And remember that they literally sacrificed top lane to get bot lane ahead, and now they're trying to make plays around a weaker top side. Very odd. And, you know, the Ziggs ult does a lot. ABA also flashes forward here to try and get that kill, but Owner is playing with his flash around the wall, so no big deal. That is janky. Umpty doesn't miss Q. He hits the Q. He just gets knocked back afterwards.
Yeah, even the the short fuse doing a fair bit of damage here to Owner, who does have mainly damage as the Mega Inferno Bomb comes in to flash forward from the APA, but it doesn't matter. Faker just sweeps.
Like, what the fuck, man? Do we really care that much about grubs?
They have full control of these grubs.
Yeah, a really tough fight to take there, unfortunately, as Umpty.
The Humble Rats, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you.
Like that is going to be basically a guarantee. APA also using his flash means it's going to be more
He must be really close to level 5 on Sedge. Yeah.
Keria holding down the fort here as the lead continues to grow for the bottom lane of Team Liquid, but a huge bounce back now for TL. And the Jace matchup into the Jax, we haven't talked about this too much because we weren't seeing it initially in this game.
What do you think of Genji getting stopped by TS and their downfall? I mean, look, it's a best of 3, dudes. I thought TS was probably going to be the best or second best team at this tournament, given the meta, so I'm not terribly surprised by the result, but, I mean, this is not a serious tournament, guys. So, it's whatever.
Unfortunately, have anything to deal with this Emperor's Divide. Owner has to use his flash, but it's well worth it.
It is Faker able to just come in and collect the kill. Now back in the mid lane as he
APA flashing there was sad.
And not too much going to come of it. But still, if you look at
Has Cream been redeemed in your eyes? I mean, I thought he was good. It was just he was seemed like nerves at his first international event, but I haven't seen the G2 series yet, but I mean, he looked good, which is great. I mean, we want him to be a strong international mid laner.
almost unbeatable by what T1 has.
It's also a very good meta for Cream, obviously.
A lot of team fighting availability, right? But I think that there is a lot of opportunity for TL in the later stages of the game if they can keep themselves competitive. But now Owner is trying to stop that. The grand entrance comes in. Yon just skates his way out. And the Nature's Grasp not really getting too much ground here against TL's bottom lane.
Yeah, not really. Core JJ does have his Merc Treads, a huge part of this.
Why isn't this a serious tourney? Lack of prep? I mean, jet lag, lack of prep, best of 3, single elim, like, you pick.
Very difficult to lock down. Further issues here on the top side, as we were alluding to moments.
The stakes being extremely low. You know what I mean? People are like, oh, but what about the money? And it's like,
Impact having a really tough time.
I mean, yeah, but
He actually manages to steal away the Gromp here as Keria is going to come up and try to assist. Of course, we know Core JJ in the area, so not going to be a full scuffle, but 2 camps going to be stolen by Sejuani. That is going to be
I mean, the teams just didn't have any time to scrim, to prep, to do anything. Like, it doesn't affect their domestic seasons. It doesn't affect Worlds. It's like, there's not really any kind of lead into this. Very, very small amount of time before the tournament, dealing with jet lag, dealing with travel.
I mean, he still hit 2 people.
True. And a dragon as well.
Yeah.
So he's just helping them with their clear.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's worth that. It's worth trying that out. Obviously, you're not going to need that ultimate for anything right now. Both top laners just teleported back. So we have a very lopsided top side game state that's favoring T1. Bottom side.
I'm interested to see how this second round of Grubs goes. They really, you know, Team Liquid initiated the lane swap, which is fine, but it still has resulted in a T1 substantial top lane lead. And they couldn't actually play the strong ganks of Sejuani Jax into the Jace. So the Jace has basically been sitting with his flash up the whole game, farming and zoning the Jax off the wave. So it's going to be hard for them, I think, to take Grubs.
Really curious. I imagine that Dagon and the gang are probably, you know, staying on the ball there. But I'm so curious as to what it is. Very much looking forward to finding out as Keria and Gumayushi closing in onto Yon, but he's Zeri, so he just skates over the wall, and everything is absolutely fine. Now a potential gank here as Ona moves towards the top side, lurking in the fog of war.
Faker coming over to
get a bit
threaten
back.
that at the same time bottom there as, yeah, as you mentioned.
Ooh. Okay, will Impact move up further than he should, as they know Umpty is here as well, as there's the counter-strike. They start this one off. Nature's Grasp comes down. Glacial Prison comes in as well. Impact, the first one to be focused. The Permafrost comes in. Umpty not able to actually finish off the...
His 2v2 is so rough for them. Nice job with the ult. Hit him in the sweet spot, too.
Owner looking to run away the short fuse. There's the satchel charge, and he closes it.
I think it's so hard to win this 2v2. If you're T1. Like, they try and pull the trigger, but Umpty is already there. So they actually go in first with the counter-strike. Get the stun. Owner tries to get his ultimate off. Umpty is not stunned by it because he uses Impact to body block. And then he's able just to get immediately on there. Kind of
here as well, as there's the counter strike. They start this one off. Nature's Grasp comes down. Glacial Prison comes in.
Kind of weirdly backsteps here. Flash is, I don't know what he's trying to do with the backstep after the flash. A little awkward.
Looking to run away, the short fuse, there's the satchel charge, and he closes the distance, and there goes the tree. Faker 1 versus 3, and even though these health bars are low, I don't know whether he's going to be able to take anything.
Faker's ult is still very threatening here. I have to leave.
And that is a great play from the North American representatives.
Absolutely, it was jungler versus top laner there on both sides of that fight until APA showed up. And it begs the question, how did APA get here? Because Faker is not actually denying his rotation. Okay, take a look. Impact.
ATPs. APA's TP awareness has been very, very good. Like, this guy just knows when to be in the right place at the right time, which is very important. Super good by him. I mean, he knows Faker doesn't have TP, so he can just get there faster. What's an STC? Well, it's just one letter away from an STD. Obviously. An STC is what you get before you get the STD.
They have this choke point once again controlled with the Emperor's Divide, but man, what a lead for Team Liquid so far.
Yeah, it's definitely going well here in this early game. As we move towards mid, though, that's when things can get a little bit more dangerous. 4 grubs now collected for T1. I think a big deal for Zeus, who does so much damage on this Jace to turrets. You know, you sort of sit there in gun form, press your W, and you just wipe them out. And so definitely going to be something worth looking out for here as T1 try to accelerate into their 1 to 2 item power spikes, right? Like, this is what this composition is so incredibly good at. It's utilizing these early spikes. They might be able to get something done. Unless Umpty has something to say about it as he moves towards the top side. There's going to be the special delivery. He's been tanking up this turret for such a long time. Grand entrance is what locks it down. And the TL flare pops up above Umpty as he walks his way out. It's another kill for the North American squad. 6-2, the kill score now.
Yeah, Impact and Keria traded flashes down here on the bottom side as well. Looks like Keria trying to go a bit deep there potentially. We got the
for the North. This turret for such a early spikes. They might be able to get something done. Unless Umpty has something to say about it as he moves towards the top side. There's going to be the special delivery. He's been tanking up this turret for such a long time. Grand entrance is what locks it.
Keria traded.
And the TL flare pops up above Umpty as he walks his way out. It's another kill for the North American squad. 6-2, the kill score now.
Yeah, Impact and Keria traded flashes down here on the bottom side as well. Looks like Keria trying to go a bit deep there potentially. We got the tail end of that, but they do end up trading flashes. Impact here just going to hold down the fort. Guma should get this plate relatively easily, but Ziggs along with a turret is a big problem. Owner going to commit the ult here top side to try to chase him down, but won't be successful. And Atlas...
Yeah, barely at the end of the range there. Do you think Zeri top is legit? I mean, it's cut from the same cloth as like the MSI top vein that Zeus is running. I thought he played it kind of impressively well, but it's going to be weak in some lane swap scenarios like we saw. So I don't know. And like then you have a TP-less top laner, which I do think is problematic in the current meta. Good in lane, maybe bad in macro in the late game.
It's not just matchup diff, it's just macro calls here from Team Liquid. They came up with a clear plan here. The execution has been crisp, and that's what you love to see from a North American team taking on the defending world champions.
No, absolutely, and I want to go back to it. I think, like, commending the prep.
He runs TP flash. I don't think he did run TP in the BLG game. Am I wrong? Am I misremembering?
Came up with a great way to tackle this T1 squad. I think the early lane swap, even though they didn't get a massive lead, they put enough weirdness into this game to allow Yon to have a 20 CS advantage.
Am I misremembering? Hold on, let me look.
APA gonna get thrown underneath the turret here, but Umpty is there to protect him. Doesn't land the ulti though, and down.
Yeah, he ran barrier flash against Cassante. He didn't run TP.
On the wrong side of the map, Battle Dance gets himself out as Umpty comes on over and gives him a target to head towards. So it is just APA falling down, but it's T1 finding a bit more tempo here on this map.
Yeah, I think APA getting a little bit of greed there because he knew Umpty was nearby, but Faker flashing the Arctic Assault there. They have enough damage, and that's going to be the Dragon here going over to T1. It wasn't in the mid lane where he got punished on the Ziggs to this Emperor's Divide, but in fact in the side.
Down goes a great way to tackle this T1.
Going back for this kill.
Early lane swap, even though they didn't get a massive lead, they put enough weirdness into this game to allow Yon to have a 20 CS advantage up against Gumayushi. APA gonna get thrown underneath the turret here, but Umpty is there to protect him. Doesn't land.
No flash on APA, so it's pretty straightforward.
I don't think Umpty's going to die here, but Core JJ finds himself on the wrong side of the map. Battle Dance gets himself out as Umpty comes on over and gives him a target to head towards. So it is just APA falling down, but it's T1.
That leads into second Drake being taken by T1.
Flashes still,
SDD replay.
Another flash.
We're able to pick up the Herald top side so they can just put their focus bottom as long as this Ziggs isn't given too much free time with the turret. So
RTL wearing their pride jerseys? They sure are.
Alone. They're going to hover top side here with Owner on this Maokai to keep the Ziggs at
But they won't kiss guys because that's actually illegal.
First damage to take him out easy peasy. So this is where T1 really need to solidify their control over the bottom side, keep that Ziggs away from the turret. They can stave this off for the next few minutes, use that Herald correctly. They should have the Dragon start in their control. As Core JJ, bit of a Hexgate journey.
Yeah, this is somewhat aggressive as he's going to get stunned, but not before he gets over the wall, and that is going to mean that he survives and doesn't actually have to use too much of anything at all.
He's just teasing him this whole game.
Yeah, I was feeling a little bit nervous as more Hexgate shenanigans come through here. No outer turret on this bottom side as Faker trying to take the long walk to get out of the way of Umpty, who does have that ulti back up and available once again. Control ward in this brush. Umpty just going to settle for the Gromp for now as Yon hops into the gate and gets himself out.
Faker having the Sundisk, he feels pretty safe here, Atlas.
Yeah,
You know, it looks
it's such
kind
a
of
weird
scary.
position though, Wolf, right? Like, it's just a lot of jostling. We're jostling right now.
Yeah, jostling, trades. I mean, Team Liquid showcasing great macro. Yun, see if he can avoid this.
Ooh,
Great
able to
slide.
skate his way out. Yeah, really nice slide, actually. Takes Carrier for a ride with him.
Doesn't need to cleanse, but will take some damage here from that Mystic shot of Guma. Minute 40. Fight where they were able to pick up in the early game for what is so scary on the map right now.
Umpty is like, he is really pushing. He's trying to find any opportunity. As soon as anyone up here in this game,
There's that Herald drop I was talking about.
Okay, so Herald drop. They do have Void Grub buff.
Carrier going to be piloting this one as there's the grand entrance. They get the knock up onto the Leona, but not exactly a key target.
We're not going to be able to take out the turret. Impact does take a little bit of damage as he's found it on the flank.
This Mal-
Off to try to, just give this up, and this is quite wild to see. I mean, T1 had the Herald, they had an Ezreal pushing the lane. Impact has free control over the side right now as a Jax, and they're just
Mega Inferno Bomb is massive and Owner just
T1 need to make something happen here in mid lane. Or this Dragon maybe lost.
Okay, so they actually engage here using Leona ult.
he's able to tank that one up very comfortably.
Dude, that Ziggs ult is such fucking crazy damage. Now, you see it procs the Horizon focus as well.
Inferno Bomb is massive and Owner just gets taken down.
It's a good play because you go on Maokai, you go Leandri's first, so you're actually not very tanky off of first item because you need Faded Ashes for wave clear. Bishop's opening. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub.
Gumayushi looking for an opportunity here. It's Core JJ. He finds it. The quickness was on, and Yon's gonna take him down.
Control here. They had the control, they had Prio, but they weren't happy with that. They wanted to pick, and they get it.
Gumayushi looking for an opportunity here.
Guma actually just walking up and trolling.
Yon's gonna take him down.
Totally disrespecting the fact that Core could engage and ult him.
The inner turret, but Impact is there to get rid of him. Outer turret and Dragon and 2 kills here for Team Liquid. They are on a tear. They are on it. On the Gumayushi looking.
This guy just completely disrespects the engage potential coming in from Team Liquid. He knows they're sweeping out wards here and can be here. And he just literally walks up, trades in Q range of Azeri, and then just gets owned by a Rakan.
On the inner turret, but Impact is there to get rid of him. Outer turret and Dragon and 2 kills here for Team Liquid. They are on a tear.
They are on a tear indeed. Massive lead in this game now. Second Dragon goes to them. They get 2 kills mid. They get the turret with the satchel charge. And, you know, we talk about Sejuani Ash, we talk about some of the follow-ups with the Sejuani Rumble that Genji fell, victim to yesterday, but Sejuani plus Ziggs Bomb is also a pretty big combo when the Ziggs is this far ahead, And it's just the recon setups here that we're constantly seeing found by Core JJ as well. The threat we had onto Guma. Look at this bomb damage.
Oh,
You're
man.
dead. No way out.
Just ridiculous, and then able to get himself out very, very comfortably, and this is the next one.
He says, okay, you eat forward. I'm going to jump to Yun, go in here with the flash, and look for the knock-up onto the Ezreal that has no recourse. And down Guma goes, down goes the turret. Team Liquid eyes on Baron control right now. And it just seems like T1 have no entry.
Yeah, and I think that they just need to tidy things up, right? Like T1, it was Faker on the top side of the
Shifts
map.
and immediately flashes back. Yeah, dude, it's cringe.
If they do get to it, if they have the setup themselves to utilize J-Spoke.
Guma's Ezreal has not looked clean, to say the least.
It's just the chaos that Team Liquid have been reveling in that's been working out. That one did have the setup.
Oh, yeah, just get caught out again. Why not?
J-Spoke, the range advantage that Gumayushi's going to have, but it's just the chaos that Team Liquid have been reveling in that's been.
This is actually a good engage by Umti. Because basically right here, Umti, I mean, he uses E, and they see him use E, so they should know his E's on cooldown. Because his E is definitely on cooldown right now, so actually it's not a good play. Just kidding, guys. I'm pretty sure Guma's E is still on cooldown, although it might have just come up. Because, like, this is the zoning ult you would do if you think his E is up. Because the Rakan can actually close that engage, and if he E's backwards, he either gets hit by it or slowed by the storm. Yeah, Guma's playing super bad.
I don't know what that ultimate was trying to do, but I'm so scared of Umti right now that I trust that it was something that was very important to getting that kill.
I mean, on his time on Breon, Umti was famous for great Sejuani games where he didn't hit any ultimates.
I do like the fact that Guma played Jhin earlier. I think T1's probably the best Jhin team in the world. And I think they're really good at playing those pick comps with Jhin. So it's fun to see that come out against BLG.
Quite have the damage just yet. Faker gonna come up here with Owner, see if Impact can get out, but he has Flash, he's Jax, he doesn't care, and he is just gonna walk away. Meanwhile, over here you can see this lane is getting pushed in, and the longer they
Yeah, he sees Sejuani has no E and still walks forward, and no Flash, and no barrier. Don't forget that. He has no sums and no E. But I think Umti could have just aimed directly for him on that play with the ult. But his E cooldown is going to be lower because he's maxing at second, and he's level 11, so maybe he was just worried about it coming back up.
They're going to need to find a whole bunch of them as Faker going to have that back stopped. A little bit of a delay picked up for TL. We'll see what they can utilize with this added tempo that they do have now on the map.
And every time you do that with Ziggs, when you have first strike, you pick up a lot of gold.
It's so much money.
It's actually just gold generation. He's already gotten the turret mid right and done a ton of damage to top side turret, and he's just farming up to the death cap. I mean,
Once he gets death cap too, ABA, his ults are going to do so much damage if it procs Rise and Focus.
Where's the Leandris, guys?
I don't know if he needs it in this game. There's not really that many tanky members here on the side of T1, but Yun.
Oh, yeah, there's the flash forward. Cleanse does come out. He skates over the small wall. And
All right, they get both his sums for that. What is he doing, actually? He's literally just griefing for Raptors. Okay. Interesting choice from Yeon.
There's the flash as well. So T1 getting a lot of economy when it comes to the summoner spells, but unable to quite get the kill here.
Yeah.
See whether they can utilize that in the next fight.
Area also committing his ult, committing his flash to the play. Not going to come up with anything here. Feels like a pretty big win for TL. Assuming that there's no way to lock this area down. It's been so difficult to catch Yun this game. 0 deaths so far. He's sitting on 2.5 items right now. The Runins, so valuable to clean up the kills after the Ziggs bomb comes through. They've got so much burst. They have so much control over this Baron pit right now. And T1, it's got to be a scary moment.
It's pretty big that Yun has no sums now because Owner has flash up, and he should be able to get focused by the Maokai pretty hard. This Jace is fucking useless, by the way. He was, you know, the thing is that Zeus was given so much priority in this game, and he was allowed to get so far ahead because of the macro choices that TL were making, and he just hasn't done anything with the advantage.
Between Carrier and Umti right now in the river, but I want to go back to the draft because I want to look in at what our initial take was. Is I'm going to be interrupted. That's going to be Zenith Blade connecting onto Umti. Frost Armor and the Aftershock means that he takes less than a damage. and he's able to walk his.
And he'll heal it up immediately because he has Warmogs.
To have a talk about that draft take, because the one thing that I think, okay, never mind. Umti just wants to continue making fights happen, so perhaps we'll just wait until after the game is over before we talk about things that aren't the game in this particular moment, because this is a 5-stack of T1 players trying to find a team fight in their favor. Impact, a potential flank angle if he looks for it, but right now walking back towards the top side, possibly an opportunity for T1 to strike as the Sun Disc is put up in mid. T1 just going to be protecting, but the amount of ranged wave clear and the safety that APA can do it from, it's kind of insane.
If Faker's used his dash here.
Where did you find the VOD for this? It's on the Esports World Cup live tab from their YouTube.
This is dangerous. They're a little bit split. Still the full.
So I have to go into the full 6-hour VOD because they can't be bothered to chop them into individual games for me.
Going to help out, and Impact just puts down Zayas here. He says, I'm the better member of that team. As of course, it's been a very long time since he was one, but still, with the help of APA, they're able to create a big advantage in their favor. T1 not wanting to allow that to happen, and Solar Flare isn't able to interrupt
The Hex Gate escape. I'm going to get Soul Point here. No punish on the cross map.
To kill that Jace, they've got their eyes now. Good at collapse. Thanks for the
isn't able since he was going to help.
I really have to give a lot of credit for APA's map awareness. Like, not only like it helps that he plays Talia and Ziggs, but his TP usage, his global usage, really strong.
So thanks for the ultimate, thanks for the dragon, thanks for the kill on the top side. I'm winning in 3 places on the map as Team Liquid, and you look at the way this plays out for T1 normally. They're so good at collapsing on sides. They're so good at reacting to these types of plays. So I think they really got caught with their pants down. But the long-range bomb from APA means there's enough damage to kill that Jace. They've got their eyes now on the Baron. Zayas does have teleport available. Faker's level 16. Ult at the ready. I don't think you should start this one up quite yet, Team Liquid, but threatening it is a good idea when you've got a Jax in the side. You've got a Ziggs up here in the top lane. But watch this play one more time. So Team Liquid down the bottom lane, jockeying for position on Dragon. They don't know where APA is. He gets to just set up a bomb here, and that alone is enough damage to give Impact the kill here top side. This long range impact
Damage is crazy now that he has Rabadons.
APA just taking names. It's like losing to a twisted fate. You know, it's like he's just getting a version of Umti. The one that can just move into the enemy jungle and clear things out, because he will not so dangerous and style. If they're losing, he's still doing this, but unfortunately, he's getting punished for it. This time around, though,
look how dark
absolutely the right play. And precisely, Wolf, this is so dangerous. Another classic Umti ulti is going to come out. Doesn't find anyone on
These ultis have been kind of bad this game.
Either, so gonna have to wait for that one to come back up again, unless Carrier says that he's not allowed to. Still taking a lot of damage back, and look at that extender beam. Oh yeah, APA throws down another one, and now Carrier and Owner, they're not going to be able to start.
Problem is Carrier and Owner, Warmogs, regen.
It is tempo moving in Team Liquid's favor.
Absolutely, you know.
Wait, does Leona not have Warmogs?
Things out because he will.
Oh, Leona didn't have Warmogs yet. Look at that.
Still doing this, but unfortunately, he's getting punished for it this time around, though.
Sad times, and neither does Maokai, so they actually can't check things and regen. That's actually a really big deal, guys. You know, one thing that I don't see people talking about enough is Warmogs in the current meta. It is so important, in my opinion, because it gives you so much vision control, because you can poke in and then hold on. Sorry, I gotta turn my AC. You can poke in and then regenerate all your life. So it's really crucial for taking vision control. And the thing about this right here is that because the jungle and the support don't have Warmogs, all of this damage actually sticks to them. Like, that's why that ult is really good by APA, because it actually just forces the recall. Whereas they could probably stick around and just wait it out and not let deep wards get into their jungle. But see, the result of that is, oh, Core JJ can just walk in for free now.
Core JJ is constantly threatening here. The vision is so limited for T1. They have to leapfrog their way from brush to brush here to control this Baron. Jack's still pushing in a side lane here. They're going to try to come over and punish, but guess who's there? It's APA, who has, by the way, TP. So The macro game here for Team Liquid is absolutely immaculate. You love to see this level of control.
But Warmogs on support and Warmogs on jungle are very big power spikes in my opinion for macro play.
Vision control, different from how top esports did it. The threatening picks non-stop. They have so many different ways to blow up.
But I'm the only one talking about this for some reason that I'm aware of.
Out there.
Yeah, moving up just a little bit.
They still don't have Warmogs on Leona.
That's why he's doing so much damage.
Owner got it, but it's pretty big deal they don't have it on Leona.
Information about that one. And Team Liquid strength to strength right now, not letting go of this.
Basically gives perma vision prio to Team Liquid.
Give you guys at home and those in the cube, the Kadia arena right now, a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, because in games like this, I like to commentate from the perspective.
LS was talking a little bit about during his co-stream today. Is LS taking money from the Saudis for co-streaming, guys? Has he said if he is or not? Is he getting paid by the Saudis to do the co-stream?
They certainly haven't. And when you look at some of the game states here, the map control that Team Liquid have had, Gumayusi just now getting his third item as Yun is approaching his fourth here on the Zeri, already has the IE. He's 2 levels behind, or was. He's now just 1, but will be 2 levels behind again here shortly as Yun clears up a few more minions. This is an immaculate lead from TL. This is really oppressive, and it's hard for T1 to get back into this game without a super.
It's not a FlyQuest thing, guys. Like, FlyQuest is not a Saudi partner team.
You have the Maokai to set up Shock Blast if you're ahead, if you have vision control.
I just don't know. Like, it's possible that he's just co-streaming it. What the fuck? Ah! My computer freaked out. Sorry, guys.
So your opportunities are just so limited. It's so difficult to fight into this dark, barren region.
Tyler, when it's co-stream, does that mean he is getting money? Yes, he is. He got paid to go to Saudi Arabia, guys. He got paid to go. He's definitely getting paid. I don't know if LS is getting paid or not. Not all the co-streamers are getting paid. That's true, but LS might be. I just love to know the answer to that question, because it would explain his incredibly weird defense of Saudi Arabia on Twitter.
Against the Ziggs, it's basically lights out. They're so far behind in gold. A straight up 5v5 team fight isn't going to be easy. It's going to take a heroic Emperor's Divide, an overextension. That's why Team Liquid are not pushing their advantages too far. Playing it
Double is getting paid too, right? Probably, I assume so. I mean, I don't know for sure.
Yeah, and T1 are just catching the waves where they can. You can see Faker down here towards this bottom lane, staying out of vision as he spots Core JJ on his way over. So mid lane of T1 not going to be dying just yet. They're still not finding any inroads, right? So this is protection, but it's not being able to move.
His defense was logical, though, to people who aren't political. It's not logical. Here's the thing, guys. You have to understand that you're not achieving some sort of moral victory by, like, exposing people incrementally to, like, gay pride flags on your uniform. You have to understand that the purpose of doing this is to prevent real human rights reforms, okay? Because basically what they are paying to do, and by placating you with just a little bit of this stuff, is it prevents them from actually having to change, right? So they put on this fake ass bullshit, and then they don't actually have to change their real human rights policies. You know what I mean? Because they do lip service to it, and they pay people to do lip service to it so they don't receive criticism, right? By the whole point is by bringing in all of the developers and all of the orgs, they become immune to real criticism. So no, it doesn't work the way he's saying it will work. SB, thank you for your tier 1 sub. Who do you think wins tomorrow? Probably Top Esports, but I haven't seen all the games yet, so I'll let you know at the end. Immortal Boss, oh wait, thank you for your Prime subscription. Isn't the kettle calling the pot black when the US, EU have massive human rights violations of their own? Stealing your IPs. The US and European governments aren't hosting a tournament. They don't host tournaments to ignore those issues. The Saudis are spending money so that you do not criticize them. The US government doesn't do that. If the US government did host a tourney, I might have an issue with that.
That they wanted to, and Umpty is still pushing forward. He finds that ulti as Core JJ gets into the back. This is protection, but it's not being able to move the needle back in the direction that they want it to. And Umpty is still pushing forward. He finds that ult.
And also, I think the thing that people ignore, and this is a more complex point about Saudi Arabia in general, is that Saudi Arabia isn't going to change some of their human rights stuff. And the reason why, guys, is because Mecca is in Saudi Arabia. And if Saudi Arabia became too progressive compared to the rest of Islamic countries in the world, they open themselves up for terrorism, basically. Like, imagine if Saudi Arabia became super gay and had like pride parades. Remember that it is one of the pillars of Islam that people go on the Hajj, the pilgrimage, right? And so other Islamic countries probably don't want their citizens going to a very progressive Saudi Arabia and then coming back, right? And people would be offended by this. Maybe other Muslims would be offended. And then perhaps there is terrorism in Mecca. You know what I mean? So they're not, the guys, I can just tell you, they're not going to become more progressive. It's not, regardless of what they actually believe, I think it's actually a national security concern for Saudi Arabia, if I had to guess.
Finding any inroads, right? So this is protection, but it's not.
So you know, they have to be concerned about what other Muslims think about them because they control Mecca. People don't get that.
Being able to move the needle back in the direction that they want it to, and Umpty is still push.
Like, they don't want to go to war with Iran. You know.
Protection, but it's not being able to move the needle back in the direction that they want it to. And Umpty is still pushing forward. He finds that ulti as Court JJ gets into the backline. Guma in so much. But it's not being able to move the needle back in the direction that they want it to.
So, like, any arguments that you hear about them changing, I think, not only are ignorant about, you know, the nation of Saudi Arabia, but also just ignorant of Islam. Well, ignorant of many of the present interpretations of Islam, I will say. And like, the reason why I know this shit, guys, is because I took university coursework on Islam, Sufism. Like, I understand it pretty well for a non-Muslim.
Just yet, they're still not finding any inroads, right? So this is protection, but it's not being able to move the needle back in the direction.
I've also been in you know, predominantly Muslim countries.
They're still not finding any inroads, right? So this is protection, but it's not being able to move the needle back in the direction that they want it to. And Umpty is still pushing forward. He finds that ulti as Court JJ gets into the backline.
I took a college course, trust me, bro. Come on, man. It's a lot better than most people.
Protection, but it's not.
And I've you know, I've done a lot of stuff outside of it, reading, everything like that. And I am accurate about the things I just said.
Right? So this is protection, but it's not being able to move the needle back in the direction that they want it to. And Umpty is still pushing forward. He finds that ulti. Any inroads, right? So this is protection, but it's not being able to move the needle back in the direction that they want it to. And Umpty is still pushing forward. He finds that ulti. Inroads, right? So this is protection, but it's not being able to move the needle back in the direction that they want it to. And Umpty is still pushing forward. He finds that ulti as Court JJ gets in.
Nice engage, actually.
So this is
very nice. Team Liquid's engaging has been really good. Umpty's ults haven't been the best, but core on this Rakan has been really on point. And Guma, man, what the fuck? This guy has flash every time. Like, what his positioning on Ezreal is so wacky. Like, he's just throwing out. He literally dies because he walks forward to throw out a Q, and then he just refuses to flash till the end. It's crazy. He gets out of that, but he gets Carrier killed probably for this. Carrier has flash and run. He gets out. But the thing is that they win because now they can take Hextexel.
So keeping everyone alive, and that is the main thing, is T1. They're looking to get control of the Baron area.
Yeah, they call the bluff. They're like, oh, you guys think you can trade for Baron? I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to allow it. and they're going to rush over here. Keria, you know,
T1's trying to prevent them from actually just go ahead and taking the objective. They know that a lot of their ults are down, but the Ziggs ult is still up, and that's going to hurt a fuck ton.
But can they turn? Yeah, full information now goes over to TL and T1 are getting low mega.
Jesus Christ, that does so much damage.
And that's with no setup as well as the
Nice job cutting them off, too.
looks for Yanni, finds the flash.
Nice job by Faker.
In the end, but Impact will be able to take down his
They actually prevent them from getting soul here. That's pretty important, but in the end, they're going to get it anyway.
physically an 80 carry himself, and he'll be able to take down the Ezreal. 3 members of T1 left standing. Zeus, the last big damage threat, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. He's just going to be backing in this rush. APA is going to face check. Oh, the satchel charge.
Oh, he doesn't quite. That's actually pretty important, though.
Yeah, there's those 2 thumbs up that
He has TP, so he can actually just TP back to the objective. If Zeus gets that kill, though, they may actually be able to stall out. I actually like the Baron call from T1 here because I don't think they had a chance to win otherwise.
He's bought enough time for some of these respawns to potentially
Ziggs can TP back in. There he goes.
No teleport. APA gonna head straight back into the fray. Now has his Crypt Bloom online. He is just so huge again. And this is not just a Baron. This is a Baron to Hextech soul play here for Team Liquid. T1 had to do their trademark Hail Mary Baron, but against that Mega Inferno bomb, they were all stacked up, and just look at it fly. They try to split like the red team they are in this game, but they're not going to be able to get out of the region. Meanwhile, over here,
yeah, a little bit more of a fight as the Nature's Grasp comes on down, but look at the AoE damage coming out of this Ziggs with 4 items. Extend the beam!
Wow.
not going to be able to get out of the region. Meanwhile, over here,
yeah, a little bit more of a fight as the Nature's Grasp comes on down, but
God damn, AP is doing so much damage.
Ziggs with 4 items. Extend the beam to finish off Owner, and even our observers were surprised by the damage that
The STD Gunner replay. That's funny, missing matter. Well played.
This time around, and the Dragon's going to go down. That's Hextech Soul, triple stack Hextech Dragons. Yon's going to have a lot of extra electricity as we're going to check this one out one more time for reals this time.
yeah, triple bomb here. Owner avoids it, but it means he's isolated here. Umpty says, okay, we've got our first target. Force him to flash. Look at the follow-up here from Core Data. Now, this is great from Zeus. Perfectly placed shot blast after Faker's ult comes out, so at least they take out this Zeri, so no real further damage can be done. Otherwise, Zeri maybe just runs away with this fight and they get even more. But still, it's a small prize here for T1 as end up knocking Impact out of this fight. Or Impact, sorry, knocking Zeus and Keria out of this fight. As Zeus buying so much time here, but it's still not enough to stop the Baron. It's still not enough to stop the Hextech Soul. And now the base is open. Looks like game one upset complete. Team Liquid completely unlocked here at EWC.
And it's their drafting, it's the gameplay, it's just TL are just looking extraordinarily good. Here at EWC, they're going to be breaking down this top lane inhibitor turret right now. Counter-Strike comes through and they just have all of the answers. These Ziggs compositions, just an absolute, like it's a symphony to watch them play these ones out. It's a well-oiled machine that we're witnessing as they make the push towards these inhibitors now. There's another Glacial Prison, this one going to connect as Mega Inferno Bomb onto 3 once again. The quickness locks them down, and APA takes them out. It's a double kill, as immediately it's the tanks, it's the front. I mean, they
Surely we will ban Ziggs now, right?
make their way in.
After this game.
I think they might just win it here.
I think they will. They've got this cannon minion here. Baron empowered. Still 25 seconds left here. Looking to
Is TL the best Ziggs team in the world? There's some good LPL teams with Ziggs too, but they tend to use it out of the bot lane.
So still alive, if the Nexus still standing, there is still hope, but I just don't see an angle right now, Atlas. This lead is so
Doesn't aggressive mid player just shit on Ziggs all game? The thing is that T1 opted into the control mage experience, and Ziggs does do well versus a lot of these in these mage matchups. So, you know, it was T1 who decided to ban Corki and Tristana on red side and then like take his ear. So they were clearly ready for this to happen, but I don't think they really understood what they were getting into.
1 and 3.
TL is very good at using Ziggs though.
And a casual little critical strike cloak.
It's because of Faker's champion pool that this is happening, guys. It's just like that's what happened in the KT match too. It was like, oh, we're just gonna BDD and Faker kind of just like hand shook on Azir and Talia.
When you see a jump out of replay like that, there's a reason, but
because of the players that they are. But I don't think you want to handshake into APA Ziggs.
Yeah, that's going to be Owner lockdown. Does avoid the Mega Inferno Bomb nicely with a twisted advance. I like that. As the Nature's Graph doesn't do a whole lot, but Umpty has his
It's really like, I mean, Faker's playing well, but this situation shouldn't be tenable, I don't think.
Unless he does decide to go remaining in hit.
Got the Nexus. If he gets a chance, he will just TP in and end it. It's all the they have.
I'm having a look at this Death's Dance.
I guess we're just going to play really cautiously around the siege that they have. It's not really a problem. Like, TL is handily winning this game.
Back to the fountain. This last inhibitor still standing, but I feel like the clock is ticking on that one. Elder up in a minute, 25 seconds on the Baron. I think TL, they're going to make sure that these waves are pushing in, take these neutrals, and carry Exodia towards the enemy next.
The Hextech Gate allows T1
God,
to
that
get in there. Umpty's over
Zeri laser is doing so much damage, too.
But he'll take it.
But I mean, there's just no way for your APA can just end the game. So
How does DL and G2 stack up? I haven't seen the other G2 games yet. I'll be watching this later, so I can't really answer that right now. I wish we had a lower bracket, though, to see that matchup. That'd be fun.
While continuing to push these waves into the mid lane, stacking up super minions there. So there is just
Rush control, but Umpty just walks on in. Does not mind about this one whatsoever. They're all inside the pit. It is an absolute Thunderdome, but the Elder is taken by T1. Is this an opportunity? Impact.
Oh my god, I can't believe they flipped the Elder.
And they have elected for the Elder.
I mean, it's the only thing T1 can do.
They have positional advantage. Banana Brush control, but Umpty just walks on in. Does not mind about this one whatsoever. They're all.
I mean, they try and just shove Umpty out, and it's just a straight smite. They can't win even with Elder, though. Wow, well played by Team. A really good game by Team Liquid, honestly. I mean, I agree with T1's decision to flip right there. Also, guys, this is hilarious. So, if you don't know, the client is... So, this is just bad production. So, what happens, guys, is typically... in a professional game of League of Legends, the game is about, I don't know, 10 seconds behind live, the game that you're seeing, right? And the reason is because they don't want crowd noise to alert the players to like objective takes. But typically what happens is in a replay sometime in the late game, they will accelerate it to live. So like you go into a replay 10 seconds behind, but then the live game, they catch it up to live so that you don't have this happening, which is like the players getting up. You can't show a reaction shot to the win because the game finishes before you finish watching it. So if you have the eagle eye, you'll notice that the way Riot does that, the way they cover it up is to delay it for most of the game. And then when a replay starts, you'll suddenly be like, wow, the game like skipped forward 10 seconds. You know, the replay takes 10 seconds, but the game clock is 20 seconds ahead by the time they get out of replay. So it doesn't happen like this. So you don't have this problem, which is like, and if you do have this, why are you showing it? If you know that this is the case, you shouldn't be showing the players after the game has already ended.
Pulling the strings, the puppeteers of game one, start to finish, a beautiful game.
Super weird.
What an upset we saw.
Precisely. Can't wait to hear what the studio has to say about it. We're going to go to a short break and we'll hear from them right after.
Moderately funny, but Yun was posting his personal Discord before their series against Fnatic had actually finished. How is he able to post in Discord? Why is Discord installed on the tournament computers, guys? That's actually a breach of competitive integrity because people could be Discord, like sending him information via Discord. Or why does he have his phone on him? That's so wild. What a dumpster fire.
Immense team at all. T1.
And the poke that we were seeing coming out from T1's composition with the Azir and the Jace and the Ezreal.
Who's this guy?
It doesn't really matter when Ziggs is this far ahead, when he has that much gold. He can single-handedly outpoke the entire T1 team.
Yeah, again, we saw that Jace and we saw the Ezreal. The casters called it out. Nice poke, but it's very difficult when there is decent amount of engage here. Now at 19 minutes, we had some skirmishing in the mid lane.
Find any
floundering. They know they're behind. They're trying desperately to make plays. Guma in this game mostly invisible, and in that moment he's like, all right, I've got a moment. I have to punish the Zeri, but it
well himself, and so hoping that we don't have an
Oh,
opt-in.
Jushi or whatever. Mental health. Oh, it's mental health, guys. I'm sure his mental health is amazing now that he's in Saudi.
Rumble is also up, and I think
His mental has never been healthier.
struggling with, so maybe you ban something else, or you just get rid of that fiery guy on the top side, because the fire yordle is a crazy one. So T1 will get exactly.
All right. So we're gonna take the Jack. So T1 loses, decides to pick blue side. All right, and we're gonna ban Ivern. Feels like maybe not the most Team Liquid pick of all time, so a bit confusing. We're taking away the Maokai, so we want the Sejuani. They're taking away Ashe now on the red side.
Well, as I expected, the Sejuani pick is going to come through here first.
Yeah, so now we're just prioritizing Sejuani, which makes sense because of the matchup
This does leave open a lot of
and the
options
junglers.
here for Team Liquid. Rather than just opting into the Ziggs versus potentially the Tristana, they are going to go for the Corki pick. A little bit more standard here. This will mean that.
What do you mean getting plastic surgery in Korea? What are you talking about? I don't understand the reference.
Most of the time, I think a majority of us are leaning towards Tristana being the stronger pick in this matchup. What jungle will be the answer is the question. They could pick up.
Is this played on the live patch? I think it's 1412. Does anybody actually know? I actually don't know what patch this is. I probably should check that. I just assumed it was 1412. It's 1413 actually. Oh, crazy. I did not know that. So Karthus brand nerfs. Skarner nerfs. That's probably why we're not seeing as much Skarner. So are these real sponsors? How much do you think they paid to be on the stream? Probably not a lot. I think these are for show sponsors. I think they probably gave them I mean, they probably paid something, but not a lot, I would guess. It's probably just to look good, if I had to guess. I don't think... So some of them are definitely, like, fake. Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib Medical Group? What the fuck is that? Aramco is the Saudi oil company, the state-owned oil company. Qiddiya is their weird esports gaming city project. LG, Pepsi, Kit Kat probably paid a little bit. They probably paid something, but I would say they gave them a very good deal, most likely, just to look good. They also have the like Saudi coffee company.
Exactly. And I don't usually feel good about it.
Yeah, that's the Ezreal double Trinity Force. So this is like Power Spike City. I love it. Tristana obviously going to be locked away here by T1, but what else are they going to augment their composition with, Wolf? That's my question.
That's a real good question. Might just be the Zeri to come through here for Guma. We play that game again. Could also take the Leona away, but I think the Zeri is just too strong here, and that is what they're going to grab. See if the Leona comes through, or is it just...
Yeah, they probably have local branches of LG, Pepsi, Sony. I agree, so it's probably small marketing budgets.
Leona is the best option here. It's kind of a no-brainer.
We hate watching or what? Of course.
This duo is, we saw T1 play it previously.
See, here's the thing, guys. This is how you counteract the sports washing. You just talk about the truth while it's going on. So it doesn't work.
bit more interesting because the focus is now going towards a little bit more the top side of things for T1. See what the bans are going to be. Banning away the Gnar could indicate that we're going to trade for a Cassante ban again.
All right, so poke composition coming in from Team Liquid. We've foregone the Trist Corki ban, so now we're just opting into that matchup. It's not like Faker's been an extraordinary Tristana player, though. Gumayushi, remember, this is a flex now for them because they showed the Zeri top versus BLG. So it may dissuade some of the potential top lane pickups. They're taking away the Gnar and the Twisted Fate, so I guess they want Cassante here? They want Aatrox here. So probably just going to flex. Oh, no, it's Cassante. Okay, so Zeri's probably top now.
This one felt pretty obvious to me. We've seen Zeus play a lot of other range.
Any chance we'll be looking at Dota VODs? I have no idea how Dota is played. I know nothing about Dota, so no. What's your price to cast the Saudi tournament? 100K a week.
And they're going to do it. As, yeah, the Zeri top lane is just happening once again. So there is the Braum Caitlyn to come out from T1. We've already seen this from G2. Ansama looked decent on it, even though they lost that game number 1. It is an oppressive lane. And Caitlyn,
all right, so they actually went with the Caitlyn and Braum lane. So they're negating the Leona engage. Gumayushi is an all-time great Caitlyn player. Fun to see this come out. Very long-range siege composition from T1. Triple AD with a strong front line from Sejuani and Braum. Very good at kiting. Very good at zone control with Caitlyn traps as well. This is the nerfed version of Brand.
When I think about an AP jungler R5 for Umpty, but it is going to be the Brand they lock in. Karthus, I think, is a little bit risky in this draft because there's so much explosive damage, so much.
Yeah, Karthus would be hard because of the kiting abilities of T1. Brand doesn't seem great, though. It's good with the poke, though, from Corki and Ezreal. But the thing is like, the wave clear is actually kind of bad from TL. And the lane pressure is going to be huge. Because the thing is, like, now we have to ask questions such as, like, do they lane swap? Do they lane swap? Because if you do standard lanes here, like, you're just, I mean, basically T1's going to push every single lane and be able to snowball. And this is the TL, or T1 rather, this is the T1 comfort zone.
If not played correctly, yes, you have a ton of damage output as the Brand, but if Zeus can whittle that health bar down before those fights happen, it's going to be really tough for Impact to play this one out. So I think this one's a big test for Impact. He played incredibly well in the first game, crushed the mid game, had great macro, obviously stroke. Yeah. Well, the first and the work. Gonna that hydraulic for more recently, Wolf. And we always knew open. They banned more the second time. TL take this one. They are going straight towards the final here at EWC. And otherwise, they're heading towards game number 3 once again. The first time the TL has lost here in this tournament if they do lose here. Otherwise, they could make a clean sweep all the way through. As already, CoreJJ in a bit of trouble, but Impact already ready and waiting. Carrier having to flash to get himself out of the way as Umpty moves on over. Let's see whether they can get any added damage down as the rocket jump. Going to get Faker out of dodge. And TL, yeah, they took a bit of damage, but they definitely...
Big draft win for TL if they get to mid-game. I mean, their poke is really good, but it's like surviving the laning phase is going to be tough. Like, super tough. And then the jungle invades later. And it's also just what T1 is good at, is like pushing snowball advantages through winning lanes. So I feel kind of pessimistic about this.
They had an answer from the get-go, and this is one of the big question marks I had going into the second game was, will they just straight up lane it into the Caitlyn and struggle?
Yeah, they are going to swap off here.
Matchup? Of course not, because that would be terrible, and they've already showcased they know how to lane swap, and that's what we're going to be seeing here at level 1.
Yeah, once again, dodging the bot lane matchup, and you can understand exactly why Impact trying to get into range of these minions. Zeus and Ona just going to be pairing up.
It's a pretty bad lane to be in for Impact, though. He took a lot of damage just from Carrier walking at him right there.
Just yet, as Ona and Zeus just getting through these camps. Yep, now, they'll start rotating around pretty soon. Umpty on full vision here for T1 at the same time.
Helping the clear, as Brand has an insanely fast clear, and unfortunately...
Okay, it's going to be different this time. They're actually going to 4-man dive bot off of the 2-wave crash.
Impact, you know, he's not going to like like the lane into Zeri. He's obviously going to have a worse time in the lane swap, as all top laners do, into the Caitlyn. Level 2 is hit here. Zeus is coming over.
JK is a third wave crash. Third wave crash, but now they're going to 4-man dive it so they don't have the same issues that T1 had last game. Impact realizes he's going to back off this time. He's also not playing Jax. So this is where a lot of the acceleration can begin, though, especially with some early turret plates. Zeus at least is getting a small amount of experience here. Impact's still a little bit ahead, though. He was actually able to get some solo XP off of some of those minions on the wave.
Impact taking a bit of damage here from Owner right now. Permafrost comes down. Impact down to about 300 health. But this is why it's so tough.
So LS was saying if you are lane swapping, why don't you buy Cull on ADC? Yun did that last game. Yun did that last game, actually. He recalled bot Cull first buy.
And these plates going down so much more money into the coffers of T1. You can see that's reflected in the gold.
You can see Impact also, you know, he has teleport, doesn't need to use it, but
3 plates, though, is pretty huge, especially onto the Caitlyn. Because the thing is, the Caitlyn, the Ezreal's going to buy tier, so the Caitlyn is actually just going to be a giant fucking lane bully. Zeus is level 3 now, because Zeus actually did... So it's worth noting that Zeus takes TP this time, even though in this same matchup he took Barrier versus BLG. He did get lane swapped on in the game in the quarters against BLG as well, and I think he realized it's very difficult to play without the TP. So he actually takes the TP this time, which allows him to catch the stacked wave in the top side.
But now it's T1 Impact here, who's going to have to vacate. I don't know whether he's going to be able to hit level 2 before he just straight up dies. Level 2 is...
I'm just looking at the top lane right now. Staggered recall from Core and Yun.
That is entirely going to go, but the plate money really pushes this in favor of T1, and this was the change that happened. Is Impact taking a bit of damage here from Owner right now? Permafrost comes down. Impact down to about 300 health. But this is why it's so tough to lane swap, right? Zeus going to teleport up towards his top side after everyone's left. He'll be able to...
Maybe they didn't expect the Zeri to have TP this game. Like, they probably thought Zeri didn't have TP.
And these plates going down so much more money into the coffin.
Obviously, they would have seen that when they loaded into game, but it's a different strategy than T1 was using with the top Zeri against BLG. The Zeri's more vulnerable. But obviously much better in this lane swap situation to have the TP because he gets a huge advantage from it. Impact isn't going to use his TP though, so he's going to catch this whole wave without having used it.
They get no plates. They get an XP lead top side, as well as some of Umti's jungle there. So big wins really everywhere here for T1. Looked like TL read the play well. The lane swap setup was good, but maybe underestimating some of the power of plate gold. Which
What's Brand doing? Oh, Brand is just double crabbing. Okay.
This bottom lane matchup being the big thing, right? Like that's the only real advantage that they managed to find is Impact.
So instead of getting crab, Sejuani was trying to pressure Impact out of the jungle earlier. Okay, Zeus does have to flash out of that.
Again going aggressive. The explosive charge going to even out the trade nicely as there's a flash to get away from the rocket jump. Faker taking a lot of damage in return, but he has his flash available.
I just realized Impact is Aftershock. I feel like that might be for the bot lane swap dive. Yeah, it's actually a good observation instead of having Grasp. Probably the problem was he actually took maybe a third of his HP bar from damage from Braum and Caitlyn really early on, so he didn't have the HP to really survive any kind of dive. I think even with the Aftershock, he took too much damage. You aren't proccing Grasp on Zeri. This is also true. This is very true.
Down here, in goes JJ. The door is placed in front though. And Carrier is going to say, nope, no presence for you. As JJ actually going to tank the Winter's Bite momentarily. Gumayushi taking a lot of damage though from Yun. And do need to be careful. Now Faker going to be teleporting back to lane. Him and APA, both of them utilizing that Summoner spell in order to get back here. And Faker with about a wave of a lead right now. Things looking pretty good as once again, okay. Zeus going to get pushed.
Oh, look at that. He procced Aftershock.
Finding the cues this time around. Zeus not necessarily navigating it quite as well as he was. I thought it was an expert performance earlier on up against BLG. This time around, Impact is finding a few of these angles, but just not quite as much of the farm as Owner is going to get the Valkyrie out from APA. Is still going to get pushed away. Yeah, Faker going so aggressive. There's the buster shot. There's the full stack. And there is APA just getting sent back home.
Yeah, I mean, even though he's not in kill range here, that was the level 6 advantage I was discussing moments ago. Can just force in the back. He already has a significant CS lead, and that's going to be furthered. Maybe even play goal coming over now. Umpty is down here on the bottom side. This trap is going to be a bit of an issue here, but they do circumnavigate it.
Yeah.
And T1, I think, have a pretty good read about this.
You can see Umpty. Actually, the Yordle snap trap is going to break as CoreJJ in that brush, wanting to find an angle here as he clears out the ward. Kamiushi not going to bite, though. And I think Umpty is going to complete this one.
T1 shouldn't be trying to be too aggressive while Sejuani takes Grub's top.
He wanted to make this happen, but T1 just so smart here.
This is feeling a little bit more like what we were expecting out of this matchup. Zeus just relentlessly throwing burst fires towards the Cassante. And Umpty comes on over, is able to clear out this Crowd camp pretty quickly, but doesn't see that Ona's moving on in. His top lane in.
Oh, he's dead.
Trouble. There's first blood going over to Zeus.
Oh no, Umpty hit.
Going to be tanked here by Ona. Umpty wants to get
Oh, Umpty's not 6 yet. Oh! They just go all in onto Umpty, but Umpty doesn't have any cooldowns left. Ah! Oh, gets the kill from the caster minion.
I mean, I'm almost ready to at this point as Faker.
It's actually huge, though, to get 2 kills on this area early.
Down to half health, as is correct for Corki versus Tristana, as we have seen.
Yeah, and Faker not quite able to put that pressure back on just yet. They know that owner was dead, so CoreJJ is also coming over here looking for a potential.
Owner heals on Gromp. Yeah, he does. He got a little bit of burst of healing there. Yeah, he got a little bit of burst of healing there from smiting. It's well played. You are correct, Crims.
Yeah, Faker and APA just always fighting here in the mid lane.
Is that double kill if Bram was 6? It's at least 1 kill.
Corki versus Tristana, as we have seen.
Yeah, and Faker not quite able to put that pressure back on just yet. They know that owner was dead, so CoreJJ is also coming over here looking for a potential opportunity to collapse in. He does have flash. The wave is going to crash here, but the timing... Ooh, I was going to say the timing pretty good for Faker to get out of here, but he doesn't have TP, so he's going to stick around. He may be in trouble now.
Yep, CoreJJ makes
Collapse in.
This is the turret. Is going to be tanked here by Ona. Umpty wants to get a little.
I don't think Umpty hits 6 if he smites there. He doesn't hit 6, but he at least would have gotten some healing.
Just always fighting here in the middle.
Pressure back on just yet. They know timing pretty good for Faker to get out of here, but he doesn't have TP, so he's going to stick around. He may be in trouble now.
Yep, CoreJJ making his way over. There's the
Oh, he buffered the Q.
Is here as well. CoreJJ could be in trouble. No flash.
Oh, Core.
And he has a blast cone. We'll see whether that's going to be enough, but nope. That is going to be concussive blows coming through. Carrier even has the door to make sure they don't take damage from that true shot barrage.
Bad play by Core.
Possibly also collateral damage from this one. The extended beam comes in. The all out is going to pull Ona over. And maybe Impact now has an avenue for escape, and he does. He'll be able to utilize the blast cone, get back towards that top side, but wasting so much time here.
Yeah, he doesn't have
the map.
TP.
Smite doesn't heal him, but he gets healing from killing the jungle camp, so that's where he gets the healing from.
At least, and great rotation from Carrier.
It doesn't heal when you smite. It heals when if you kill the camp.
But Yon's making his way over, and remember, there's Brand towards the bottom side of this one as well. Carrier gonna get spotted as Umpty looking for it, wants to be able to find the damage, doesn't get the stun as we can see there as the series going to miss. And Carrier does get the passive proc on him, takes a fair bit of damage, but otherwise we'll be able to make it out. Now Zeus just getting to work on this top lane outer turret. 2 plates for the Zeri, who already has 2 kills under her belt. Oh man, that little slingshot I think is going to become a cooler item very, very quickly.
We're about to get a little bit more electric here in the inventory. Now Umpty will be able to get this first dragon here bottom side uncontested because of the really proactive play bottom side there by TL. I will say, you know, compared to the LCK, I think T1 and Gen.G are definitely our most proactive early game teams that will make these rotations happen. We'll look for aggressive plays more often than the rest of the LCK.
The thing is that the pressure that's going to come in from the siege from Caitlyn, and especially when Zeri gets static shiv, She's going to be able to clear out waves so quickly and split push really effectively. And now she actually has TP in this game, so she can join team fights. And you have to deal with Tristana fast pushing in the mid lane as well. So it's going to be really rough for Team Liquid to deal with an accelerated Zeri. This is about lane pressure. Nice block from Core.
It's a large minion wave though. Gumiushi doesn't have a whole lot of health. They spot Bristle and Sejuani as they move into the river. TL gonna be safe and get themselves back out. Or are they? Yes, they are. Now, Keria looking for maybe something here as Faker is relentless of his pressure on APA. Does have a, fair bit of item damage now early with those components, and has half of his call completed, so he is really going to pull ahead very soon here.
Scalar G, what is the age command? Are you trying to figure out how old I am? I'm old.
As far as that gank from T1 was concerned, wasn't a great time and isn't a great time now. As Leandri's now completed for Unti, he's going to be doing a lot of damage. Does need to watch out for the door. The Unbreakable can make things real tough. As we check out the crowd here.
The half-empty crowd. I'm 37.
We got people here from everywhere. As this is looking like Grubs 2 T1.
I turned 38 in October.
Nearby. I think TL needs to get at least one of these, but nope, that is going to be
Body count command.
They'll accept the 5-for-1 trade as far as those Grubs are concerned. Is now Yun fighting against Gumiushi here towards the bottom side.
Why did Riot do absolutely zero advertising for this event? Well, Riot doesn't want people to know it's happening, because the thing about Riot is that, they want to give more stuff to the Saudis, but they need to do it. They need to do it in a way where people won't get angry. So what they do is this year, they just give it to them and no promotion. It's not an official Riot event. And then next year, they give them MSI, and then they promote it.
Situation, especially with Keria just off to the side.
But this year they say, oh, we don't have anything to do with this. Guys, we're not supporting this event. Hey, Riot, did you receive a licensing fee? Did you see it receive a licensing fee for this event? Oh, but we don't talk about that. Hey, Riot, you're not supporting this event. Why do they have LCS API if you're not supporting it? How are they playing it on Tournament Realm? How are they playing this on Tournament Realm? Do you really have nobody on your network side on call for an event that's happening in case something happens with the Tournament Realm? Yeah, you're definitely not supporting it.
Yun needs to be so careful. Owner here towards the top side as well. Everyone on TL is in so much trouble. That was a decent dodge there as Yun not going to walk in to the Glacial Fissure. True Shot Barrage looking to be traded as APA moves towards the bottom side. Yun is so low, and APA, that was a decent with Keria just off to the side. Yun needs to be so careful. Owner here towards the top side as well. Everyone on TL is...
All right, so they're going in on Yun here. Yun still has both summoners up. He actually cleanses right now, cleanses out of Ignite. But, oh man, he barely lives. And they're trying to make this call, but they're doing it while Faker has TP up. Oh, nice flash by Faker, actually. It's actually really nicely played by Faker.
That was a decent dodge there as Yun not going to walk in to the Glacial Fissure. True Shot Barrage looking to be traded as APA moves.
Meanwhile, they kill Impact on the top side at the same time. So because there's a dive happening top side, actually T1's making plays on both sides of the map simultaneously. APA comes in, but Yun already can't contribute to this fight. Watch Faker here, though. Faker jumps in between. Yun walks up, and Faker just flash ults him. That's so funny. Faker literally just punishes him so hard.
I don't think even the Eclipse can save him from this one, though, as Gumiushi almost dies to minions, but he's able to move himself out of the way, and Core JJ will, in fact, be all right.
Riot lost money to pause the summer split. They didn't pause the summer split. So in previous years, Riot is off company-wide for the first week of July, for the July 4th holiday. They do it every year. So in previous years, now they didn't do this in Korea or China previously, but LCS and LEC last year were just off for this time period anyway. So they were going to be off regardless. They didn't lose any money. They basically got to take their vacation, deny that they had anything to do with the Saudis, even though they are obviously taking Saudi money, and they are obviously providing resources to them on the back end in terms of overlay and in terms of tournament realm, because otherwise they'd be playing this on the live servers, right? And then at the same time, this is just they don't care about viewership. This is all just a test to see if the production goes well so that they can offload more and more of their esports to ESL and the Saudi government. This is just the test balloon, guys. It doesn't matter whether this tournament gets any viewers or not. The only thing that matters is that Riot is happy with the presentation.
Absolutely, and I feel like T1 have taken game number 1 personally here as Yun gonna get pushed away. Zayas comes in, Yun's like, I thought their AD carry was a Caitlyn. He's not. Oh, well, he is. But it's also a Zeri coming from the top side of the map, and CodJJ once again finds himself underneath the turret with kind of nowhere to go. Winter's Bite is going to miss. More kills, more waiting for the minions, and I think this Leona is just going to go down. Solar Flare is a lot of extra value, and Zayas, he will die. 600 gold goes over.
It ended up with great viewer numbers too. I mean, from an Asian perspective, yeah, like the Koreans definitely watched it.
Going to Leona, still relatively valuable gold. Of course, they get something back for it, but that's another turret, another plate. And T1 in full control right now. You can see Impact is pushing topside, is Shadow, but Yun's in trouble.
Yun is just going to get prisoned and destroyed. Able to give a good old thumbs up before that one is now TL looking to right now. You get Leona. Still relatively
Chinese people watch. I haven't seen the Chinese viewership numbers, but the biggest stream numbers have been Korean, like Africa streams.
And T1 in full control right now. You can see Impact is pushing topside, is Shadow, but Yun's in trouble.
Yun is just going to get prisoned and destroyed.
This is what I'm talking about, though. The snowballing through the lane pressure is so crazy. I mean, this is happening prior to plates dropping. They're now just diving a tier 2 turret. The wave clear just isn't there at this point in the game for Team Liquid. I don't think they want to TP into this. I don't think they want to TP into this. Not to a Braum.
Shot into the back of this Cassante. APA moving over though. Let's see whether this Corgi is going to be enough to be the difference maker. And the answer is probably not yet. T1 just walk it off.
And T1, they know too. I mean, this is a bit of a, you know, it's a tough call to make for Impact because if he stays topside, he gets an additional plate. He's able to maybe get some gold out of it, but he commits his TP.
Thing is that Zayas actually is just free farming this wave all the way up to tier 2 in the top side now. They dump the wave into tier 2.
Looks like they'll be able to secure their second. So at least, you know, extremely valuable soul. They've got a 2-dragon lead on.
Thing is, now that plates are down, mid's dead. Should be a pretty easy herald here.
Another turret down. I mean, T1 just feels like they could do no wrong with this lead.
Certainly feeling like
Just the pressure is so crazy now from T1, and they have a 7,000 gold lead. It's pretty ridiculous.
Angry T1 are certainly out here in game number 2, and this is immaculate gameplay. This is what we were expecting from the world champions. You know, in game 1, I mean, what we're expecting in a grand scale, but they did just lose to KT, so there needs to be some caveats. But after taking down BLG, it's definitely good.
No, true. I mean, in game 1, it was TL game to play their game, their play style, their game plan. T1 had to react. This time it's T1 playing their game plan, their play style. The Zeri top flex, Guma's Caitlyn, excellent handling of the lane swaps, good map movements all around. You can see the gold lead reflected here.
That's a lot of AD carries with a lot of money, Wolf.
Yeah, it's 3 of them at the top of the charts. Faker actually behind Zayas in gold, despite being a 3-kill Tristana. Was able to take up so much there in the mid turret as well. But it just really shows how well T1 knows how to play this comp. But this is the style of comp they practiced going into this tournament, the style of comp they showed us in their very first game against BLG. And it is a much different story, a far cry from game 1.
Certainly is. Humpty now moving in, wants to try and stay out of vision as he moves into the top side here. To try and catch them unawares with this large amount of damage that he does have available. Ono looking for impact, and we'll be able to find the Winter's Wrath. Young moving up as well.
Their objective control should be super easy for T1. They can actually do Baron extremely fast as well. Oh, Zayas. Zayas no flash, so they try and actually just flash on him right there. But he's able to escape over the wall, but then It's actually just a great flank from MT as well. They just are able to focus him down. It's really nicely played by TL. But they still have to deal with potential mid pressure here. I mean, T1 could just rotate off into bot and mid and bot now. There's actually no pressure under there. Just, oh, Faker! He thought they had recalled. Because he saw UMT recalling. So he didn't know that Impact and UMT were still there. It's rather a silly play to make, though. Because right now, Faker should just be catching the bot wave. Because they have... Look at the play that's being done. Faker actually fucks this up pretty badly. He gets really greedy. He wants to push this wave in on the top side because this is very low and he wants tier 2 gold. But they're already dropping Herald into the mid lane. And these guys could have rotated bot to put pressure on bot side. So this is just silly. Faker can absolutely just catch wave here. This is a silly play.
Immediately, maybe just didn't quite know where everyone was because there's a Rift Herald destroying the inner turret in mid lane, and TL seem unconcerned about that particular eventuation. It's going to be Umpty going down though, and T1 are winning on this side.
This is dumb.
Well. JJ takes down Owner, but T1 are still on the offensive. TL get towards the inner turret. Not going to be any more deaths for now, but I think that inner turret is going to be worth.
That's a very T1 moment there where Faker goes in.
Like, you could have gotten the tier 2 in mid lane regardless, and you may have been able to get this one down in bot as well. And you still would have caught wave topside. Silly play. Faker didn't need to give up flash for that. I get actually they get both. That's pretty crazy. But they lose Guba and Zayas for it. Probably not worth. Oh wow, they actually trade 1 for 1.
Down 9,000 gold. Yeah, there's just no critical kills onto the carries here. You know, there's no extra gold going over to APA. The shutdown there from Zayas there, or rather the kill traded from him was actually well played. And then you look at Corki sitting on a Triforce and a stacked tier. That's not really where you want to be in this mid game when you're looking at.
The thing is, you can't leave Faker alone with this turret for any amount of time. It's just free.
Also very much close to 3 items.
Yeah, Faker realizes they're not actually coming to defend, and he needs like 1 wave to take this out. Tristan is so fucking busted right now. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. That's not okay, guys. 700 local gold on a tier 2 side lane.
In every domestic league, this Tristana can be such a problem, and she certainly is. Zayas knows he is doomed here. Yeah, decides to go for the kill. As soon as Yon's over the wall, he's like, well, I'm dead. Let's see whether I can kill someone as I go down. And Umpty actually...
This is some happy gaming by T1. This is a little bit silly, but they have 10,000 gold leads, so it doesn't really matter.
I mean, it's just going to get aced in the hole here by Guma and pushed back. And this is the problem here for TL is if the shutdowns were on the right champions, if the kills went over, maybe you could see a world. Impact might be able to find an opportunity here as the Glacial Fissure comes down. Doesn't really do too much there as it's eaten by Impact. And now Core JJ taking a lot of damage. Faker could be in trouble though. The big one, oh, just barely is going to miss as Carrier. He'll have the door back and he'll be able to protect the go to the mid lane. In the meantime, Owner's looking to 1v1 Yon, who does...
Yes, Triss does too much too well. She wins lane auto in mid, provides pressure, insane split push threat, insane team fighting. Very good at cleaning up team fights. Probably one of the highest single target damage champions in the game. So if you ever get into a skirmish, she just fucking destroys whoever she's 1v1 with. This is a cute play by Team Liquid. Yeah, it was a good try. Team Liquid's 10k down. It's the only way they can win. This is a good attempt. Yeah, can't get CC very easily. True, just buffers out of any crowd control.
He kind of learned from what happened last time around, though. Doesn't want to dive in on top of 3 people. And
pathetic.
They do exactly what they want, right? They get them off the Baron, stop that from being traded potentially, and force TL.
Would you consider Trist a hyper-scaling ADC? Of course.
Anything from this play, we're approaching 10,000 gold. the lead for T1, and they're going to start stacking. It could be a 4-stack.
Of course, Triss is a hyperscaling ADC.
I don't know if we're setting up for a game that long with a 10,000 gold lead, but you know what? It certainly could. That's an extra backup plan, you know, potentially.
Maybe they'll kill the Nexus first, but after they kill the Nexus, they'll go back and they'll.
She gets more range as she gets more levels. That's the other thing, guys, is that when you have her in a solo lane, her range also gets crazy faster because she gets more levels.
We've all been in that situation, you know. You feel like you've got such a great run going that even though the game's kind of over, you want to play with those cool items that you've built.
I want to play. T1 want to play endless on this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this Baron. Definitely, there's enough damage here for T1 to take this one out. Keria is just kind of holding the door metaphorically here in this choke point. They have also this Caitlyn trap. Really tough for TL to close the gap. They're not going to actually complete the Baron, but we'll just put Guma in mid and continue to push. Yun's used his E, and now we're set up for a potential vision clear and start it up again. Look at the Caitlyn traps now.
You can take this Baron so fast.
Lining the choke as teleport actually going to be invested here from Zaya. So T1, they want to lock down this Baron now. Looks like TL should be.
Kate traps are so stupid.
It could be an opportunity. Flash available for Umpty to get into the
Wait. How did Core get through that? What the fuck?
Looks like TL should be able to get themselves in here.
Does he Hex Flash?
It could be an opportunity.
What? What is that? What is that? What? What? What the fuck? That Leona's one skinny bitch. That's bullshit, guys. What?
Whether the general can be the hero, he flashes through, but he's unable to lock it down, and now T1 are going to get their team fight already. The brand is being taken out. Core JJ so low, but there's the all-out from Impact, and Yon over to the side. Zeus, the last man standing really here. As far as the damage is concerned, that was obscene from T. But there's the whether the general can be the hero, he flashes through, but he's
God, Umti's damage is crazy in this team fight with his ult.
It could be an opportunity. Flash available for Umpty to get into the pit. Let's see whether the general can be the hero.
He literally flashes in after the glacial prison is off of him, and it does so much damage to the back line.
As far as the damage is concerned, that was obscene from T. But there's the whether the general can be the hero. He flashed.
I mean, Core should not have been able to get in here, though. That's so bullshit, guys. What the fuck is that? Carrie is like, what? They've breached our defenses. The value of that flash Brandar, though, is crazy.
Impact really playing that very well there, and you're all stacked up on the Baron. Guma is just so fragile in these moments, and yes, you get the Baron here, but TL...
I do read YouTube chat, but I have Twitch chat on my teleprompter.
Pushing through, got over the trap wall there, and was able to close the gap, and then T1 are kind of trapped there.
Why would Riot want to put League but not Valorant in Esports World Cup? Because it didn't fit into the Valorant calendar. You'll see Valorant next year, guys. You'll see Valorant next year. You will see it next year. Don't you worry your pretty little heads. And I can't wait because what's her name? Anna Donlon had like a fucking meltdown. She's like the lead producer on Valorant. She had like a meltdown on social media about that horrible misogynistic shit that was recorded by that female player that they had. And she was like, we have to do more to protect our female players. So she's the EP. So certainly she's going to care a lot when Valorant is being run in Saudi next year, right? She's definitely going to care. She's very concerned with the treatment of women. Very concerned. Because, guys, surely you can't tell me that putting women in prison for protesting the treatment in women of Saudi Arabia, that is not as bad as verbally abusing women on voice comms in Valorant, right? we all know that saying mean things in a game is way worse than imprisoning women, right? We all know that. That's clearly going to have to be her belief when Valorant goes to Saudi Arabia.
Will just barely escape with his life, but it's a huge swing of gold here for TL. Still 9,000 gold behind.
Yeah, but women can drive cars.
Yep. Also using you to close the gap.
We got there, guys. Women can drive cars. All the problems are fixed.
TL. Still 9,000 gold behind.
Yep, so much shutdown money going over to Yummo, so that's definitely fantastic for this Ezreal. As JJ going in once again, Gumushi. Nice net to get himself out of the way of the Solar Flare. Now Impact trying to be valuable, looking for these Qs as Carrier standing stalwart in that front line. T1 just going to get these waves in order though. The one last Baron circling around Zeus here will be able to conga line all of these minions with full power towards the inhibitor in the mid lane.
Just going to run circles around TL here, not take the straight up 5v5 fight. They don't want to deal with Impact as a frontliner.
This is somewhat dangerous though. You can see Impact is rotating over. Inhibitor in the mid lane. Just gonna run circles.
If only women played Valorant. Yeah, they're too busy playing the mandatory game of House. Guys, the government mandates that they play House instead of Valorant. Zeus just flashes in and dies. So he actually just W's in and then flashes and dies. It's all right. He was just a bait. It was just a bait, guys. Now Tristana can get a million resets, right? No.
Yeah, let's see if Yun can catch Faker here. It looks like he's not going to take the chance. Doesn't have flash.
That actually is a big dick play. It's like Umdi's the one who can kill our triple AD composition, because if he gets if the ult bounces around their backline, it is very threatening. So they're just like, we must kill General Umti. I will flash on him, absorb all of their damage with my shield bow. And Faker, you do clean up now.
Yeah, let's see if Yun can catch Faker here. It looks like he's not going to take the chance. Doesn't have flash. Looking for a potential angle here. We're just going to head topside instead. No, I don't know if he actually wins that one anymore, unfortunately for him either. If he does find Faker, Faker would be happy to take the exchange. But at the end of the day here, you can really start to feel the lack of a true frontline here for T1. As Carrier, when he's got the door, he's a frontline.
Faker focused a bit too much on the inhib instead of the fight. Well, the call obviously changed when they thought they could go in onto Umti. Faker is doing a lot of damage to core, though. I don't think it's... He's pretty coordinated with the rest of his team. They're just concerned about the brand scaling. Brand really does fuck them up. The brand pick is actually better than I thought it was.
Maybe you can toss one in and it won't necessarily matter. But TL, they have a huge front line. Randuin's is done. He's got Warden's mail as well. He's so incredibly tanky. I think T1 still massively in the lead, of course, and looking to get their second Infernal. But maybe need to play a little bit respectfully in the next engage.
I would agree. I think TL are also going to get a little bit more scary as this game goes on, right? Because we haven't really spoken about the damage profile because the game kind of went completely out the window very early on. So items weren't necessarily a relevant thing. However, you mentioned the amount of armor that Impact's building. You can also see a Warden mail being...
Driss build is kind of crazy.
There's some Tarbies being picked up across the board.
I mean, he's just going for heal tank because they need to survive the brand poke and be able to heal up after the brand ult.
It's the 8 turrets to 0 that's the massive gold lead.
Oh yeah.
But with bounties up, if they
The finals are today. Yes, they're later. Depends on what day it is for you guys. Technically, they're tomorrow because they start at midnight my time. But they start in 8.5 hours. I'll do a VOD review of the finals tomorrow, guys. Who is in the finals? Top and T1. Did I do a bangers only of JDG Weibo? I'll do it next week. I'll do it tomorrow, maybe. Depending, I'll do it tomorrow or the next day, probably. They finally figured out as they just kill Umti, they win this game. Umti also is not playing in a way where it looks like he wants to stay alive. They actually just can't survive the siege when Brand is down.
Until this next Baron spawns. And like you said, I was going to say it, and you called it out first. If they win one fight, grab Baron and take all of this swing. But Hail Mary makes up. TL fighting blind.
As Yun wanted to avoid the ace in the hole damage, 50% on the health bar now, as Ona just kind of able to ignore what Umti's doing.
You want to see Monty's take on Game 3? Well, I'm going to turn off the stream after this game, so nobody gets to see it. It's just winning the game in the base. The shield bow OP. Red buff kills him. Does he die to red buff? Yeah. I'm just joking, guys. We're going to do Game 3 right now.
And you know what? We got to see TL play their game in Game 1, the Ziggs.
Oh, dude, I love crowd hyping. Kangas out there. Can I get a yalla from the crowd? Yalla!
For this next part, because I think I know how it's gonna go. But remember when we did battle chants a few days ago? All right, I believe I'm in the T1 section right now. Can I get a T1 fighting?
Inshallah, we get a good Game 3. Yalla! I should hype up the Arabic crowd.
For the Team Liquid section over there, I know that there's at least a couple of you. Let's get a Let's Go Liquid! All right, we're having a lot of fun here at the arena. Oh, we got some booze as well. Let's get a Let's
Shout out to Arabic Mario.
All right, we're having a lot
shout out to Arabic Mario and Luigi. That's pretty great.
of fun here at the arena. Oh, we got some booze as well. But we're gonna have even more fun together because we're all here as fans of League of Legends. So we're gonna get the wave going that way, and we're gonna get it back. And by the time it gets back to here, we're gonna throw it over the casters. Are we ready? Yeah! All right, everybody around me. You ready? Over here?
Why are they doing the wave in a half-empty studio?
Thank you so much, Kangas. You guys look like you're having a whole lot of fun out there, and it is time to witness some more people having a whole lot of fun on Summoner's Rift. Or maybe it's actually just going to be a whole lot of intense action, because T1 and TL, both of these teams, one last chance to stay in the tournament.
One last chance, one final game. TL having side selection. They came in as the higher seed from the LCS. So as a result, in this third game, they'll have the opportunity to pick blue side, as was alluded to by Joshi earlier. Now, Corki gone, LeBlanc gone, Senna gone. Feels very familiar. We'll see if T1 also ban the Tristana here, or will they ban the Ziggs?
Are the LCK casters actually there? Yep. They sure are. They went out to Riyadh, the city of good times.
Respect shown here for APA. But I think it's a trap, because TL then just gets Tristana for free. It's a dangerous one. A gambit here taken. from T1. Still not fully making.
Man, I'm hyped now. I know we all are. By the way, follow this stream or subscribe on YouTube. It is a nice studio. We'll do another cooking stream this Friday, guys.
On the TL side, but I think this Tristana is.
All right, so you got I got raided? Did I? I didn't see a raid. All right, so Tristana first pick. I'm not surprised by this. Like, now we banned the Corki. That means Trist first pick. Sejuani was also banned, so that's going to be off the table. Probably means Maokai here, though, because basically last game they didn't want to give up the Maokai, so Maokai seems like a good choice. Neither of these teams really playing with a lot of... I mean, Umti didn't do great on the brand last game. Why is LeBlanc banned? I don't know, man. This is the question. It must be scrim-related, because, like, the LeBlanc has been a big pick. Okay, so LeBlanc has been a big pick in LPL with certain teams, like Rookie, big LeBlanc player, big LeBlanc first picker. Also European teams, obviously Fnatic, has been it, but Faker LeBlanc is famous, but T1 has not been playing LeBlanc, so I don't know. LeBlanc is extremely good into Ziggs. Baby Dougie, that is probably correct. But the Ziggs was banned, after the LeBlanc was... No, Ziggs was banned first? So I don't know why you would... I don't know why you would ban the LeBlanc after you see the Ziggs being banned, right? Who knows?
Is a question, you know, I didn't think I'd be asking today, but after game one, certainly something to consider. Rumble already taken away, and
so Tristana first pick, so it's probably Maokai. Like what? Maokai here probably. Ashe finally comes up. Ashe, I think T1 has been not playing Ashe enough, honestly. Like, they pulled it out in their series versus D+. When no, they banned it in the series versus D+. Which one did they leave it up? Which one was it left up in? Guangdong? Did Guangdong leave it up versus them? I think Guangdong was the one that I'm thinking of where they did very well. You guys can remind me which series it was. They 2-0'd that series. One game was Guma playing it. One game was Carrier playing it. It's just very good for them, and especially on red side where they can save it to R5 for the flex is really nice, right? So I think it's such a good pick for them that I've been surprised that they have... It was banned last game by Team Liquid, but it was left up in game number 1.
Just a bit of a standard one.
So it's going to take Talia with the Ashe, so a double global coming down. Maokai then gets taken. I'm surprised they prioed Talia, considering that is definitely going to be a mid lane Tristana, so you could have actually just taken Ashe Maokai here.
I don't think this is really the angle TL are looking for. Maybe perhaps just reminding everyone how good he is at the champion. But he is going to lock it. Oh, no, he's not. That was just a troll by production.
Yeah,
Ziggs was the last ban. Oh, you're right. Sorry. I was reading this wrong because the bans are going outside inside, but the picks are going left to right. My bad, guys. Good UI design.
He messes with us as much as possible. Staying on brand is APA in the mid lane. Not on brand, though, is Umpty. He's going to be playing Maokai this game.
Vi stock's way up. You have the Talia already. Zeri can get locked down by Vi. Now you are playing into a Maokai, which can be kind of tricky for Vi. But I think your ability to lock down the Tristana...
It does make more sense, though, that the LeBlanc would be banned and force the Ziggs ban, though. Okay, so instead we're just going to opt into... I mean, it's good for T1 because they're basically playing a pick composition, which T1 is probably the best team in the world at playing. So they're going to ban the Mordekaiser here because they're threatening to take the Skarner with their pick comp, which is good. They have long-range engage. They realize they need something that can take down the Zeri, so the Skarner can follow the Zeri over the walls. Oh, what? So they banned Mordekaiser and then pick Cassante? All right, so here's the thing. Udyr is still kind of meta. Gen G has played it well. in the past, Impact has been like in Spring Split, he was fucking great. And they are really good around playing around Udyr proxying and pressure. And so what they're saying here, so I think Team Liquid's thought process is, hey, we lost lane last game, right? We lost lane last game. So let's instead try and take the Udyr with the Tristana so we can have a lot of prio. And they have a low mobility backline, so the Bard is very good here. But they're just going to take Rakan instead. I think the Bard is like Loki actually very good there. Ah, yes, the Sivir Ash lane. This also was played in LPL a lot.
We were having, of course, with Carrier playing the Ash in the support role. We know him as
so it's a lot of wave clear and bot side. And so what they're saying now basically is like, hey, you guys probably want a lane swap because Hail of Blades Ash plus Sivir early game is just going to shit all over Zeri. So I think TL kind of has to lane swap.
On that bottom side, if it is going to be standard lane. Ash, he gets caught by any of this CC, including the Vi. He can get out of a lot of things, but targeted CC like that Vi ultimate just sets up everything else. Same with the Zeri. I think Umpty has a huge response up a route at the right moment. Stocks away from the fact that TL do have. I'm hoping that they have a little bit of we are ready for game number 3. I hope everyone in the Qiddiya Arena is also ready to.
Oh, it's called the Qiddiya Arena. You don't like Faker's Talia? I mean, it's been fine.
Whether things are going to work out for TL.
Indian cooking stream? Hey, Harsha. I could do an Indian cooking stream.
Just going to have them sailing towards the final.
There's certainly been 2 very one-sided games leading up until this point, and this draft, we do give a huge edge to T1 based on the ways they can shut down this area, how comfortable they are with this composition. Obviously, we have 2 LCK casters sitting on the casting booth, so, you know, there's a little bit of feeling like...
You should do some traditional Saudi Arabian cuisine. I don't actually know what traditional Saudi Arabian cuisine is. Like, I've had a lot of Middle Eastern food, but I don't know specifically what is famous in Saudi Arabia. I have some chicken shawarma in my fridge right now. I could go make myself a chicken shawarma pita and eat it while we watch this.
Which Impact can make an impact, no pun intended, on this game are going to be reliant on a lot of map control, reliant on his ability to flank, whether he has a lead in his lane, if Umpty can get some ganks for him, maybe he can put the pressure on this Cassante.
Baklava? Okay.
It's just going to be
Cooking show with Doa? Well, Doa would have to come to Korea. Maybe if he comes to Korea.
To rip through. And he's not going to be that slippery into a Vi either.
Oh, got a bit of a late invade here for T1. I think understanding that there was a very high likelihood.
Yeah, the lane swap was obviously coming in, so they're looking to get a strong side start.
And as we can see, Zeus is still waiting towards the top side with a bit of an idea of what's happening. So APA now going to have to worry about Carrier's Ash.
Thank you, Vobakan, for your resubscription with Twitch Prime.
Had the pleasure of seeing. Even in the LCK so far this season, it hasn't been something that Carrier's.
You're in a 1K calorie deficit, and you're talking about chicken shawarma. Why are you in a 1K calorie deficit?
As ever allowed through.
Zeus going to lose half his health bar.
Yep, still just wants to be able to get the experience for those melee minions. So looked a little bit curious, but was just trying to get as much as he could. His Impact doing exactly the same thing. But he has to deal with 2 ranged auto attackers, and one of them that slows you down every time they shoot you. Look who's here.
Thank you, X-Tuper. That's supposed to be Zeeper? I don't know how to say your name for your Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you.
And unfortunately for Impact, he's not going to be able to do anything about this. Similarly, though, Umpty is taking the jungle of Owner on the top side. Zeus, I go back here, grab a pot.
Has to waste some time, though. The little Krug chasing Impact down there and just chilling with him underneath the turret means that it's...
So whatever I decide to make on Friday, guys, in the next couple of days, I will put up on Twitter a recipe if you want to cook along. So I'll put up an ingredients list if you guys want to get that. I don't know what I'm going to make, though. Should I make Sichuan food? You guys probably won't have the ingredients for that. All right, so let's look at what's going on. Zeus did, in fact, take grasp this game. And we are seeing a 4-player, 3-player, oh, just 3-player, excuse me, 3-player dive into the top side. I mean, that it just be like that, guys. It'd just be like that. They level 3. Basically, this was a third wave crash with a level 3 Mount guy who's strong side jungling. It's very difficult to get away from this if you're Zeus. There's too much crowd control. You're 50% HP for some reason already. Not much you can do about that. Impact's gonna get that. So you do have to TP here, guys. You do have to TP here because you have to catch this wave. The problem is that he flashed, right? He did get level 2. You have to do this. It's just a good dive though by Team Liquid. I don't think he should have flashed on the first one. He should have accepted death like an honorable warrior. My question is, how did he take so much damage previously? So he's full HP, because remember, he actually recalls here. So he gets to half HP, recalls. How does he get to half HP? We're just watching the top side here. He's trying to get some amount from the... Okay, so he's just dumb, and he's trying to actually just get some XP from the wave. He actually doesn't succeed in getting any experience. So then he has to walk off and recall and wait for the crash. Impact did actually get most of a level, which is the big difference. And Owner is trying to power level for 6. So he takes the camp, hits 3. Chasing Impact down there and just chilling with him underneath the turret means that it's going to take a while. So he hits 3 off of the third camp. Zeus is now zoned off because we have mirrored jungling and the Maokai is there. So, I mean, credit to Team Liquid, though. They do an extremely good job of setting Zeus up for failure by proxying this wave. Look, you guys think that this was a big fault by T1 or by Zeus? This is really good play by Team Liquid. So the Team Liquid bot lane chips him as he's trying to soak XP from max range in the top side, forces his recall, then zones him out by using their jungler, and then they proxy the wave before he can get back under turret, and they deal a huge amount of damage to him. They're level 2, and then he's still level 1. Impact is level 3 right now. Like, TL macroed this extremely well, guys. And what are you supposed to do here? So the mistake, I think, is him using flash, because his flash is already down, guys. We don't see when he uses flash. He uses flash when they proxy the wave. He flashes under the turret. He just flashed right there. And he still takes half his HP bar. I think Team Liquid played this super well. Like, that is a very good read by Team Liquid. And now he comes back into lane, and because he flashed earlier, he had to flash to get into the turret. He's level 2 with no flash. It's also the comp that they're running. It's very easy for them to dive because they have Rakan and Maokai CC. Whereas, like, you can do a lot of damage with T1's bot lane, but you have to hit Vi. The only CC you have is slows from Ashe or a Vi Q. And if you miss the Vi Q, plus there's Ghost, so it's very difficult to run around under turret.
And I'm almost ready to certify this one as well. Plate going to go down here, a little bit awkwardly timed, unfortunately, for those recalls. But, man, he didn't learn from Ben, did he? No! This is a bit of a rough start here. Now, Udyr also, a fantastic wave clear, can deal with this bottom push, even with Sivir in the mix. Sivir's so good at wave clear. I think that's why this pick specifically was chosen, just in case of the lane swap. Strong into the 2v2, but good at pushing waves in. But Impact is really holding his own here. And unfortunately, there's no way for Owner pre-6 to actually have the same sort of impact that we saw from Umpty topside. And now, Forte Days back.
Yeah, the bear diving forward is Gumi. She wanted to try and kill him. I think they had a very good idea as to what was happening. But,
doing it with Maokai standing there seems silly. He can't wait because they're not going to leave. Like, I'm not sure what the theory is here. They're not going to leave, guys.
Yeah, round 2, that's a clean dive
they ain't leaving, and the longer he waits, the more of the wave he loses, right?
Impact is very good at wave clear. That's one of the good reasons to pick the deer in this situation, because his wave clear in a lane swap is pretty fantastic. As meanwhile up here, they should be able to grab some plate gold here, as Zayas is going to teleport back to the lane, but not in time, and they may just go for it again.
Yeah, round 2. That's going to be CoreJJ taking out the turret this time, and Zayas straight out of the death chamber.
Oh, but he's not going to leave until that wave is gone, so.
Is beautiful.
Thanks for plus 300, and I'm almost
Zayas Greed level 1 getting chunk caused this. That's probably the takeaway, guys, is that he was too aggressively trying to get XP at level 1. But Impact was successful in doing that, so he probably felt pressured because he was falling behind.
Udyr also, in fantastic wave clear, can deal with this bottom push, even with Sivir in the mix. Sivir's so good at wave clear. I think that's why this pick.
We couldn't see why he flashed on the first one, guys. It was because they were proxying the turret, and he was trying to flash under the turret for protection. But what mistake was made there, we'll never know.
Same sort of impact that we saw from Umpty topside, and now CoreJJ's back.
Yeah, the bear diving forward as Gumayusi wanted to try and kill him. I think they had a very good idea as to what was happening, but tried for the opportunistic execution. And
They did get 2 plates for 1, though. And now they're actually in the 2v2, which is what they wanted. So it's not that big of a deal, guys. They got about, they got the kills worth of gold from that, realistically. But Zayas is going to catch up now in terms of levels and everything like that, so it's not horrible. Very limited CC in the bot side. Nice wraparound, though. This is a clever play. This is a clever play by T1. They fake the back, wrap around into the brush.
Much better lane state than what it could have been. Moving into a laning phase against double 80 carry that we know provides so much pressure, especially.
So they know there's no ward there, and then there's just a Vi in the brush. Vi hasn't recalled yet. Tries to predict the flash. Core also goes the wrong way. He actually feints down, then goes up, and then flashes in. So pretty awkward pathing by Core there.
Unfortunately, going to find out that there's a whole bunch of bad guys there. Yon having to dash without being able to go through a wall, and there is a cleanse, but it doesn't quite.
Nice spell shield by Guma too.
Here from Gumayusi, as they're looking for even more, as T1 answer back on the bottom side, and Yon gonna miss out on this full wave.
Yeah, I was going to mention right before this that Yun was significantly behind in CS because they went for that double dive top side. He had to rotate bottom, was very late, so Guma picked up some extra farm, but now. He's further behind, obviously, as well. And taking a look at this one more time, the idea here is fantastic for the side of T1. Umpty's still topside. Owner coming through here. Yun flashes, but Owner can follow flash for that extra damage.
This is a very T1 style of composition, guys. The thing that you may not remember is a couple of years ago, they really played a lot of Sivir. And the reason why T1 likes to play Sivir is you think, oh, I love Sivir. She is a great 5v5 team fighter with those ricochets. That's not how T1 plays it. They play her with pick compositions. So this is this is a very T1 comp, by the way. You have Ashe, long range, non-committal engage, creates picks. Sivir speeds everybody up. Taliyah Vi is a huge pick comp, right? Because you Vile, Taliyah combo with Vi has always been really good in the 2v2. You Vi ult, then Taliyah gets a free W, right? So you keep them CC'd. Plus, you've got the global wall. This is really pure T1, which is that they can pull the trigger and be on you super fast, and they pick you apart while you're rotating to objectives. So the mid game here, once Owner hits 6, is going to be probably very dangerous for Team Liquid, especially if they try and play around Drake. Because what T1 can do is they just have bot priority because they have so much pressure in the bot side with Sivir Ashe, and then they can convert this into Soul.
Umpty also was able to catch up a lot in farm during that because he wasn't involved in the play. He was pretty significantly behind. But
that is a very classic T1 way to play League with this roster.
reaction has an equal and opposite reaction elsewhere. But the big win, like you said, is Impact being 2 levels up on Zeus at the moment. You can see his XP bar to the top right of your screen.
Yeah, the problem is Zeus is super far behind.
Cannon gonna be secured by Impact, and Zeus not even able to get up to it.
Look at the XP bar of Impact. He's close to 7. Zeus is sitting at like 1/3 of 5. So yeah, he is really far behind. And
Sorry, they can just play around bot side.
It can from behind really have a lot of problems, but with this lane swap,
You're never going to 5v5 with T1's composition probably anyway. This is really just a big comp, so...
He's really getting value out of it.
He certainly is. And we haven't even looked at the mid lane whatsoever. So this Vi Talia, you know, that we've seen have so much power, it's not even relevant yet. As the grubs go down, that is going to be Umpty securing all 3 of them as APA dives in on top of Faker. Seismic shove. Going to
Interesting trade from APA.
Is going to be okay for the Tristana. But with that big rock landing, never mind. It's actually just colossally not great. Still, Owner going to be able to secure the first dragon of the game. That's going to go over to T1. And TL still retaining a slight advantage as far as gold is concerned, and I think they're going to be pretty happy with how this one's going. Impact behind turrets, and this is the kind of Udyr that we're happy to see, right?
You start getting that lead, and you just keep pushing the issue, making it very awkward here for Zeus. And once Umpty hits level 6, you know, you won't be necessarily safe. As you can see, Impact is just happy to even tank this turret here and try to play some games with Zeus. Come over here now with some grubs. They pick those up on the top side as well. Going to allow him to get more gold here in terms of this extra plate. Now, bottom side, though, could be in shambles here a little bit. Owner, experience lead here, has level 6. I do not think this is a fight TL should take over Red. Should be willing to concede this one.
Yeah, Core JJ can at least figure things out with the Gleaming Quill. An opportunistic little chance there with the Extendo being counter Red taken by Umpty, but he's sort of nowhere near right now, and it looks like Owner is just beelining.
So I think for T1 at this point in time, they can really just focus on bot side and stacking Drakes into Soul. It's really unfortunate that Hextech and Infernal are the first 2 Drakes for them, because the odds of a good Soul coming out are more limited. Because like Ocean Soul is not particularly useful for them. Because they're not going to be 5v5 fighting. They're going to, like, Ocean Soul kind of sucks for pick compositions, because the way you play them is you always play them in man advantage situations. So, like, does having a bunch of HP regen over a fight matter? No, because you should always be playing, like, at least 1 man up. Cloud Soul's insane for them. Cloud Soul is insane on Sivir Ash with a pick comp. It allows you to make the pick comp so much easier. Chem deck is also cheeks. Because, like, you should just be making picks. Cloud would be crazy for them. Cloud is super good here.
They still have Talia by. They still have a lot of proactive plays they can make. A Cassante from behind could still catch up later and become tanky and still be relevant. And Udyr with a massive advantage may be useful now, but if you can't utilize that, not a massive advantage I'm giving to T1 here, but I do think, considering the damage done, still feels like a pretty good scenario for them.
But either Infernal or Hextech would have been good too. So, you know, Mountain Soul also doesn't have a ton of value because, again, when you're playing pick compositions, you should be win. You shouldn't be taking fights where Mountain Soul is relevant. I mean, maybe it's probably better than, you know, Ocean or Chemtech with this kind of comp, but because maybe it helps you survive like a Maokai ult engage or something like that. But I think Cloud is clearly the best soul they could get here. But you're probably pretty bummed if you see this. If you're T1, you're like, shit. My win condition.
Doesn't actually see it here. His Impact already on the run. And yeah, he should be all right. Volley going to come on through. Still able to eat the ward. And wants to kind of run off to carry it.
Ocean would be ideal for TL. Yeah, Ocean's very good for them, I agree. Avalon Blue.
Yeah, and Zeus can just teleport to bottom lane here, start to put the pressure back on that lane, see what he wants to do. Could just walk it out, but is going to commit the TP as shown here in picture-in-picture. Man, this is a really awkward moment for TL because you know Zeus can't show up to the fight. Impact has teleport, so maybe you want to heavily commit to this objective, but at the same time, Vi, Talia, Weaver's Wall at the ready. You're going to be so cautious about how you're going to approach trying to set up a fight here on the top side of the map. And I think just backing away is a better game plan. 5 seconds till those grubs spawn.
Yeah, control of the
Grubs are very
resources
good for
is
Team
the
Liquid because you
at
can
this point in
provide
time.
pressure with Udyr and
The
Tristana.
warlord that T1 does have, the control that they can pick up there as Umpty sees that ward going over. We'll be able to get it down there as
Oh, he gets charmed before he can pull off Q.
Owner gonna be the target as cease and desist comes in, but I don't think they're listening to him. Yon's gonna take him out. The Grub's getting in. We'll be able to get it down there as
Carry actually has to flash that.
okay. There's a grand entrance. Owner gonna be the target.
He throws out his ult, but it's just onto Core JJ, so it doesn't really matter.
Yon's gonna take him
Nice ult by Empty there.
Grub's getting involved as Gumayushi. He does have on the hunt running, but APA's diving in. He finds the buster shot.
Or he gets knocked back, actually. That's huge. Huge play by APA.
Yon's gonna take him out. The Grub
Where was Guma's spell shield?
be able to get it down there as okay.
Was it used on Maokai ult?
Gonna be the target as cease and desist
Yeah.
comes
Okay, it was
in.
used on Maokai ult.
Listening to him. Yon's gonna take him out. The Grub's getting involved.
So he doesn't have it when APA comes in.
On the hunt running, but
So he flashes in and then ults him backwards.
sends the Siva
Nice job by APA.
and that's a double kill for the Zeri. TL back on top.
TL back on top. Great ultimate there from Umpty, and also the setup from Core JJ forces the flash out of Carrier, and T1 are not first on the
Face
play.
checking that was a little
This is
silly from
very
T1 though.
different. If they're diving on the Zeri, if they're the ones starting it off, they know Impact had the ability to just join with the TP. That's always a scary thought. But as you see the setup here, Owner wants to go into Young. Look at his spacing. So well played. Core JJ sets up the charm. Carrier has to flash. And look at this ult from Umpty layered on top, guaranteeing an extra CC. And then APA is...
Guma does have flash, yes. I don't think he's thinking that APA is going to flash ult him, though. I mean, look at that. It's so fast. He doesn't have time to react to that.
And will force him down. TL, huge win on the fight. I doubted it because they had the setup. T1 were ready, but they just did not expect Core JJ's engage, and TL looked so ready to take
Honestly,
every
Team
step
Liquid's
of that
engages
fight
have been really good, I
to
think.
finish. Now 1,500 gold ahead.
And I think
All right, they're pulling the trigger really well on some of this.
didn't have his teleport, and APA did. Its teleport advantage utilized absolutely beautifully here by TL. And now they're set up to try and do battle for this second dragon, Infernal. On the Rift once again. Not going to be the Soul this time. Might be Ocean, might be Chemtech. That wouldn't be great. Hopefully Ox, who's setting up to be on in the area for our second series. Hopefully he's paying attention right now so that we don't get that Chemtech Soul. As APA trying to take down this top outer in picture while we're doing this. TL kind of getting the better of every situation right now. As Extendo Beam comes in, Gumayushi not getting a lot of value out of the spell shield. And Core JJ lying in wait.
T1 just got to give this up.
Yeah, they have to.
Not in a position to Weaver's wall in and cut this team in half. This is a...
That's actually... Ocean Soul's so shit for T1.
Wait.
This is actually a really bad result now because we fought for those grubs and now we have to give up Drake because we can't get in on this objective. Once they're already on it, they don't want to opt into the 5v5 here, T1. So what are you going to do? The Maokai ult's back up at this point in time. It's really shit for them, though, that they lost the Drake stacking T1. I think that's an important win con for them, but Ocean Soul is also a big bummer if you're T1.
He's just going to be able to get a few more autos into it. Maybe not out, and it's just he's going to require one more wave. And I don't think Zayas can stick around because as soon as that turret is down, he's going to get jumped on. Owner moving up now, but it's going to be a little bit too late. I guess Faker can skate on over, and there is a dragony arrow flying past. Shoutouts to Beryl there, whose skin is going to be employed for this one. Faker wants to try and protect this, but the minion wave has made it to the turret. Seismic shove is decent as APA is going to get pushed away. And now Owner, he's going to move on up. So he gets into the brush. Let's see what APA can actually
Owner is ult.
do. There's the buster shot. Cease and desist comes down. Faker still going to throw out some rocks here, and APA just being a bit frustrating, buying some time. Once the minion wave is going to get a bit of it before he's punched to death by the Vi.
I think if APA plays that a little bit safer there, maybe he actually gets out. The Ash Arrow misses. Faker comes ult there, so really well played. Faker gets a plate, but will he die for it? No.
He's going to teleport, so that's going to get him out of there. Yun, he just trades the ult. Sometimes you just want to press R, and yeah,
he knows it.
Yeah, I would recommend that particular use of the emote in that point in time.
Sometimes you have a whoopsie. It's okay.
Yeah. And if it was a back, so he probably just caught a glimpse of Faker, and he's like, if he's backing, he's dead. And so just presses the R button. Otherwise, they get a teleport and trade for an ult, and you take those.
Still a win to get the teleport out of Faker. They also now have complete topside control. So yes, a plate went over in those final seconds there before they fell off, but TL are going to be able to get this Herald which will then lead into potentially Dragon control here in 3 minutes. And the biggest and scariest problem for T1 is this Tristana. To me, given all the grubs they've stacked,
So right now, T1 really just needs to get some vision control back up and attempt to create picks, because that's what their comp does. And they just have so much engage. They should be able to collapse really quickly if anybody from TL is out of position.
starting to push this side.
Ooh, Faker is, yeah, it's a bit of a question mark. Just gets hit by a bunch.
Keep on fishing for these arrows.
In the 1v1, as we can see, and the Rift Herald is going to come down. APA dealing with the minion wave.
I don't know about the timing on this Rift Herald. Feels like you can actually just wait for this. You can't take the turret, surely. That is a very awkward Herald. Now I think that mid turret's up for the Drake. I think you hold off on that one to see if you can actually take second Drake. Well, I guess third Drake, but second Drake for you.
Very long journey towards the Baron pit.
Yeah, it was a very scary moment there for T1, but
Himself over the wall. Is the quickness actually going to be invested? Grand Entrance going to come in as the charm. He's down onto Owner, and they Shelly going to go for a charge.
for JJ on the flank.
Yeah, and Nature's Grasp is going to come out. Core JJ, is the quickness actually going to be invested?
Feels really awkward though,
Grand Entrance going
because now you don't have Maokai ult.
He's down onto Owner, and anyway, Shelly going to go for a charge.
For JJ on the flank.
Just get
Fine. Let's see what they can get done cross map here.
Yeah, how does Yun lose flash up here? Oh.
Faker is
What?
Yeah, it's a bit of a question mark.
This side. Let's see what they can get done.
How does he
cross
lose
map here.
flash?
Yun is also starting to push this side.
He flashes. He doesn't flash the wall. He fail flashes the wall.
Ooh, Faker is
Up here as Yun is also starting to push.
He tries to flash the wall, I think.
Let's see what they can get done cross map here as Yun is also
That's
starting to
super
push this
weird.
side.
I don't know what he was trying to do there. He just flashed in place though.
Faker is yeah, it's a bit of a question mark. Just gets hit by a bunch of damage. Yun's still just up there in the 1v1 as we can see, and the Rift Herald is going to come down. APA dealing with the minion wave. Shelly going to go for a charge.
For JJ on the flank.
Yeah, and Nature's Grasp is going to come out. Core JJ, is the quickness actually going to be invested?
It's just really awkward because Faker has walls, so you know he can be here, and you're not actually taking that turret. I mean, there's no way you can take that turret.
Himself over the wall. A little bit scary, was almost within cease and desist range, but Owner not going to go for that very long journey towards the Baron pit.
Must have been just a misclick from the flash.
Handled well. Core JJ going to get his back interrupted, but not going to lead to too much here. As it looked really good for TL when you consider the Maokai ults.
It's really awkward now because you're not going to have pressure. You potentially will not have pressure when it comes to the actual Drake spawn. And you didn't clear any vision. You can see how much vision is in River right now for T1 because they know that getting picks on bot side is the way they win this game.
They don't have it now. They don't have the Herald to try to force something.
You also just don't have Maokai ults to take vision in River now.
For T1 at the same time.
Yeah, and if you have a look at the gold, looking at there to the left, Yun and APA are still sitting very much at the top of the table when it comes to that. So in a straight-up 5v5, these 80 carries feeling pretty happy, sitting on their core items for the moment. And this turret, maybe not long for the world, is APA. He's just going to teleport in to try and help take down Zayas. He was tanking up the turret, but Zayas is very, very dead, guys. That is a 0-3 Cassante, and the turret...
He's going to have TP up for Drake, though.
This is another way to create a lot of control of the bottom side of the map prior to a dragon.
It's just so surgical, the macro from TL. They find a weak point, they abuse it.
The sidestep's good too as Owner moves on in. Impact gonna have,
Whoa, nice W, actually. That's weird. That looked like it shouldn't have hit.
Almost abuse it. The sidestep's good too as Owner moves on in. Impact.
I mean, I understand why Impact thought he was safe there. He's literally not standing in the W. That hitbox is super janky. Look at that.
Impact gonna have, almost avoids a seismic shove. Cease and desist with the help of the turret. He's going to come through, and he is not that tanky. Owner in the same position though as the explosive charge goes off. Another seismic shove from Faker, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end. The inner turret was under fire, and look at that, it's almost dead. I mean, they were there for like a couple of minutes,
That's
a couple of seconds.
That's Tristana, baby. That's APA pushing it through, and T1 They are able to get the Udyr, but it's a traded.
It's really weird that the Udyr would have died right there.
Dragon spawns. They're gonna have to later reset, so this does favor T1. But it's just the quick nature of how TL are moving around the map, seeing, okay, we tried to push the Herald mid, get a pick, doesn't work. We're going bottom lane, we're getting a pick, we're getting a turret. Oh, you guys a little bit late on the defense. We're gonna get 3/4.
Carrier still had arrow. They may have been able to do something there, but he threw it out in advance.
Now Dragon should be going to T1. They're actually gonna reset as well. Not gonna actually go to start that one up. They don't feel like they have the damage, so maybe I'm gonna eat my words on that one as TL actually coming over here faster, so they get most of the turret, trade 1-for-1, get Zeus, get a bottom outer, and now they're going to get the second dragon of the game. Cross map here, Impact, let's see if he can clear this wave.
Yeah, and he's very tanky. It's not going to be the Leandri's build, as the arrow is...
Nice arrow. Finally, a cross map hits.
As well, with the turret to fend off at the same time, even though that stun from the arrow lasted about 4
Oh, he didn't get the stun.
Impact is still able to just soak it up, unless... Okay, Weave as well comes through. Impact is very fast. Cease and desist comes in. There's the flick. And there goes the Udyr. They had to invest a fair bit.
They're losing a lot.
Yeah, in a turret
Figured
trade,
nailing every W.
I guess you'll take that as Zeus is also going to go down. The unstoppable does come in. Umpty is going to be CC'd up, but he's so tanky. It does not matter. And it was even APA tanking the turret. Are they going to take even more?
I think
Carrier
so.
comes on over.
No Ash arrow now. Very good trade. I mean, this Tristan is so ridiculous, man. What the fuck is that?
Mid turret's down as well. TL just out macroing T1 with this draft once again.
Yeah, they're actually just not even giving them that many chances to create picks.
On the recall, will pick up the gold here in the end. Decides not to go back, but the damage has been done to the base. And every time you open up an inhibitor, that Tristana is always going to be a threat. That one goes down. That unlocks potential Baron takes for TL because it's on the opposite side of the map, that bottom inhibitor. And TL just been so quick. They find an angle. Zeus is not tanky enough. Look at his build. Hollow Radiance. That's not going to be enough against this 2-item Tristana. They can push him, push the turret. And if T1 are trying to cross-map topside against an Udyr, the Udyr is working well in this draft. He buys so much time. He's got so much wave players, so slippery. Forces the buy ultimate. Like, thank you very much for dying, Impact, because we're getting way more than T1 got. Yeah, look at the bottom lane.
And the only lead that's here for T1 is Ona with a bit of extra gold. And otherwise, it's 1,000 here, 1,000 there.
Yeah, nobody actually cares if a Vi is ahead or not. Maokai is so much more useful at this point in the game.
Up here towards this top side, Ona on a decent flank angle. APA might get caught out. Let's see. Oh,
They don't know where Vi is. Vi's in that tri-brush.
And he
Yeah.
can, because he is a big tanky tree. He's
Oh, no.
I don't know whether this is really what you wanted.
Oh, no.
And now the teleport's in.
Why are we doing this into the pick comp?
More off the back end of this one. Still, APA does massive amounts of damage. The all-out comes in, and the ulti's there.
Why are we doing this into the pick comp in 20 minutes when they can take Baron?
Splits up the fight. Great flash from APA as Ona tries to get that Vault Breaker through. He doesn't have cease and desist, but here's the win.
Oh, my God. They just give up Baron for free, don't they?
The rocket jump if he wants to get on over. Both of the tanky members from TL were eviscerated, and now T1 have so much momentum.
Oh, man.
All right, let's talk about this.
Let's see. Oh,
Play.
Actually, still in that fog of war. It's Umpty that's going to go for the face.
So we're looking at it from Team Liquid's vision right now. They literally have no knowledge of where anybody is on the map. And remember, this team can collapse super fast with Sivir ult. Super fast. And T1 is one of the best teams in the world at setting up vision traps like this. And look at this positioning, guys. They're showing you Faker intentionally because Sivir's right here. Now, you know where Carrier is. You know where he is because he's shooting volleys at you. And you see Hawkshot. So you know where he is. You know he is probably walking this way right now. You know he's probably walking up to cover this play from Faker. So you definitely do not flash in on this because they can be there much faster with Ash Arrow, with Sivir, and also the Maokai ult doesn't do any CC at 0 range. And then you opt into the TP in, which is also just terrible. Zeus also gets a nice flash and is able to push people back into the engagement by using his ultimate.
Let's see whether they can actually answer as the extended beam splits up the fight. Great flash from APA.
And Faker still has wall, gets out of combat long enough that he's able to use it. And then you can't move because of volley.
If he wants to get on over. Both of the tanky members from TL were eviscerated, and now T1 have so much momentum.
Oh man, you could take.
They do have to go back though for it. That's so risky, right? As Baron spawns too.
Fans are calling him a Giga Chad for that one because that was a bit of an overextension, a lack of vision there. Thought he found an angle onto Faker and Owner.
I mean, credit for Faker for the flash though. Like Faker drew him into this, and Faker trading flash for flash is what makes this play work.
TL, all things considered, this fight goes decently for them despite the really bad, setup because they lose.
They played UMT really hard there. They were so ready for that.
They can almost make it work. If they get that kill on the Zeus, get a jump reset, there might be an angle, but T1 strike back in a huge way in that last fight.
They certainly did. And Gumayushi just quietly ricocheting 1 billion damage around the fight. And see able to do a whole lot, and APA still requiring our respect in this game. As you saw, it was almost the entirety of Zeus' health bar just eaten by this Tristana, who does have those 2 items now completed, one of them being an Infinity Edge. That's a pretty cool one. And so now TL moving towards this Baron Pit once again, and I think that we shouldn't be fooled. They are still very, very strong in this game, and they are starting off this Baron.
He could just lock them out with his ultimate as well. They don't have a lot of vision, though. Faker's going to TP in.
Yeah, they do get the teleport, so TL already a bit up in this particular situation. Are they going to flip it, though, is the question. A season assist, and he manages to take the Baron and flashes out and says thanks for the leash.
Oh, my God.
So TL already a bit up in this particular situation.
Oh, my Lord. He literally steals the Baron while he's ulting. Right, he literally steals the Baron while he's ulting. Because there's a tick of damage that comes in here. And then the volley comes. And I don't know what gets it down to 900. Maybe it's APA autoing it, I think. And then the smite comes in. That's so outrageous! It's a good, I think it's a good Baron call by TL. They can do this really fast with Trist.
They don't have a lot of vision, though. Faker's going to TP in.
Yeah, they do get the teleport, so TL already a bit up in this particular situation. Are they going to flip it, though, is the question. A season assist, and he manages to take the Baron and flashes out and says thanks for the leash.
Yeah, this was a really rough call here for TL with no real vision control. I think they just said, I think we get away with it. Against T1, you usually don't.
They're really close to getting away with it, guys.
And outplay from Owner. That was a drive-by. Vault breaker over the wall. Smite flashes out. Gets the
Vi ulting is preventing Trist from ulting him out of the pit. Yep. That's exactly it, because Vi's unstoppable during ult, so she can't be displaced.
That was a drive-by. Vault breaker over the wall. Smite flashes out. Gets the steal. Thanks for leash. Now this gold lead, which was almost breaking 5,000, is very diminished here. And with T1 having the Baron, they should be able to pull ahead. If you had vision there, if you had Umpty in a position to actually lock them down and secure this, it would have felt a lot better about the take because they had positional advantage, but not a lot of information about T1 coming through. So a call where I think TL really seeing the blood in the water going, if we get this, we get so much more map control. We have the Tristana, but maybe backing away there, actually securing vision might have been the better play as T1 are happy with their decision.
Absolutely. And now we've got 14 seconds on this Ocean Dragon. T1 can even the score when it comes to that particular neutral objective. He can utilize the Baron to try and get that extra control, and we know Gumayushi able to eat up these minion waves. Zeus going to deal with the wave on the top side as grand exit here for Core JJ, wanting to battle dance over to Yon, and he is going to be able to get there. Still, might have to go for a reset now. As the Dragon
That's such a huge swing in gold, too. TL has such a good advantage in this game.
And Impact just needs to deal with this minion wave.
And they scale better in the 5v5. You know, what's depressing about Team Liquid is, like, the later this game goes, they had a better 5v5 team fighting composition. And, you know, there really isn't the worry about the soul for T1. So you can actually give up objectives, because when you were talking about pick comps thrive off of being ahead on Drakes, because then they can force you to engage them even when you don't have vision, which is when the pick comps are at their most dangerous. But considering that actually TL got ahead on Drake, so you could basically just, you can fight Drake, especially if you have priority and you are on Drake first. You will win the turn, most likely. So if you just get to objectives first, you win basically off of the turn. And if you're not there first, then you can just give up the Drakes. So
this feels really good for TL. I mean, this is during Baron that they're trading turrets like this, and yes, T1 will
does Golden Road include this tournament? No.
But Arrow gonna sail wide, and this is during T1's Baron buff. They get a turret. It's gonna take Faker a lot of time to get over to this one that's full health, so there's just not gonna be a turret in exchange here for T1. So once again, that weak side Udyr putting in work, buying time for this 6 grub Tristana to wreck another turret.
And T1, they will even out the Dragons. That's what they were able to claim for it, and also claim back a whole bunch of control. Seeing here with the last few seconds of the Baron, they want to try and take down this outer turret. It is going to be impact.
Yeah, this is what we need. We need a giant fucking camera shot of the crowd right now.
To get that quick reset and then back onto the map for T1. But what this Baron has done is it's triage, right? What it's done is given them back a whole bunch of money into those coffers. And now we're going to have very even team fights moving further forward.
Baker does have his Weaver's Wall here, so TL need to be super respectful. This is still a Vi composition.
Yeah, Umpty could once again be in trouble. Seismic Shove almost pushes him back over the wall, and there's no response because the wall cuts off the rest of TL. Umpty, we've seen this before, but he got caught out a bit earlier on, and now it's once again finds himself in the death chamber.
Yeah, this is T1 really starting to get back in the driver's seat. They got the Baron, the triage you mentioned is a great way to put it, but TL moving a bit too far into the jungle there without controlled vision, trying to take it away, but punished by Faker. Now has death cap. Owner did not. Oh, great way to put it, but
earlier on, and now pushes him back further forward.
Baker does have his Weaver's Wall here, so TL need to be super respectful. This is still a Vi composition.
Yeah, Umpty could once again.
They're playing into the. They're playing into. They're playing into the strengths of T1's comp now. They're just giving them picks. Shout out to Faker, though. He actually predicted the flash with the W. Although, to be fair, he was definitely dead if he didn't flash that wall. So, nice play, though.
We've seen this before, but he got caught out a bit earlier on, and now it's once again finds himself in the death chamber.
Yeah, this is T1 really starting to get back in the driver's seat. They got the Baron, the triage you mentioned is a great way to put it, but TL moving a bit too far into the jungle there without controlled vision, trying to take it away, but punished by Faker. Now has death cap.
Yeah, Faker's W's have been crazy. APA buffers that one.
From APA this time around avoids the seismic shove. He's got his eye in for that one. Is now T1 looking for another inner turret. They don't need a Baron to lock this one down. They just got so many members, and they will be able to secure it. Core JJ wanting to find the opportune time to get in. T1 not.
Yeah. So ahead. You had such
Crazy Baron play, though. They came back from behind like 5k gold to a lead.
Failed Baron. Things have really looked T1's way, and then, you know, this is the moment here. You could see arrows coming through. Hits impact. The block is good, but unfortunately, the Vi is able to get in and get out. It's the Vault Breaker to come through. Not the Vault Breaker, but the Cease and Desist. Whatever they call that ult nowadays. They keep changing the name.
Cease and desist.
Anyway,
You know what I love about Cease and Desist, guys, is they changed the name from Assault and Battery, right? Because Assault and Battery
very strong late game we're getting to here now.
carries the connotation of police brutality, right? And so in Riot's little pea-brain, they think, oh, Vi's a cop, and she is uppercutting somebody into the air and then body slamming them into the ground. So we have to change the name. However, they didn't change the fact that she's still a police officer doing objectively, way overcompensating in terms of violence. But then they call it cease and desist, which is just like the action doesn't change. So now it just sounds like a police euphemism. Cease and desist is like what Vi would write on the incident report. I told him to cease and desist, officer. I definitely didn't body slam him, uppercut him into the air, and body slam him into the ground. So it's even worse in some ways. Ryan's like, this is police brutality. It's like, that is how you cover up police brutality, is by calling that move cease and desist.
expresses then someone will take
It's like so fuck. Riot's just so. It's like, you made it worse, Riot. You made it worse. Because at least assault and battery is what you would be charged with as a police officer for doing that to somebody. It's the implication of calling it assault and battery is that it is a crime, even if you're a police officer. Vi's like, stop resisting. Meanwhile, especially because of Vi being used in a pick comp, you're just like fucking walking around in the side lane, minding your own fucking business. And then all of a sudden, Vi's like, stop resisting. So it's so cringe. But that's why they had to change it from assault and battery.
Yeah. It's the map control that's scarier than the money.
Certainly is. You can see TL had.
So now it's called cease and desist.
Taking a fair bit of poke from the extendo beam, as Faker's going to be able to clear out the Rift Scholar. Baron now back on the table, and TL, they still have so many tools, right? Tristana and the Zeri is so much DPS in these fights. They need to get themselves together as the Weaver's Wall comes on down. There's a huge pushback from Zeus, who's in amongst 4 people right now. Gumayushi, the only one there to back him up, and they want to take him down, but they're not going to be able to do so. Weaver's Wall comes on down. There's a huge push.
And the isolate impact here. It's very good use of the pick comp.
Right now, Gumayushi, the only one there to back him up, and they want to take him down, but they're not going to be able to do so. Cease and desist comes in on top of Court JJ, and then it's Owner that's out once again. APA torn apart at T1. That was absolutely
Just the chase down with Ash Slow is so crazy. And Sivir. This is what I was talking about, these pick comps that they run. T1 has historically, with this roster, been very good at using Sivir. They just haven't used it recently. It was more like a 2 years ago kind of thing. Now we just TP back in. Oh, what a close game, man. TL absolutely could have won this series. Really well played by TL, though. Big credit to Team Liquid. This is an impressive showing. They probably should have won this series. Did you agree with LS that this is one of the best Western performances ever? It's probably not even top 5. Like, you guys forget that there were some super legit Western performances early in League of Legends. Also, many of G2's performances. It's not even the best NA performance. That was when Cloud9 3-0'd Africa Freaks. Like, G2 existed. Moscow 5 existed. Like, what? Misfits T1, there you go. There's another one. There are tons of better Western performances. It's a good performance for sure, but like, no way is this anywhere near the best. CLG EU versus WE. How about CLG EU being one win away from winning a fucking OGN final against Azubu Frost? It's not even close. It's probably not even top 10 if we're being realistic.
Back in this final game, never so far behind that they could not.
Or when TL beat IG, yeah, at MSI, there's another one. Yeah, it's not even top 10, guys. It's not even close.
It was just one slip up, one Baron steal. They were back in the driver's seat. They took that vision away, and from then on, it was tough to put that Tristana inside. Oh, you could see Core JJ super unhappy. They were so close.
The trophy giving at the end is super cringe. I kind of like the fact that they have to give up their token. I think the idea around the trophy is pretty cool, guys. I like how they have to give up the token at the end and then it gets like crushed into the trophy. I think it's a great idea to represent history of the event. There she is. Bags gets bags for bags, guys. Miss Bags for Bags. She's on the scene.
Congratulations on your win. Talk us through the emotions right now. Join here with Zeus from T1. Thank you so much for joining.
Talk us through your emotions. She's also just a bad interviewer. Talk us through your emotions after winning this very emotional match versus North American powerhouse team Liquid.
잘 극복해낸 것 같아서 저희 팀원들이 그래서 아직 얼떨떨한 것 같고 아직 또 살아남았다는 거에 감사한 것 같습니다.
Well, I'm just relieved that I survived for another day. I mean, it was a really, really hectic game, but my teammates...
She's gonna go to her day job on a pirate ship after this one, guys.
So, that's what I feel.
Well, with surviving, you also have...
She's gotta bury that treasure she's getting from the Saudis.
So we will have the team captain from Liquid come up to the stage to hand over the key. Guys, can we have it one more? All right. Another one added to the collection. This one was maybe a little bit more difficult. It went all the way to the 3-game series. What were your expectations individually coming into this game?
일단은 굉장히 힘든 경기였기 때문에 사실 이렇게 어려운 경기가 될 거라고 생각지 못하셨을 것 같은데 좀 예상은 어떠셨나요?
일단 팀 리퀴드에서 좀 게임이었던 것 같아요.
So we fight it off. 일단은 팀 리퀴드의 이런 라인 수업 전략에 대해서 좀 카운터를 그래도 좀 준비를 하셨을 것 같긴 한데 막상 그래도 이렇게
해봐야 할 것 같긴 한데 좀 저희
All right, I think enough of this. I don't need to watch this garbage.
Well, obviously I expected the lane swaps from Team Liquid, but
Yeah.
One of the things that I did hear our studio say before, they said
I think it is of discussion.
available on a lot more games here.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back.
All aboard the Korean hype train!
Hey. What the heck? What is going on? Hold on, guys, just a second. Lost all my viewers, of course. CBA Prod, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you. Not like those bum freeloaders. Freeloading all over the place, as usual. We'll be doing a cooking stream probably Friday, guys. Thursday night, U.S. time. Been freeloading Monty content since season 5. Wow. You're the real heroes. Your name is Cringe Lord, so I guess you're allowed to do that with a name like Cringe Lord.
At this event than it has in previous ones, simply because we've been seeing so many cool counter picks.
Where do I live? I'm in Korea right now.
One game, oftentimes in a best of 3, you can completely turn things on its head, and I'm expecting this first half of the draft to be relatively normal. I'm looking at
Okay, so Lucian ban versus Ansama, Varus ban, and the Ivern ban. Kind of like Euro bans here. I'm going to take the Tristana first. And Sejuani priority out of control because we're on 413. Skarner is dead now, I guess.
A decent angle to go for it, but with the priority on Ezreal very high, perhaps it's just Ezreal Leona, or maybe just the Ezreal.
and also the Zyra currently being hovered. The Ezreal makes a lot of sense. It is a very strong change.
Okay, Ezreal for Jackie Love, Ezreal Leona, pretty standard drafts for this meta. Let's take Braum as counter engage.
So they want to open
from this meta, especially because of the changes to opportunity on this most recent patch. However, there are going to be a lot. Still some very powerful priority picks here for.
Wow, that's a 4 ADC bans versus Hansama.
Kind of no matter what, it does make.
Sivir Braum?
Coming in as well for Tian.
That seems awkward.
They've got a choice here.
And Xin Zhao. We have seen more Xin Zhao at this tournament in particular. Kind of a weird composition, I think, from G2. Lots of good engage, though, with Sivir, Sejuani, and Xin Zhao. But I think, like, laning probably is going to be really tough for them. We'll see if they try a level 1 strat here. G2 is the world global kings of level 1s.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, if 369 gets through the laning phase,
That Kadia sponsors awfully rainbowy Saudis. Yeah, they do that intentionally. So you think the Team Liquid jersey is just a Kadia, celebration jersey, right? If you make the Kadia logo, I'm not joking, it's probably the reason. If you make the Kadia logo a rainbow color, then you can just claim that all rainbows on people's clothes are just in line with Kadia branding.
Relatively early on, and sometimes it doesn't matter if you have a.
It makes it less weird to have other rainbows around, doesn't it? And to see the rainbow on the Kadia logo. And you know, it's not because there are rainbows in Saudi Arabia, because there is no fucking rain. So how could you have a rainbow?
Trying to get this lane swap going off early on because you do not want to challenge that 2v2 in the bot lane.
Yeah, you would assume that would be the first step. You know, Team Liquid was able to have a lot of success in the early games up against T1 in our first series that we did have here at Esports World Cup for the games today in the semifinals. So let's see what the second semifinal is going to look like here between Top Esports and G2 as we are just about ready to hop onto the rift here for game number.
Oil makes a rainbow color in the sun. That's true. It can be have an iridescent sheen to it.
So much freedom to just see the entire map, and just the artistry that we always see in League of Legends never ceases to impress. But as we jump into this one as well, I'm going to be looking quite a bit at how Yike is going to be pathing early on in the game. He can work with Sejuani. These two champions synergize very well together. However, you have to be very careful what targets you're actually going to be going for. You can go into the Cassante, but you can block a lot of that crowd control, whereas the other side, it's still an Israel where you're going to have to be trying to jump on top of. And, you know, Israel is well known for being hard to get onto.
Yeah, it definitely is. I feel like, you know, if they were going to go for that more aggressive lane with
Excellent disengage from top esports.
More, just really doubling down on the laning phase, trying to get some big wins early on. But as you mentioned, you know, Ezreal and its
Obviously, great meta for Cream too with the Yone and the 80 champions in the mid lane. Really showed up against Gen G. Credit to him.
Bot lane equivalent of Tristana right now, where it's like, okay, you got Tristana, you're going to win the mid lane. Like that's going to happen 9 times out of 10.
As we are looking at this, though, it does not look like G2 is going to be obviously opting into those lane swaps that I was really expecting to see in this one. Instead, they are going to be sending Han, Sama, and Mickey down towards the bottom side as well. So they are going to have to be very careful in this early game. You do have some tools to clear out the wave, but the wave clear from Sivir takes a little...
Just the range of Sivir is so shit here.
You don't just get to press W at level 1 and clear the wave. You can get some push, but this is also a lane where you need to be very careful because you only have 1 spell shield. It turns out Leona has 2 crowd control.
Yeah, it can be pretty rough, and you got to be careful about timing that correctly. Lane should be winning at level 1, so I do like that they are getting aggressive and trying to put on some pressure and chip away at the health bars of the G2 bottom lane already.
Yeah, going right back on in, and we're seeing just going in for these very quick trades. That's the mark of how you actually win this bottom lane, because the longer the trade actually goes, the more the Braum passive really starts to kick in. You don't want to be taking those stuns and all.
Pretty nice cue there from Hansama, actually getting the forward.
I actually don't understand why anybody would want to be a tier 2 caster in League of Legends right now. Like, there's basically no hope, because the thing about it, guys, is as everybody switches over to a 3-split system, there's going to be fewer casting days available, and so like the tier 1 casters are never going to give up their spots, and there's not going to be room for you. And even if they cut tier 1 casters, there's not going to be room for more tier 2 casters. So, like, it's just absolutely pointless to be a tier 2 caster in League of Legends right now, in my opinion. Like, if you're not already doing tier 1 games, you're literally wasting years of your life for no reason. Nobody, I mean, nobody even tier 1 casters should think that casting is a career anymore, but, like, it is insanity to think that you're going to be full-time casting as a tier 2 caster.
Lots of pressure coming out, lots of summoner spells invested as well. And
there's simply just not enough work for anybody anymore. And especially as Riot continues to, like, make domestic leagues have fewer games.
You know a dive is coming.
Yeah, the dive will be coming. The flash.
Very good idea that Yike is in the air, which is why Tian is playing so cautiously at the moment. But with these low health bars, you know a dive is coming.
Yeah, the dive will.
They should have a very good idea that Yike is.
So Tian on the ultra fast level 4 Zyra pressure game right here. Yike is here, but this is super dangerous actually.
Yeah, the dive will be coming. The flash does come in. That's a nice spell shield. Mako could be in a bit of trouble. First blood does go over to Hans.
Oh, I guess one last auto in, Jackie. Oh, Tian got the kill?
Yeah, the dive will be coming. The flash does come in. That's a nice spell shield. Mako could be in a bit of trouble. First blood.
He got it from red buff, I guess, because this is an auto attack. I thought the auto killed him, but I guess it was the red buff that killed him.
Over to Tian, but still so many low health bars here. As Mako, you know, the first one to go down, I feel like G2 kind of get out of that one mostly scot-free.
The fact that the kill goes over to Han Sama is a pretty big win for the side of G2. Tian getting the early kill on the Zyra does mean that the clear speed is going to be absolutely not, but a great amount of patience coming through from Yike to make sure that they can trade things.
It's unfortunate that the red buff tick killed him instead of that auto.
Already gone out, and that means that there is no escape for Mickey. But overall, G2 holding pretty strong in this early game.
Yeah, they definitely are, as now Mickey X level 3 trying to get proactive out on the map here. Just heading into the mid lane, trying to help out a little bit, but...
Sejuani top is like this thing that European teams are doing and like trying to flex into it. We saw it from Mad Lions as well, but I just don't think it's good right now.
You know, went back, got a tier, got a call, but does not have a refillable potion. And he used his TP to get back in here and took that chunk of damage. So could definitely influence the way this mid game plays out here for a little bit.
Also, shout out to Mako for making sure that the wave didn't get into too bad of a position, just constantly asking questions of how G2 were going to play it as they go back towards the bottom lane. Game very even early on, which I have to say is a small win here.
Does LCS resume next week? Yeah, all domestic leagues resume. Wait, does LCS resume next week? I don't think it does. I think LCS is off for multiple weeks, guys. Definitely not because of Valorant, though. I'm pretty sure it's not back next week. I'm looking right now. It resumes on July 28th. It's actually July 27th for you guys. So it's Saturday, July 27th, July 28th for me. So actually, no. There are an additional, it's going to be 3 weeks before it starts again. Holy shit. Let me just look for VCT Americas. Surely this doesn't have anything to do with Valorant, right? They wouldn't just stop LCS for Valorant because, as we've been told many times, Riot thinks that LCS is just as important as VCT Americas. It wouldn't happen to coincide with a VCT Americas group stage ending, would it? Let me just check real quick. Hey, look at that! VCT Americas ends July 21st, a week before. What? Wow, what a coincidence. How weird. LCS back to 20th. The 20th? Is that right? No. Oh, the 21st. No, you're right. It is 2 weeks. So, how weird. Valorant is over except for a finals. That's so weird, guys. Who would have thought? That weekend, there are 3 playoff matches for Valorant, and that's it. Oh, there's 4. Never mind. No, there's 3 on the weekend. So on the weekend, there are 3. So it's weird. It couldn't possibly be that Valorant's group stage, where they play the most matches, could be kicking LCS out. That wouldn't be possible, right, guys? It is true, though. It is Saturday the 20th. So it is 2 more weeks before LCS comes back. Mysterious. Very mysterious. Are they lying to us? Riot would never lie.
Just is Tian who has built up that lead because they farm faster, they did get their first kill. But we do have to say that the kill going over to Hansama makes up for the fact that they are down a lot of CS, which is, again, why we're expecting this lane swap.
Yeah, it doesn't come through. They just want to fight it straight up. And Hansama,
the team who work on VCT production are the same people who work on production for LCS. It's almost like they fired a bunch of people so that now people would have to work on both VCT and LCS. Huh. Strange.
So could be something to look for as this does come along. For now, though, we're still putting on the pressure. And guess who's back? Back again. It's Tien in the bottom lane.
Tell a friend.
Yeah, tell a friend. I mean, he's going to make it very obvious, too. He's clearing out the wards. He's like, hey, guys, I'm here.
Hey, guys, they have no summoners. I'm here. Nice sidestep by Mickey.
Still a lot of damage being done to the Braum as he gets stunned straight up. And, you know, doesn't get a kill.
He's back every time he full clears his jungle.
Shout out to the way that Top Esports is playing around every single one of these waves, just going down there as Tiana and giving Jackulev and Mako so much pressure on the map means that Mickey X has to back away, and you're going to be giving over those plays. You don't necessarily need to beating these kills, but we're also seeing some of the ramifications.
Dumbfounded that Riot as a company managed not to fuck Arcane up. I mean, they did fuck Arcane up, guys. It took so many years and so much money to make Arcane because it was incredibly fucked up. They had to redo Arcane like multiple times because it was terrible. They came out with something very good in the end, but it was a giant fuck up, Arcane. It was a giant fuck up. Like, it was outrageously expensive to make.
And be very, very annoying. He wins in the 2v2, just because the amount of plans, the amount of control.
It was supposed to come out years before it did.
Really get going, especially because the Sivir.
But the final product was good.
Compared to the Ezreal, so it's just kind of a roaming 3-man squad down here, and here comes Cream trying to get in onto Caps as the auto comes in and the hop over the wall.
Oh man, Caps gets clapped.
So it's just kind of a roaming 3-man squad down here, and here comes Cream.
Caps doesn't mana. I'm surprised he had mana for Valk.
The auto comes in and the hop over the wall. Cream weak compared to the Ezreal, so it's just kind of a roaming 3-man squad down here, and here comes Cream trying to get in onto Caps as the auto comes in and the hop over the wall.
Nice flash. It's very well played by Cream there.
Again, I have no idea.
It's so clean ultimately. Top esports with all the
That was a very, very clean. Will the foreplay episode come out for Arcane? Well, it'll be Nerd Legion for Arcane, and it'll come out when Arcane Season 2 comes out. When is that? I bet it's after Worlds, guys, so we can have another world where all they do is advertise Arcane. November 2024. Wow. Whoa. What? 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 The same month as Worlds? What are the odds, guys? What are the odds? Great. Now I just have to watch fucking augmented reality Jinx dancing around for instead of celebrating esports players for all of Worlds.
Doesn't have any mana whatsoever. There's not enough mana to do anything other than Valkyrie away, and following through, making sure you get that last part of the explosive shot is...
You know, I really hate it when we actually celebrate teams and players during esports events, when I could see League of Legends intellectual property instead and Arcane ads. So I'm really glad that this year I have to spend the entirety of Worlds watching Arcane trailers.
Is no. They get 2 kills, and they get this Ezreal massively fed.
This is ridiculous coming out from Top Esports. This is looking like a different game ultimately, where it's just going for a tri-lane with the amount of time that Tian is spending down here, and G2 not prepared for it whatsoever. Yike has to go farming on the other side of the map, and this is just clinical. You're able to get so much damage down. You start everything with the ultimate from Tian, and what do? You don't have the summoner spells. You do not have the mobility to get out of that ultimate.
There's just nowhere for them to go. They have no control on the bottom side of the map. They can't clear the waves. The Xinjiao cannot match.
Bratvig, thank you. Grandpa Monty, indeed. I am old. Old and washed. Crawling back to League of Legends.
And Yike, you know,
thank you for your tier 1 sub.
Sit in the bottom lane and spend all of his time just babysitting the Sivir, hoping that Hansama eventually will be doing something in this game. As now Yike is going to try to make his presence felt here at level 6 at least, as he will steal away the blue buff.
Old and wise.
G2 are maneuvering up to the top side with these Void Grubs available.
Not wise enough to just shut up and take this Audi bag, apparently.
Ultimate is back up. You're going to have to give a lot of ground right back on over to Top Esports, and this is part of why we're seeing Yike just going as quickly as possible, but Top Esports not going to be contesting this one. They know that there is more blood to be had down the bottom side. As you see, Tian moving down, can go for the dragon, but can also just go for a Hansama, and as soon as you see a Hansama back away, well, the answer becomes very easy. Just pick up this dragon, make sure you get a trade on the map, and like you said, this Infernal Dragon is going to benefit so many of the members here of Top Esports, every single one of them loving the extra adaptive force that you get.
Yeah, it's going to feel great for them. I mean, you feel a little bit bad that Tristana isn't getting Void Grubs. She is one of those champs that really does love them. But at the end of the day, you know, maybe you can pick up a couple later on. It's not going to be your main win condition regardless, as Cream has done a very good job of just getting fed. And sometimes that extra money and extra items will get the job done instead. So they get that Infernal Drake. They have dominance in mid, they have dominance in bot, and so far the top lane hasn't really mattered all too much. So Top Esports definitely very much in control of this early game.
They're really doing a good job pressuring on the bot side.
Top lane is you check in at 14 minutes, you do your obligatory check-ins like, oh, how many plates went down? Okay, cool. Are you guys both playing tanks? Yep, cool. We'll talk about you guys when we see you in team fights. Top Esports and G2 are absolutely making this game entirely about the bottom side of the map, and we have seen that Jackie Love has been a Ezreal savant, I would say, this tournament. You know, everyone has those moments where like, maybe you should have Arcane shifted forward. Jackie Love has way more times where he does the Arcane shift forward and just finds multiple kills. I'm really looking forward to seeing when this composition actually starts popping off, because he has been getting close to the Trinity Force.
Yeah, I mean, this is already the domination, as you mentioned, before they really hit any item spikes, right? So it's a good call to look to the game. And Mako now out on the map, going to be clearing out some of this vision and preparing for the next Drake, which, by the way, is a Chemtech Drake. So the soul should be pretty nice for regardless of what we get here.
Yeah, we had a lot of the upcoming grubs because in 2 minutes we are going to be getting a
Is TL the best Western team right now? No.
Like you said,
G2 had a much harder side of the bracket.
Ultimately, like you said, it's not the win condition this game. This game is so much more about just getting the gold into the right targets. And
Also, I wouldn't look into any results from this tournament super seriously.
Of our top esports, the favorite in this tournament from this position? Is it T1? Is it top esports? And I feel as though seeing how powerfully and how resoundingly top esports actually took down Gen G yesterday, and based on the transit property, they should be way better than T1, right?
Yeah, I mean,
How so? How so what?
Take down T1, but they got to get through G2 first.
So basically, I think top and, as I said before the tournament, I think top and Gen G are likely to be the best two teams at this tournament. So that side of the bracket was basically guaranteed to be harder.
Just a bit desperate, you know, not going to help him out too much. He does have his flashback at least, and he has been able to stabilize the mid lane. Not falling too far behind in CS, but still going to be kicking himself for that early death. As after all these shenanigans down on the bottom side of the map, we've essentially just kind of stagnated from here. You know, the Drake did go the way of top esports. We saw the Grubs go over to G2, and now we're waiting for the next piece of action as Tana's going to spot Mickey X deep in his own jungle as, oh no, what was that? The blast cone.
Whoops.
Going to send him in the air. He is Braum, so he can jump over the pit, but definitely got a bit awkward there.
Sports are still creating pressure across the map, and with the Grub spawning in a couple seconds and the Dragon spawning in about a minute, top esports once again trying to reprise their role in the bottom lane with all three members, including the jungle, going down towards the bottom side. And because Tiana is
Thing is, the dives from Cream could be crazy here too because of the mid pressure. They've done a really good job of controlling this bottom tri-brush the whole game. Top esports, that's very annoying for G2 to deal with. They basically always have to be bot side, playing off the wave.
Just to try to survive, just to try to stay as healthy as possible.
Ezreal like 40 CS up, 35 CS up.
Look at the mid lane. Caps yet to back. He doesn't have TP, and the mid lane turret is just naturally going down in a 1v1 as Cream has really, again, I said it during the play-by-play, but why?
I just managed to snag some LCD sound system tickets. What? They had their last tour. It was a big deal. They played like 5 nights in Madison Square Garden. That was their goodbye show. They have another tour. They made such a LCD sound system made such a big deal about those Madison Square Gardens. This is our last shows ever, guys. What the fuck, LCD sound system? I like you, but like, come on.
Esports pushing out this mid lane, taking control, can even do a chunk of damage to the turret if they want to. Instead, they are going to
wait, they're making there's a fourth album? Wait, what? I missed all of this.
You know, once it does get on top of you, you do see the power that it has, so
that's bullshit, man. They should refund all those fans that went to see them at MSG.
We haven't seen much of this, but in the 1v1, 369 looking for it as he does go unstoppable. As the glacial prison does come out, but not.
Dude, I remember those last concerts.
So it shouldn't be too big of a deal up there.
In the mid lane, though, it doesn't look like we're quite done with the action. As
that Q is going to hit him, and now the rocket hits him. Broken Blade does have TP, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal up there.
In the mid lane, though, it doesn't look like we're quite done with the action. As
that Q is going to hit him, and now the rocket hits him as well as a couple of ranged minions. That's going to kill Cream, as maybe a little bit overconfident in that trade.
Funny little gank there.
That both Tian and Cream used their ultimates at the same time to try and get Yike out of the fight, and losing the buster shot there ends up really biting Cream. The flash has to be expected.
Yeah, Sedge top lane has been a thing. We saw Mirwin do this as well. It's like the lamest EU flex at this point in time. It's like the weakest sauce flex that Europe knows. I think it's actually quite terrible.
They have been missing so far part in this game, and getting that kill onto Kareem really changed.
On this Chemtech Drake, we see that Yike is in the top jungle, so there should be a couple of Drakes already going the way of top esports. Not a big surprise with the way that the early game has gone.
Yeah, the bot lane control has been unreal for top in this game.
And if you give that to an Ezreal alone, but also a Tristana, even the Zyra loves this.
Really surprised we didn't see G2 lane swap. They just like begging to lose without lane swapping.
Yeah. There's also my favorite part of the game where, you know, Mom decides where the Tristana goes. Like, you know, that top lane turret is still alive. Mom said it's my turn to go towards the top lane. I would not be surprised to see Kareem head up there soon.
It's gonna force a TP out
Caps is
already,
just,
as 369's like, yeah, I don't really
he's
care.
baiting him into a TP.
Take down Caps. That's nice flash from Caps though, and 369 might be punished here, as that's a lot of damage. Yes,
I mean, they did get the TP though, and they're pushing bot lane with Tristana. Trista's going to get solo tier 2 gold off of this turret, so actually extremely garbage trade for G2. Extremely garbage trade for G2. Look at this wave state, guys. Trista's right here. The wave is right here. Tier 2 is right here, and they're like, now's the time to make the TP play. We baited 369, guys. We baited him. We baited him. TP in. We get the kill. Meanwhile, Triss just walks over. Triss just fucking walks over to the wave that is at the turret for 700 gold. Free 700 gold for Cream, guys. Hashtag worth.
And this inner turret is worth so much more gold than the outer turret, and Kareem on this Tristana, even with no Void Grubs, will get so much in the mid lane as well.
Oh, they lost mid too. Very good.
Finding any actual fighting there, but they are going to be getting multiple structures, and even if you get this one, it's not going on to the same kind of valuable person.
Dude, it's so crazy, the solo gold of these turrets. I mean, I guess I didn't realize they still had Herald, so... Thank you, Iona, for your Twitch Prime subscription. Okay, so they did get 2 turrets, but even so, losing the mid lane and the control that gives you, because the problem now, guys, for G2 is it's like, okay, so you did get 2 turrets here. You did get 2 turrets, which is nice, but you don't have turrets here, and you don't have mid lane turret, and you're playing around Hextech Soul, of which Soul Point is coming up in 3 minutes. So now they can just shove these lanes, and how do you ever get Drake control again? And you're going towards like a 25-minute Hextech Soul. You can't see my drawing. What? What happened? Outrageous. Yeah, you can't. That's really weird. Why did it stop detecting my epic pen? Here, I'll fix it. There you go. I don't know why it stopped halfway through my stream. That was weird. But you guys get the point. They can push out mid and bot and control Drake forever now.
As the Rift Herald is still pushing and will eventually go down. So not only do they get the outer mid and the inner bot, but
we haven't been seeing it all stream. That's not true. You saw it in the first series.
Position on the map now to try and play for the top side turret. We'll take another look at this last play. This is 369 getting very aggressive and not respecting the ability of G2 to go for a teleport. I was very surprised to actually see the all-out go into the lane instead of trying to get it over the wall, because if you had a little bit more time with no broken blade, maybe you end up picking up. Instead, it's a very easy kill. However, G2 get baited later.
Very good cross mapping by top, though.
369 in a lot of trouble here, as once again he's getting very over aggressive. He's gonna pull the Braum over though.
When your screen went black after the bathroom break, yeah, that's what I thought.
As Mickey X does not want to allow this one, and yeah, I think 369 will eventually go down, right? Cassante is crazy sometimes, but it does take 4 members to eventually get the kill. So trades back for teleports on both sides, and yes, 369 will go down, but it does take 4 members as well, as Mickey X does not want to. 9 in a lot of trouble here, as once again he's getting very over aggressive. He's gonna pull.
He almost lives through this.
Maybe he gets out from here. The flash as well, as Mickey X does not.
It's crazy that he almost gets out from this.
Yeah, I think 369 will eventually go down, right? And yes, 369 will go down, but it's still a.
All right, it doesn't really matter though, because they're still just waiting for Soul Point. What's your opinion on the whole key concept of this tournament? I think it's cool. I think what they did with the trophy is very cool. He got another TP. Yeah, that's right. He did. He got the TP out. Pog. They probably won't need that TP for this next Drake, you know.
Just by the nature of his champion in this draft, we're going to get at least a 6 on the 3.
Meanwhile, no split push whatsoever at all from G2. So how are they actually going to deal with this? 369 doesn't have TP, but he's got plenty of time to push this out. Okay, I don't need to watch this replay. Really don't need to watch this replay. Okay, he's pushing out the top side. We still have a minute to go. They actually have to answer the top side pressure at tier 2. And Top Esports can choose to give away this Drake and just get more gold onto 369. When was this played? Yesterday.
Really thick front line with the Leona and the Cassante. That's really difficult to break through, and they can.
Look at this. They're actually TPing into the top side right now because they still have a minute, so they can actually take this and then rotate into Drake. Top's being very smart about how they play the Triss. This is how you play Triss, just PvE bullshit, guys. It's just free money. Oh, look, we have mid pushed up too. Side lane wave state incredibly good for Top Esports.
So the turrets are just falling for free here. I mean, 369 just exerting his presence.
Caps has no TB. Okay, now we just rotate to Drake. 30 seconds. Clear out vision. It's free.
An inner mid turret at 20 minutes into the game is very quick for a game that's, you know, still relatively close. So it feels like Top Esports, they've identified, hey, we have this lead, let's use it to just get more money as soon as we possibly can.
And they're also going to be in perfect position. Cream doesn't even need to back. They are ready to go for this Hextech Dragon as well, getting themselves to Soul Point with one of the best souls in the game. Just the AoE slow, the only stacking slow in the game actually, still going to come through. And Top Esports going to grab another one.
Yeah, I mean, G2 are here, they want to fight, but they're late to the party. They get in and everybody's already left. And so they're going to leave themselves. So not much of a fight there on the Drake. It is just going to go the way of Top Esports once again. We see those fans out there in the crowd as well, showing their signs, even a G2 sign there. I saw that one as well, hoping that maybe G2 can come back in this game. But at the moment, Top Esports not letting go of their vice grip on this one.
And it's going to be very tough. This composition coming out from Top Esports does the Baron very, very quickly. You have the double marksman. One of them is Tristana. You also have the Zyra. So not only are you doing it quickly, you're also doing it very healthy because the plants are tanking all of the Baron shots. It's very difficult for G2 to try and find anything. We were looking at a composition that had a decent amount of crowd control, and it still does. But Top Esports are not really giving any entrances back into the game. And now
they can do this Baron super fast with the Zyra, with Leandries as well. That could be gone already. Like, the thing is, once you get enough plants there and you power up your plants with your ult, you can do that Baron really fast without taking any damage.
Top Esports are like, yeah, we'll start it here at 22 minutes if we have to. They're not actually going to, but they are setting up just the immense vision control you were mentioning, Joshi, on this objective. And as it starts, you know, G2, they have to push in, they have to try to get vision themselves, and that leads to Mickey X taking a big chunk of damage and some extra priority going over the way of Top Esports. Mickey X is going to hop forward as the wall goes up. The Solar Flare is going to miss, but Yike is just so low at the same time that Top Esports still liking their position.
Yeah, Yike taking all that damage should be all the impetus that Top Esports needs to actually go for this Baron. Yike will have to back away, and even with the Hextech portals, look at how quickly this goes down. G2 walking directly into the trap, and they don't have
The Zyra is so crazy right now. Oh! 369, the huge play. What a great flank. Oh my god. That's actually such a fucking boss play by 369 in the pink warded brush. He just gets the displacement and just takes two of them out. Takes Caps on a ride afterwards. Really nice play. Although all clustered up, walking over to the pit.
Didn't see how that damage went into him. He was just way too deep. As now Top Esports, they want to get this objective and back away. 10 also going to flash out of this one, and it gets a bit messy. Ike's looking for a bit more. As when comes lightning, he is going to get in onto the Zyra, and he will be...
Yeah, the draft really doesn't do much for G2. There were a lot of ADC bans, though. And maybe they got bamboozled because they had just seen T1 win with Sivir. But T1 has always been like a Sivir team. They know how to play that for pick compositions. But, I mean, they didn't even lane swap here. They got bopped in lane. Looks like they were really they were not ready for what TS was going to throw at them in the draft. But I think you had to lane swap. They got completely owned on the bot side, especially since the Zyra can clear and really get bot lane prio at like under 3 minutes into the game. Like Zyra can be, we've seen Canyon do it. You can just be in bot lane at like 250 with Zyra.
Perfectly give them the opportunity to go for the Hextech Soul at the end of it.
Yeah, the timing of everything is, very clean from the side of Top Esports. It does feel like they're playing this game like it's chess. They're not taking their lead and trying to throw it in their opponent's faces. They're saying, no, let's try to really play this map in terms of this. The Q is going to miss for Mickey X, also a kind of a half game. He's just in the to be thrown in. And, well, not able to get much going there is G2, but they really want to get a fight here before this Drake starts. Look at Cream. He's just in the top side. His Broken Blade also going to miss his ult, and now they're losing an inhibitor turret.
That is brutal, and they're not even done. Top Esports just doing whatever they can to make sure that G2 are still here. Cream still wailing away on the inhibitor. Caps will get their inhibitor turret.
The Xin Zhao also does nothing, versus this composition, because Xin against so many ranged champions really struggles, because like when he ults, I mean, basically they just stand around, wait for his ult to end, and then you just destroy him. Right, and you can't get on top of anybody, and you can just re-engage with Leona Zyra. Like, Yikes in his ult right now, but what? It doesn't do anything. The ult doesn't help you. Because if you have a bunch of ranged champs, they can just stand around and wait for his ult to end and then kill him. The Jhin is useless. Jesus Christ. What a stomp. Appreciate your patience answering our SI questions. Oh, I'm happy to do it, man. It's fun.
That was a huge one, and now we got 369 just chasing him down. Not much of a chance for Hansama to get out of this one. He's got a blast clone and a dream. Oh, wow. That is just so troll. And he is going to get away for now, as 369 is still chasing him. But, yeah, Baron buff is also going to expire. Top Esports having a bit of fun as they're taking down a lot of objectives still in this one. As finally, no, okay, never mind.
Wow.
Just kidding.
He actually got out of that. I mean, congrats to Hansama on living. He does have 2.5 items to his name, but well, all that changes.
How good is Mako? I mean, he might be the best support player of all time.
Mid-lane inhibitor turret, getting even more pressure there. And so
yeah, the thing about Yike is, like, this meta's probably not too good for G2 because Yike has played, I think Yike has played literally 0 Karthus games this entire career. His like AP pool is like Ivern and Lilia. He's really like the Belveth Kha'Zix guy, so he's not really built for this meta. Is the Golden Road run over from Gen G? Absolutely not. This tournament doesn't mean anything. I said it for weeks beforehand. It doesn't mean anything, guys. Best of 3 single elimination blood money Saudi tournament does not mean the end of the Golden Road. Demacia Cup never mattered for this. Like Kespa Cup, like what the fuck are we counting here? You know what I mean? Here's what matters: domestic splits, MSI Worlds. Period.
Top Esports, even without the Baron, can begin to threaten more of the space if they would like to. I don't even think they need to play this one slow.
Only the Platinum Road is dead. Well, I think I've seen people refer to it as the Rainbow Road, just to piss off the Saudis. Just call Esports World Cup, if it includes that, the Rainbow Road.
Haven't shown that they like playing the game slowly at all.
And much like in Saudi Arabia, if you walk the Rainbow Road, it's dead. So.
Clear between the Corgi and the Sivir, so they can stall things out rather effectively as long as Top Esports does not have the Baron, and we are seeing a little bit of that every time Hansama steps up to the wave. Does take a chunk out of Jackie Love, and this wave, all
right, they're going to try to get down on a Mako, and they do a great job of that. Nicely done by G2. Meanwhile, Cream is just in mid, and he's going to get another free objective here.
I mean, Top Esports just destroying them in terms of macro. That's a macro blast, guys. Definitely a macro blast this game from Top Esports.
And that is it's going to be pretty huge by the the end of this one. It is a trade 1-for-1, but it's only the support of Top Esports that goes down, and Top Esports will not stop there. They have this massive Ezreal who is just tunking people down as finally Cream decides, okay, I'm going to try to kill some enemy champions. Might as well, as he is going to Guma Stomp on everyone on the side of G2. And this game number 1 is over very heavily in favor.
Well, kind of boring, guys, for being honest. I like that comp from G2 very much.
Really showcases why the lane swap meta is so powerful.
Into the totem for 2024. Congratulations, Team Falcons, over for 3 books.
Team Falcons wins Call of Duty Warzone.
Team Falcons for Warzone, getting the opportunity to put their outer frame in the history book.
I do think this is a cool idea.
Into the totem for 2024. Congratulations, Team Falcons, over for Warzone for doing it. As we over here at League of Legends looking to do.
Is Warzone the mobile version of COD?
Congratulations to Team Falcon. The fans are absolutely electric, and they are screaming their lungs out.
And the most important thing is they will now be able to.
Oh, it's the Battle Royale. That's right.
And welcome back, everybody watching at home and at the Gadia Arena.
Give us an inshallah. We get a game 3. Everybody say yalla. Yalla.
And now
Thank you, Crunchy Bun 21 for the gift subs. That's very generous of you.
We got a first pick it here on the side of G2, and we'll see if Top Esports gives credit to that.
I haven't seen the quick shot stream yet.
First ban from them. See the Zyra first ban, as they said, well, that's just too fast to clear the jungle. We could not keep up with it. That's not the type of game that we want to play, say G2. And we'll see.
I haven't seen. Does anybody? Is there a link to the quick shot show? Because I haven't seen it yet.
What was a very dominant first game from Top.
it's really interesting to see the difference in
How did TES get Zyra, Tristan, Ezreal while G2 is running top Sejuani? God only knows.
how effectively
I missed the Monty days in LCK. You don't have to miss it. Go watch our show on the Culture Channel for LFN. There you go. In the Twitch chat right now. We're going to release our House of the Dragon show tonight.
Zyra has been played over the past couple of games, right? We have
Where do you even watch the quick shot show?
Top esports absolutely.
All right, Zyra banned this time versus G2, so we're gonna ban Ivern in response, and the Lucian. Yep, Rumble is left up, so they're gonna go ahead and give that to Broken Blade.
Right away. Now, this is really
Oh my God! Here comes the Yone pickup right away because Tristan Corky are banned. So Cream back on his bullshit. Love to see it. He's a great Yone player.
one of the common picks that has been used as a counter pick to Corky's quite a bit, but there's obviously no Corky coming out in this game.
Dude, in COD, dude, I saw Scump. Didn't Scump say he wasn't gonna take the Saudi money, and then he's like, "I'm taking it, guys." Didn't he say that he wasn't gonna do that?
Going to be a blind Yone and in fact a blind Kennen, double blind solo lanes coming out from Top Esports.
Yeah, it does come out pretty.
I thought Scump literally said he wasn't going to take the Saudi money, and then he just did.
Mid jungle duo on the side of Top Esports, but that is not the case. Is now a Malphite being hovered, saying, "Okay, we could do this. We could swap all around some of these lanes, but instead it's just going to be the Vi." Talia also available. Could be a look. We saw Talia Vi working out for T1 in Game 3 of the first series tonight.
It is worth
To be fair to Scump, he never really was like a virtue signaler on social media. I just thought he said that he. Maybe I'm wrong. I just thought he said he wasn't going to take it, and then he did.
Potent combo with what we've already seen, and we are going to be getting a LeBlanc coming through from Caps. We have seen a couple of bans.
But it's kind of outrageous because Scump is already super rich. I mean, like, why is Tyler 1 here, man? Tyler, don't you have enough money?
It's going to be Caps looking for for an opportunity to shut down Cream on the Yone, but this is a very volatile mid lane. Even if LeBlanc does have a bit of an advantage in the laning phase, if anything goes wrong at all, the Yone can absolutely dominate the rest of the game.
Definitely can.
Kennen to Rumble is a decent counter pick. Yeah. Kennen got nerfed on this patch.
Such a deadly duo. The two of them together can find targets from
Kennen got, I think his, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, I think his HP got nerfed on this patch.
And isolate them and take them down. We'll see if they can get some success with that, as the Maokai is the choice here for Top Esports in the jungle, as they will avoid the Sejuani entirely and just go for this pick instead. Definitely can feel pretty good into what is a very...
Tyler needs to earn money for his family. Knows League Twitch viewers are not going to last forever. Tyler has enough money for the rest of his life and his kids' lives, guys. That's not an excuse. He lives in fucking Missouri. All right, so Maokai going to be taken here. Lots of AP damage. Sejuani not banned, but we're taking Vi because we have, I guess we want the Vi LeBlanc combo.
Many powerful picks in the bottom side of the map already removed. The Ashe next on the chopping block. The Lucian already gone as well. I'm really expecting to see picks like the Bars start to rise in priority in these games once again, because we're not expecting Israel to be there. It's already gone. The Ashe is,
you know, rising in priority.
So we're taking the Ashe out like weird. So we're just not going to take an ADC. We're taking Leona. What is it going to be? Okay, so I mean, the thing is, they can actually still take Ziggs potentially. Top Esports, they can still take Ziggs Leona in the bot side. Varus has been left up. They did ban Varus in the first game, so they must be anticipating this is a thing. Or are we just going to take Kaisa? All right, so we can assassinate the Varus in the back line. Also reposition for LeBlanc and Rumble. Huge backline. By the way, this composition from Top Esports is so all in. All in champion, Leona E. All in with Kaisa ult. All in with Yone ult. All in with Kennen flank and ult. This is the backline destroyer composition. The Wombo combo here is huge. Varus is going to have a very tough time staying alive, I think.
Actually get engages going in a 5v5 team fight. Yes, they still have great pick potential on the top side of the map to G2, but
nothing's wrong with Missouri, Nargi. What I'm saying is he lives in a really cheap place. Tyler won.
You see the reason for the Alistar ban, the Rel coming out. That is one of the biggest counters to Rel, the Alistar, but you did also give this free Leona over. And I suppose for G2, they said, well, we're mostly worried about Ezreal Leona rather than just Leona itself. And they do let that one get selected. So at the end of the day,
do you think Fearless has made LPL drafting better? It's too early to say. I think, you know, what's going to be interesting is as we see Group A in LPL, I'm not going to read into a fucking best of 3 tournament where we've seen a few games from LPL teams. Like once we get to the end of round 1 or of the next phase of LPL with Group A, I think we'll be able to have a much better insight into if Fearless helps or not.
Move on in this series. If they drop this one, they will have to watch their key get crushed, and then we will see the LPL advance to play up against T1.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, coming into today, I actually felt like this series, the second one was going to be closer than the first one. But Team Liquid made it really interesting between them and T1. And you know what? So far, G2 haven't been able to make it as interesting, in my opinion. So I really want to see them get something going here for game number 2 and make this a competitive...
I know there's no Fearless for this round to Squishy Liquid. I know that. That's why I'm saying we'll be able to see if it has an effect. Because we have a larger sample size of non-Fearless games after Fearless was played. There have been 4 best of 3s with Chinese teams so far at this event.
Otherwise, Top Esports are going to be going...
No, there's been 3 best of 3s. How the fuck are we supposed to know whether Fearless helped or not?
But, you know, still going to play out game 2 and potentially a game 3 in this series.
This is where we're going to be putting a big look once again at Broken Blade as well, right? We're looking at Caps as one of these players who has a lot of tools to try and make outplays going into Top Esports. Use that mobility, use that burst of damage, and create zones of vision where you have total control. But Broken Blade also received the first pick Rumble in this game. He picked it blindly. He's now going to be going into 369's Kennen, which is already a bit of a tough matchup. But
does current meta not suit G2? I don't think it does very much because, like, Yike isn't the AP carry jungler. You know, he's like an Ivern and Lilia player. He's not like a brand Zyra Karthus player.
The Rumble, the Vi, the LeBlanc. That 2v2, especially the mid jungle, I feel like they should have a really nice angle there.
Just say Fearless is better with no data to back it up. Lying is free in this economy. It's so true.
I saw a tweet earlier today where people were looking at some very high elo solo queue players who are like, Cork and then LeBlanc and Yone were about the only two champions after that you were seeing anyone play at the top of the solo queue ladder. And this is going to be a perfect example of seeing what happens if those two other champions were to disappear. It does look as though Hans almost seems...
Dude, I love how people at the start of the stream were like, Monty, do you think Team Liquid is better than G2 right now? I'm like, guys, I haven't even seen the second G2 match yet.
Into the game, but
people just want me to be like Reddit and just like say opinions without having watched the games or thought about them.
Neutralize each other in a lot of ways, and even though US Korean was getting the better of the matchup last time around, normally both of them just farm very heavily as we get into game.
Yeah, in just sports will come.
And as they jump in, we can already hear the shouts of the crowd very much in favor of Top Esports here, making sure that their team has the energy necessary to power their way through this one. We load onto the Rift Form.
You know, I think so far Team Liquid have looked better than G2, but you guys have to remember that this meta is super weird. And Riot is almost certainly not going to allow this meta to persist. They don't want this Trist Corki bullshit in the mid lane. They don't want Faded Ashes to be as strong as it is. I think, you know, come summer playoffs and come Worlds, it'll be a more standard meta.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about how this the Kennen and the Maokai could definitely do a number in terms of dealing with the engage on the side of G2, but at least for G2, they have the LeBlanc, they have the Varus, who do have a very nice amount of range, not just in terms of their auto attack range. But
yes, join the hive mind of Reddit. I'd have to start hating myself then.
And kind of just get out without much of a scratch. So
be a big change for me because I love myself.
You know, slicing Maelstrom from 369 and then just, you know, kind of chain of corruption him in position.
Monty's so bad, by the way. He said mean things about Riot, so he is evil.
And certainly angles for G2. So I'm very excited to see what we are going to see in terms of the back and forth team fights in this one. As speaking of which, Cap's just going to find an extra tree in that bush that's not quite supposed to be there.
Yeah, a little bit surprising for Tian to go there, but every little bit of health advantage can make big plays possible later on as Mickey.
Yeah, speaking of which, he is going to have to jump over the wall here as already is taking a big chunk down in that bottom lane. And he's not going to be feeling too good about that one. Meanwhile, 369 just taking a bit of harass himself. Tian, level 2 on the blue buff, and now he's entering Yike's jungle.
I can't wait for Reddit to defend Riot when they officially partner with the Saudis. By the way, you know what's weird? I noticed that a lot of those Riot devs that were really against the Neom's deal. I'm not talking about the esports people. Like actual devs at Riot were tweeting how much they hated the Neom deal. Weirdly, those same people have just said nothing now. Said nothing.
Yike is going to be towards the top side. This looks like good scouting on the behalf of Top Esports and their coaches and analysts.
So let me get this straight. Taking a sponsorship for your league that was advertisement for Neom is less bad than letting them use their IP, your IP, in their country to sports wash. That's less bad, right? I'm sorry, I don't really understand what is worse than what anymore.
He's going to be going for this clear, and Tian, that means that you have time if you just do one buff as Baker already goes in.
Yeah, I mean, level 2 advantage here for the bottom lane of Top Esports. They get a huge health advantage on top of this, especially in the support role, as, you know, not too surprising, I would say, especially after Mickey X did face check the brush and did fall behind, as here comes Yike. He is going to be spotted. He is level 3, and over the wall he does come, but just in time for Tian to get away with his buff.
And that is a brutal position to be in, as Yike, yet another situation where these jungles end up falling behind simply because they do not have the same kind of read on where their opponents are as they do. And now Top Esports will allow Tian to clear out his entire side of the jungle. He still has Gromp, the Wolves, and his entire northern quadrant to actually play around. However, it does mean that the top side of the map will be left to its own devices for a little while, as the Caps clone does actually get proc relatively early on. But Tian has so much freedom to move around the map now simply because Yike is going to be trying to find something on the top half of the map.
Yeah, very good start here. Very good start here. I mean, honestly, like, big credit for Top Esports. They're playing around their bot lane extremely well in this game. They literally have the pressure early on in the 2v2, and then they're able to translate that into Tian doing an early invade off of blue buff, right? They get the faster level 2, so they have prio and bot side. So they make Yike basically an unemployed jungler. And being an unemployed Vi is the worst, because you want to hit 6 as fast as you can, and you literally just lost 2 camps on your bot side.
And that is a brutal position to be in, as Yike, yet another situation where
They also have a ward at their own Raptors, so they can see if Yike was pathing that way, right? That ward was placed right at the start of the game. It's the Faker ward. Well, actually, it's not the Faker ward. It's on their own Raptors. It's a reverse Faker ward. MonteCristo read last update 5 years ago. I don't have time for that shit, man. Cryfest. You want to pay for that?
And now Top Esports will allow Tian to clear out his entire side of the jungle. He still has Gromp, the Wolves, and his entire northern quadrant to actually play around. However, it does mean that the top side of the map will be left to its own devices for a little while, as the Caps clone does actually get proc relatively early on. But Tian has so much freedom to move around the map now simply because Yike is going to be trying to find something on the top half of the map.
There's a Faker rat emote now? What the fuck?
Dominating this mid lane matchup. He is going to get on in there. We'll see just how aggressive he wants to get. He's going to start on the Raptors and knows that he will not be effective here for just a moment. Tian is about to figure this out, as we just saw Yike find out about his own red buff.
MonteCristo power rankings, last update, last split. Oh, well, sorry for giving you guys all this free content. My bad. I should just give you more free content whenever you demand it.
The red buff, and Mako has already roamed up here to mid, alongside a Mickey X who's following him up, so a lot of follow roams here from both sides.
It just is an entire party from everyone on both sides trying to rectify some of the issues that we saw previously. Yike is fully on a ward, so should not be able to pick up this red buff at all, as Tian does.
Like I said, complaints are only for subs.
For something a little bit more aggressive, is look to potentially hop the wall into the Krugs, does not in fact get spotted, as we see these very small skirmishes across the board.
Yep, we get some portal combat here on the bottom river. That's barely going to go the way of Mako, and Cream, meanwhile, is going to get that knock up in mid and start to slowly but surely find a way back here in this matchup. Early on, that should go the way of LeBlanc, and Caps is doing a great job of exerting that pressure in the mid lane, as you would expect.
But still,
Yike is running in circle. He's an unemployed jungler, guys. He's a danger to the lanes, but who is he going to gank? Who is he going to gank? He's unemployed, but he has no ability to gank anyone. What is he gonna fucking do? Is he's gonna gank a Kennen before Rumble is 6? Probably not. Yone's playing under tower, and also can, you know, dodge Q and dodge chains.
Find a way back here in this matchup. Early on, that should go the way of LeBlanc, and Caps is doing a great job of exerting that pressure in the mid lane, as you would expect.
But still, Tian doing a really good job at managing where Yike can go, because Yike didn't have anything to farm, finds themselves on the top side of the map, trying to create some opportunities for Broken Blade, but not going to be able to find that gank whatsoever, and Tian showing himself will allow Broken Blade to crash this wave into the top side turret. But it is going to still be a good wave position up here for Broken Blade, as he does have...
What did you think about Faker activating his unfair passive that mind controls import Korean junglers to int in important matches? No. Bubbles Shinobi, you are looking at this wrong. He doesn't have Korean mind control tech that only works when Koreans are in foreign teams. He has T1 sleeper agents. So what T1 does is they pay Koreans to go infiltrate other teams, and then they activate the sleeper agents at international events. That's what happens.
There in the top side for Broken Blade. Now, we are going to see Caps TPing back into mid here.
They're on the T1 payroll.
In the mid lane. And
see, what happened was was actually a good jungler on a bad team. And T1 was like, oh shit. What if like joins a good team and then beats us in Korea? Or we could pay to go to Team Liquid, and then if we need the sleeper agent to activate at an international event, we can activate him.
Has caught up a decent amount in terms of CS, so Cream should feel pretty good.
You know, they're like, Tarzan, you were too good on Griffin. You might turn into a real threat. We have to send you to China.
About the way that one did go for the last 30 seconds. Tian, once again, very proactive, looking for another angle here, maybe down on the bottom side of the map, as Anzama is going to find the tree once again, does proc that cleanse, as that TP is just going to go into the mid lane.
A really good cleanse coming out from Hansama, very timely. Does mean that nothing further comes of that, but Tian is going to be a little bit ahead. One of the downsides of actually going for this early on invade is that none of your camps are cycled. As Cream going aggressive and Tian is around.
Perhaps, yeah, he's going to lose that distortion as well, but Tian not going to dive LeBlanc. Definitely kind of a fool's errand if you did want to try to go for that one, especially at level 6. But still, very much on a knife's edge here. Feels like the trades are very close in a lot of these lanes. And, you know, once we hit that tipping point, once someone gets that first kill, they could easily run away with this one. Decent gold lead early on for G2.
Rookie might be a threat on KT. Time to go to China. Hey, I'm just going to put this out there. It's really weird that in 2014, when T1 was getting bodied, that all 10 Samsung players went to China immediately afterwards so that T1 could immediately win in LCK and win Worlds in 2015 again. Don't you find that a little weird, guys? Rookie and all 10 Samsung players? Surely it wasn't a T1 payment to exit the country.
Doing the majority of that gold lead.
A lot of it will equal out here in just a moment, but G2 is going to be sending Caps good to get that fruit. But the other major thing is we will see this gold lead tip back towards Tian relatively shortly, unless Jake is able to pick up some of these grubs without any contest. And now 369 running back into the map is going to get there a little bit too late, and Tian not looking like they're going to be contesting this set of grubs whatsoever. So good stuff to Yike. It does make Caps in the side lane not necessarily known for being the best champion at taking the turrets, but very good at getting to them in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the threat that LeBlanc has to push lanes and get out scot-free just allows you that extra leash to push on in, get damage to turrets, and get out without much risk. As we do see 369 dashing around a lot. Looks like he did have to run all the way back to lane, as you were mentioning before. Isn't too far behind and should be okay. Still waiting for that first kill as Mako.
Conspiracy theories with MonteCristo now on Elephant Culture. Yeah, we're gonna open our last Free Nation Conspiracies channel. We'll get Anders. That shit would actually be very entertaining, though.
No trade for the Dragon either after the grubs were picked up. It is going to be top esports not necessarily having the same kind of explosive early game, or not, I mean, just aggressive early game that we were seeing from them in the first game of the series. No Zyra means it's a lot harder to go for the tri lane because, as Ox pointed out, you don't have the same amount of time as a Maokai. You just have so much freedom to stay down here in the bottom lane when you're the Zyra, because you do every single camp without looking at it. But now Tian going to be starting up this Dragon, does have Mako in the jungle, and Jackie Love could rotate over relatively quickly if they wanted to, and Party in the mid lane as well. This should be an objective thing over time.
I've set a nation with my kimchi quesadillas. Dude, those kimchi quesadillas were delicious. Mexicans deserve to be upset that they didn't invent them.
Caps is dashing on over, wants to get at least some vision in the river and maybe poke their head in and see what they can see. As the ward goes in, the smite is there. And top esports get the Dragon without much of a contest. Although Mickey X is trying to aggressively posture here, and he will be able to hop away. As the rail not in too much danger here. We see the equalizer up, and that's
Whoa, dull game so far.
A very aggressive trade himself.
No kills just quite yet, though, Valdez, is everyone just able to get out of everything. I am expecting to see, whoa, not that.
Yeah, the lease right at the end of it. Cream is going aggressively in, and Caps just on the run here, but gets knocked up. As the clone is going to be chased in the river. And meanwhile, down to the bottom side, here's Tan once again, and he's got
Mickey's dead.
grasp. That will be the first blood given over to the Maokai.
Wow, how did TN get that?
As the clone is going to be chased in the river. And meanwhile, down to the bottom side, here's Tan once again, and he's got Nate.
Was he killed by the sapling? I see the sapling right here.
That will be the first blood given over to the Maokai.
What killed him?
And he's got nature's grasp. That will
Sapling killed him, I guess. That's funny.
At 9 minutes, it comes a little bit late.
He's got Bomby Cinder, by the way. He's building tank this game, which is really weird. But I guess they just want a second tank for all of to absorb damage, so everybody else has good backline access. That probably slows Maokai's clear way down though compared to Faded Ashes.
Maokai committing down towards the bottom side. Here comes the cross map.
Yeah, Yike has not used his ult yet, and that is the dash out of 369. And
Why isn't G2 as fun to watch as they used to be? I think it's just the meta. This isn't a good meta for them.
immediately as Yike is under the turn, he's in a lot of trouble, and down used his ult yet, and that is the
That's yikes. There is no Rumble ult here, so I don't really know why we go for this play. Because he flashes the Vi into the turret, then stuns her. That's a terrible play. Yike is big unemployed though. He hasn't had any camps to take this game. He's up in CS, but I mean he's been struggling for sure. They try and ambush him with this play, but with the Rumble ult down, it's very unlikely this is going to work. He just gets flash dragged into the turret and then stunned by the cannon. It's really bad. He also flashes afterwards while the turret shot's on him. Ugh, blah. Terrible play. It's alright, saved. Saved.
First, but they do at least trade a kill back.
Really good roam up from Caps, making sure that the kill does end up going over. I feel as
Probably lose a play to mid lane though.
Through from Yike, knowing that the flash is still up a little bit. Greedies will take another look at it as soon as Yike shows himself. We see 369 running away. The flash comes through, the ultimate comes through, and too many tower shots end up getting taken down. But then 369, he's a bit big for his britches. Doesn't realize that there's a LeBlanc around the corner.
Oh boy, meanwhile, looks like Broken Blade has overstayed his welcome. Mako looking to punish this one as he's in the alcove, and he can run around in there, but one Q will get the job done. Even Solar Flare as well.
He just ults the wave.
Actually, to push the lane back, so not enough bad there. Won't take any turret damage or plates to go to top esports.
He's like, ha, you won't get my plates now.
Esports will still enjoy the kill.
We're always going to look at where the cross map comes in from there, but it doesn't look as though G2 are ready anywhere on the
Yeah,
map.
Cream going even in this lane. Very good for Cream.
Ultimate available just quite yet, but they could potentially still look for a dive on the bottom side as Mako relieves some pressure mid.
Yeah, Caps just have the Mimic Distortion. That's going to get this TP, though, out of the...
I mean, but Broken Blade has no ult and they know it.
G2 as it is, Broken Blade does not have the equalizer and not quite enough damage to get on top of him. Mako will respond with a respect flash to come out, but now Broken Blade.
Oh, look who's here. It's Kennen. He literally walks over from bot side.
Equalizer and not quite enough damage to get on top of him. Mako will respond.
He has ult but no flash.
But now Broken Blade, awkward spot, but here comes Darrell. The engage on a 2. The Magnus Storm is huge as everybody on the side of G.
Wait, does he not have ult? I can't. I guess he doesn't have ult up. Oh, he doesn't have it up. It looked like it was up, but it's still not up.
And not quite enough damage to get on top of him. Mako will respond with a respect flash to come out, but now Broken Blade. Awkward spot.
Nice engage by Mickey. All right. Very nice engage by Mickey and Yike. Yes, I know he used I know he used the Kennen ult on gank, but I didn't know if it was. It looked like it was back up, but the icon fooled me. Yeah, I don't know what top esports is supposed to be doing here because you can't turn this around. Like, you don't see the rel on the map and they just TP'd in. Like, basically what's so confusing about this play from top esports is you effectively just got a TP for free. Broken Blade was not a threat TPing right there. And if you look at this, like, okay, you can cover the mid lane, but you do not. This is not up yet. There's still a tiny little sliver like this that's not up. You're already pushing into top side, right? Plates are still up. You're getting free plates potentially. So why are we over forcing this if we're top esports? Like, surely you should be able just to walk away and get a free TP out of this and some plates on the top side. The timing's just a little bit off. If you have Kennen ult there, maybe you can do something, right? You're also taking the grubs at the same time, so it just feels like you're getting more done on the top side of the map while trading plates. Plus, they wouldn't be able to TP into the top side here with Caps because he would be afraid of getting dove, but he's not afraid of getting dove anymore because you just lost the mid lane.
JackieLove has some free time himself as Caps. He's been such a huge menace. It feels like he's pulling a lot of attention towards him, but he's LeBlanc. He's totally fine. He has not died at all, as he will just distort away from the enemy team, as it does look like Hansama should be able to get the first turret blood, even against the two members of top esports. We'll see what this race looks like, but looking good for Hansama right now.
The thing is, Hansama I don't think is going to do much with gold because he's going to be so vulnerable to the dive, the backline dive. I don't think you can stay alive with Varus against this composition. Like, they don't have any peel. The only peel they have is Rel. But basically, Yone, Kennen, and Kai'Sa and Leona are all going to be in the backline trying to kill Varus. So I think gold is pretty useless on him in this game. I don't know. Cream is a big ult. That's a big ult. They got into the choke point. Huge play by Cream.
Eventually fall as they're diving JackieLove in the top lane, and they will take him down. But Cream is such a huge menace on this Yone, and that is going to be the route here.
Yeah, he just still has flash up.
Will give the double kill over to Cream, top esports' mid laner.
Both of these mid laners are everywhere in so many of these fights, but Cream coming out a little bit ahead when all is said and done. Partly because 369 on the far side also getting even more money. But Cream just finding so many of these small opportunities, another ultimate in that one to just keep his teammates alive for a little bit longer. However, another dragon is spawning, and it looks as though G2 looking to create pressure here and push 369 away from this side of the map.
Hansama's just on a ward. He has no idea as he's getting flashed on by a Maokai, but it might actually bite them back as no, Hansama will be stunned down, and Tian is totally fine as in goes JackieLove.
This is tank Maokai, remember. He has Hollow Radiance, so obviously not going to be good against the Varus, but he's going to be tankier at one item than most other. I mean, this is the first time, basically, since Faded Ashes has been released that I've seen a Maokai not build Leandri's first. And he just flashes onto Hansama right now because he knows that JackieLove can come in on this. He's also just deceptively tanky. Yeah, now Cream is ahead, so zero hope. Yeah, basically the split push is going to be hugely in favor of the Yone now. Gonna be super hard to win this game, and it's just that you can't live through this. Like, Rumble and Varus cannot live through the amount of damage, burst damage that is coming in from top, unless top like fails to hit them with, you know, you'd have to fail to hit with both Yone and Kennen ult, and Kennen has Rocket Belt now.
The Yone, who can both create a lot of pressure in the side lanes, and they don't ever have to get battle GG2, they can just fight him anyway.
So I guess Caps just has all his cooldowns down for some reason.
The two carries right now are Cream and JackieLove, and the two of them come together to just absolutely assassinate.
Yeah, JackieLove's a great Kai'Sa player too. He is gigantic now.
I was talking about the, mobility of this pick, but he's not able to mobility his way out of that death. Now it is going to be the Rift Herald that does go over to G2. But at this point in time, just kind of feels like a small gift compared to what top esports are getting.
And Sama, like you said, having no idea that they are on a ward, was looking to push out 369 earlier, potentially looking for a bit of a play, but doesn't have the same kind of burst as Lethality Varus was showcasing even earlier. Not this event, but even during the regular season for all of these teams. And now Mickey X, a little bit in danger of potentially making a similar mistake. Does have some friends in the back pocket, but there's a lot of top esports members here.
They're going to spot him as the Rel is pretty good at getting out of the first engage. Can he get out of the second one? The slow comes down.
Watch Hansama. He's just so sad, dude.
Mickey X has to flash away just to survive. Meanwhile, the Nature's Grasp.
Hans can't do anything this game.
He's going to have to flash away himself.
He just has to run away from absolutely everything.
Any champion on the side of G2.
And G2, they have Broken Blade, but he's not going to be able to get a whole lot of damage on this structure. Just a little bit of minion damage fed to the Tower of Gods. However, it is still top esports, creating a bit more pressure. Now, one of about 1,000 gold.
Heavyweight and one, and then it wasn't him. The Yone, Kaisa's already got it. Mako think.
At the same time, in fact, his lane opponent, Hansama, the closest player in the entire game. But as the Rift Herald does crash, with about 2 minutes left on the Hextech Dragon, we're going to have to look at how top esports can continue to build up some of these small advantages. They got 4 dragons straight in that last game.
Is Yike still unemployed? No, he's got camps on his side of the map. When junglers are unemployed, it just means they have nothing to do in the early game because the enemy outpathed them, so they basically have to gank lanes. They become very dangerous when they're unemployed. He's got gainful employment right now. The Gromp and the Wolves are gainfully employing Yike.
Suddenly, it's a very dangerous place to be because once you go in, it's very difficult to get out.
You're not getting out.
Climb, break, dominate? What the fuck is even that? What is this supposed to mean? What do any of these verbs have to do with one another? Climb, break. Is this like you climb, then you break, then you dominate? What is this like some puzzle where I'm supposed to find the theme that connects these 3 words? It's like a New York Times word puzzle.
There's just so much lockdown from the Slicing Maelstrom, the Nature's Grasp, the Solar Flare, even the Leona can be very good at
ad reviews. Yes, indeed.
They've found a lot of picks themselves. They don't even necessarily.
I work in branding a lot, guys. So yes, I think about these things.
That are out of position, you can still look for opportunistic picks.
Dude, I can't. Doa was tweeting. So Doa's like in deep on this this new TCG called Star Wars Unlimited that's made by Fantasy Flight. And he literally posted a tweet of the first expansion of this game today. And it's called, the expansion's name, the first expansion to this game is called Star Wars, I shit you not, Shadow of the Galaxy. So I just responded like, what is a shadow of a galaxy? What the fuck does that mean?
Been pretty good about doing that, but also not overextending and getting out of position. Because really where their bread is buttered is in that disengage and kind of re-engaging from a good position for them. As Tian is he's in his own jungle, but he is spotted.
Violent speed momentum. To be fair, like the violent speed momentum saying from Doctor's Disrespect was pretty funny. Flip mode SQ. Thank you for Twitch Prime sub. Like, God only knows what Dr. Disrespect did, but violent speed momentum and we're on top of the mountain, but we're only halfway up are fucking excellent branding catchphrases. Because he's supposed to be satirical, so it's funny.
Around the next dragon that's about to spawn.
It's going to be hard for G2 to maintain any position here.
Star Wars Galaxy's Edge makes sense. There's an edge to the galaxy, and you're on the fringes. It's like the Wild West of the galaxy, right? Galaxy's Edge makes sense. Shadow of the what the fuck is a shadow of the galaxy?
With just the amount of poke that will be coming.
I'm in the galactic shadow, guys. Isn't the shadow of the galaxy just all of the empty space in between solar systems and the galaxy? Isn't that the shadow of the galaxy? What is it supposed to mean?
Suddenly that W becomes, it's not quite evolved just quite yet, but he is getting very close. But still, top esports, they have the Maokai to push things around. They also have plenty of opportunities for Cream and 369 to potentially teleport to very dangerous flanks. They will be teleporting Yone into the mid lane. But with the Dragon still spawning about 10 seconds, Top Esports will be able to take control of the mid lane first.
But I don't understand how these companies are like, they sit around, they're like, what should we call our first expansion? Shadow of the Galaxy. Nailed it. High five, high five, high five. It's just like Riot. What should we call our tournament? Mid-season Invitational. Genius. Because it's not boring. It's literally in the middle of the season. It's descriptive. And it's also an invitation. Oh, shit. It's not an invitational. Ah.
Yeah, the mid-prio definitely going to be very important. They're just going to flash onto the LeBlanc. Not sure about that one, but honestly, it's still working. As the Nature's Grasp, he puts himself in such an excellent... Going to be very important. They're just going to flash.
Mid lane. But with the Dragon still spawning about 10 seconds, Top Esports will be able to take control of the mid lane first.
Yeah.
All right, they have no idea where this cannon is. They have no idea where this cannon is, and the engage is so dangerous from Top Esports. All right, it's kind of it is kind of crazy to flash W a LeBlanc as a Maokai, I will say. That is maybe not the play you should be making. Look at Hansama. He's certainly going to live really a lot for a long time. Hansama is going to live a lot in this fight and do a lot of damage and not just be completely body. Oh, he got rooted. It's all right. He's got cleansed. Don't worry about it. Okay, he cleansed. Good. Cream is certainly not just going to ult on top. Oh, forces flash. Oh, wait. 369 still is here and he still has ult and he still has flash. Oh, okay. Well, maybe Varus will live next team fight.
369 doing so much work and creating space, but Jackie Love, the big recipient of all of those kills.
I mean, Hansama did a good job of using his sums there, but what the fuck he's supposed to do?
They're going to get this mid lane turret. They should be able to get the bot lane turret. They're going to be getting this Hextech Dragon as well. Every single one of these advantages just stacking itself up right after each other.
It is unplayable. It's not Hansama's fault, but now you know how he like lived slightly longer because he had sums? Well, I don't think it's going to happen in the next one. Unfortunately, they're still going to have ults. And also, guys, guess who still has flash? This guy. Oh, he didn't even have to use Hextech Rocket Belt in that last fight either. It's free real estate.
I mean, the engage came in so quickly, I hardly was even able to react to it.
I would have just dodged all those abilities using superior movement. Of course. Fluffy, #1 Twitch chat troll. Tien actually just Tien is just giga-braining. He's like, I knew the LeBlanc would drag me back, and I would just take one turret shot, and then my ultimate would have... I'd be perfectly positioned for my ultimate. I'm going to walk back, too, so I maximize the amount of CC time. Mickey gets hit by it. Genius play by Tien. And then we watch Hansama play DDR and fail because it's actually impossible to play DDR against this composition. Nightmare difficulty. Flashes it, and he's like, oh, man, Kennon's there. Why didn't Varus buy Gale Force? You guys are funny today. I've seen the announcement for Riot that MSI next year will be in July. And I find it likely that MSI will be held in Riyadh. Of course it will be. Because Riot has a company-wide break at the beginning of July. And they said they're moving MSI to the beginning of July. To coincide, and it coincides with the Esports World Cup. So why wouldn't... I mean, maybe it's not, but signs point to MSI being in Riyadh next year. What up, Dilfs? Hell yeah. This is Dilf Central.
Specifically, especially once you begin to build some AP and you can just poke people down, as now looks like Caps is caught once again, but they're trying to get on top of Jackie Love, and they will. It's a shutdown out of the bars, but now they're so out of position. AP and you can just poke people down, as now looks like
they got him, guys. They got him. They killed the Kaisa. Surely there aren't any other threats on this team. We got under the turret. Oh, here we go. Guess who still has flash? It's 369. Up. Well, Varus got a pick, I guess, so it was worth it.
They sacrificed Jackie Love, but they take 3 people with them.
And Yike is too low. He's not going to be able to do anything about this Baron as it does go down. Jackie Love has to just pull out the water. He knows, like, yeah, that was fine.
Surely we won't get, guys, it's after 20 minutes. Surely we won't give up Baron if we just kill Jackie Love. And then they just kill us all. What a terrible game from G2, dude. These drafts, I love me some Dylan Falco. I think his drafting is excellent, but man, this was the Varus pick was not it. Hi, Monet. Just back from my class. Thank you. I am an excellent impressionist painter.
With this one, they're going to stop hitting the Baron. They immediately turn onto the Vi, and Yike doesn't really.
Do you feel TS is improving? Will be a legit threat at World this year? I mean, I said coming into this tournament that I thought Gen G and Top Esports were the best teams at this tournament in this meta. So yes, but also I don't think this meta is not going to be around for Worlds.
The Baron buff comes through. They're already up 2,000 gold in this power play. The 5,000 gold lead come through, and the chants are also starting to get pumped in from the arenas. Top Esports fans, so many of them traveling here to be in Riyadh, are ecstatic that their team is starting to come up with so many of these plays.
Yeah, Tian is also the wild card. Tian has been a Worlds MVP, and he's also been a Dade Award winner. So we've seen the good and the bad of Tian.
Lead up against 369 for so much of the game has now fallen behind after a couple of massive team fights from 369.
We'll take a look at the replay once again. It's, you know, they get the pick. They're trying desperately to do what their comp does, which is press your Vial, get an equalizer on top, and get a kill. And they do that, but then this happens.
Yeah, 369 finding a full ultimate on top of Han Sama just means that the Varus goes down very quickly, and with so many resources spent on trying to take on Jackie Love.
Hi, Monet. What do you think about water lilies? I love them. They are very beautiful in my pond in France. I like to paint impressionist pictures of them.
And with so many resources spent on trying to take on Jackie Love, you had nothing left for the rest of the team, and now we'll see how many structures they can get. Ultimate's already out.
Yeah, they're just pushing forward. The Nature's Grasp going to create so much room as Caps is just flying all over the map, and now Cream is going to get in there as well. The damage to Equalizer is actually very nice, but do they have the follow-up? It looks like the answer is absolutely no, as Cream just waltzing into 4 people. He even gets away alive. Not sure why he was walking that way, but you know, it's fine. He survives, and Top Esports still have a minute left on their Baron buff.
However, they have lost a lot of those health bars, so even though they lost the mid lane turret and a kill from Yike...
This game is Giga over. This is going to be 1 minute until Hextexel. Very disappointing display from G2 overall.
So there is a small opportunity here for a 4v4 with no ultimates. It's going to be very difficult to make anything happen as more and more gold will be going over. A 4,000 gold power play gets to 5,000 here as another turret actually falls. And crucially here, Valdez, with 40 seconds left until the Hextech Soul will be spawning, Top Esports have set themselves up for some massive gold backs.
Yeah, they get all this gold, they put it over their shoulder, they bring it to the shopkeeper, they buy We've seen him do it many a time, but it looks like he will be just fine in this case, as Caps is going to be the one limping away.
Top Esports just muscle their way into the same time. Top Esports going to be cleaning up the Dragon. They're going to be starting it, and
Hey guys, do you think Varus is going to live? He's got sums now. Varus has sums, guys.
He just can't get in, and Mako's just the security guard right
He has to blow cleanse immediately because of Leona ult. Tien's just walk. Tien's raid boss walking at Han Sama. He's just walking at him. He just walks at him, Qs pointlessly, and then ults. Look at Tien, dude. He's literally just walking at him, running in a circle. He's like, Q. I did it. And then he pressed R. Meanwhile, 369 comes in. Catches everybody. He's rooted by Maokai. Very fun game to play a low mobility AD carry in.
to the finals.
369 only rolling 9 so far in this game. This cannon looking absolutely monstrous. And now Top Esports, like you said, 10,000 gold in the lead, 26 minutes in. G2 have to rely on Caps to try and do something to keep this game going.
Oh, and he's being dove on as well. The Maokai, you can't get away from that as there is no follow-up. It doesn't matter. The rest of the team is just hitting the turrets. They don't care about the LeBlanc. You see Mickey X once again desperate to try to peel off of the Nexus, but it's not going to happen. Mickey X will go down, and Top Esports, now they're just playing with their food. This has not been a close 2-0, but it is a 2-0.
Wow. Surprising that Top is dominating this hard. They look good. Some whoopsies around the mid lane there. Like, I didn't like the kind of weird play they made around mid when they didn't have Cannon ult, but otherwise pretty clean games, guys. All right, so here's the deal. We are going to be back tomorrow with a VOD review of the finals between T1 and Top Esports. On Friday, my time, so Thursday night, your time, most likely, we'll do another cooking stream. So look out, like follow the channels, either on YouTube or on Twitch. And I will announce on Twitter probably what the cooking stream is going to be out and a list of ingredients in case you want to cook along. So there you go. More shows coming this week as well. Thanks for watching, guys.